Chapter 352, Egotistic. People raised their head to look at Lin Feng, who was surrounded by golden flames. It seems like we underestimated Lin Feng, thought the crowd. Lin Feng's fist was powerful enough to blow Qiong Bai Luo away. Besides, his body was engulfed by flames. Lin Feng wasn't by any means weak, he was much stronger than they had thought. Many of them had still thought that Lin Feng couldn't compete with Qiong Bai Luo, but they were proved wrong. It was possible that Lin Feng was even at the same level of strength as Qiong Bai Luo. But that would make an even better fight. The crowd was even more excited. Being able to witness such a battle was something they longed for day and night. Not bad, at least that battle will not be too boring. If you were too weak, it would be pointless to fight, said Qiong Bai Luo, who didn't look glum anymore. A cold smile had appeared on his face. He even released a little bit of his battle energy and looked very excited. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more exciting the battle would be. Qiong Bai Luo hoped that Lin Feng would be stronger than he expected. How egotistic, joked Lin Feng when he saw Qiong Bai Luo's forced smile. Considering his temperament, Qiong Bai Luo wanted to destroy Lin Feng in one attack to display his strength and feed his ego. That was the only way for him to look prestigious. However, what he just said was just a way to convince himself that he was stronger than Lin Feng. He was being extremely self-centered. I will make things even more interesting for you then, said Lin Feng, and immediately after, a sword appeared in his hands. It was bright and illuminated the entire atmosphere. It was impossible to escape from its dazzling brightness. That sword seemed to be burning with the power of the sun. The sword was like a sun illuminating the world. Many rays of light emerged from the sword, making the crowd narrow their eyes. They couldn't look at it. Their hearts started pounding. How scary! Lin Feng's sword was scorching hot like the sun. Blue Void Spirit. When Qiong Bai Luo saw that sword, his heart twitched. Immediately after, he released his spirit. Raindrops appeared behind him and then turned into a curtain of heavy rain. However, while Qiong Bai Luo was releasing his spirit, Lin Feng rushed forward and his sword light blinded many of the onlookers. That sword was a radiant sword. Qiong Bai Luo's facial expression drastically changed and his heavy rain curtain started moving towards Lin Feng's sword to isolate it. At the same time, he retreated back at lightning speed. CRRRR. CRRRRR. The rain curtain of the blue void spirit was sliced apart and then Lin Feng's dazzling sword slashed into Qiong Bai Luo's chest. Dark red blood splashed through the air and a deep wound appeared on Qiong Bai Luo's chest. If he had been a little bit slower or if he hadn't used his heavy rain curtain, the sword would have sliced his body into two parts. You're even weaker than I thought, said Lin Feng while looking at Qiong Bai Luo. He didn't kill him, he basically didn't care about Qiong Bai Luo. The whole fight was because Qiong Bai Luo wanted to use Lin Feng to prove how strong he was to everyone in the academy. Lin Feng thus decided to help him achieve his aim and show him how ridiculous he was being. These two silhouettes were floating in the sky. Lin Feng looked carefree while Qiong Bai Luo looked weak as he was struggling to stay in the air. While looking at the scene, the crowd couldn't believe their eyes. What they thought was the complete opposite of the reality. Qiong Bai Luo should have been the arrogant victor after defeating Lin Feng in one strike. However, at that moment, the reality was completely different. Lin Feng didn't fight often, but each time he did, it was extremely brutal. Each time, the crowd got to know his personality better. At the time when he had fought against Mo, Lin Feng was unknown and Mo was one of the top 10 students of the academy. Everybody saw the result. The second time that Lin Feng had fought at the Celestial Academy was against Du Gushang. In the end, Du Gushang had ended up kneeling in front of Lin Feng. The third time was against Du Bai and he had cut off his arm. It was a shocking and amazing battle. And then, when everybody thought that Qiong Bai Luo would easily defeat Lin Feng surprised them again. Lin Feng said that Qiong Bai Luo was much weaker than he thought. The crowd had thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack and they believed that Lin Feng would inevitably lose the battle. But Lin Feng didn't even care about Qiong Bai Luo. Lin Feng had actually always looked beyond Qiong Bai Luo and had never considered him as an opponent or rival. Is that so? Said Qiong Bai Luo, looking extremely sharp. Behind him, his blue void spirit twinkled and flashed. He then whispered, "Blue Void Underworld." Lin Feng could cut through the raindrop curtain, but how would he break out from the blue void underworld? In the sky, raindrop threads appeared and immediately transformed into a raindrop curtain which started to pour down around Lin Feng. "Let me see how you will escape this," said Qiong Bai Luo in an ice-cold way when he saw Lin Feng being surrounded by the blue void spirit. "Are you looking closely?" said a cold and indifferent voice from behind the raindrop curtain. The silhouette in the middle of the raindrop curtain split in two and suddenly there were multiple Lin Fengs. It was an afterimage left by his quick movements. After dodging, Lin Feng was still standing in the middle of the raindrop curtain and looking down at Qiong Bai Luo indifferently, as if he wasn't even moved by such trivial things. The blue void underworld was invisible and inaudible, but it was real. Raindrops immediately started pouring. The fluctuations were very subtle and it was almost impossible to dodge that attack because by the time a cultivator sensed that it was close, it was already too late. However, Lin Feng could perceive even the tiniest movement due to his earth fusion. Even the slightest change couldn't escape his awareness. At the moment when the raindrops became visible, Lin Feng had already moved. How is this possible? Whispered Xiong Bai Luo, who was stupefied. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had already dodged the blue void spirit and appeared behind it. How was that possible? It's a coincidence, I must be right, he's just lucky and luckily managed to dodge at the right time. Xiong Bai Luo's eyes looked ice cold. In the sky, the raindrop curtain dispersed and Lin Feng appeared. Xiong Bai Luo and Lin Feng stared at each other. Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared from his initial position. However, Lin Feng's initial position was suddenly attacked by the blue void spirit. Xiong Bai Luo was astonished. Was it a coincidence? Was Lin Feng really just lucky? The best way to dodge the blue void underworld was to be constantly changing position, not giving any opportunity for the attacks to begin. However, Lin Feng had dodged it the first time, and the second time, but Lin Feng just been standing there waiting for it and still dodged it as easily as before. It seems like you rely on your worthless little spirit to act so arrogantly. Without the power of your spirit, you're nothing, you wouldn't even be Du Bai's opponent. Said Lin Feng when he saw that Xiong Bai Luo was looking desperate. Lin Feng was exasperated. A cultivator's spirit was linked to their cultivation. It was very important for a cultivator. An extremely strong spirit helped a cultivator become stronger much faster, but if a cultivator forgot about cultivating himself and only relied on his spirit, his expertise became extremely limited to the power of his spirit. In the end, they would be a worthless cultivator. Cultivation required a spirit, but by only relying on a spirit's power, a cultivator would never become truly strong themselves. At that moment, Lin Feng had taught Xiong Bai Luo a good lesson. The crowd agreed with him. They realized that Xiong Bai Luo hadn't ever shown his strength. He always just relied on his spirit, but because his spirit was extremely strong, people had forgotten about his actual strength. They had just always considered Xiong Bai Luo as an extremely strong cultivator and believed that Lin Feng couldn't compete with him. But the reality was far from that. You said that you wanted to cripple my cultivation and teach me a lesson. Well, then I will cripple your cultivation so that in the future, you will know your place. Said Lin Feng, which stupefied the crowd. Xiong Bai Luo was acting incredibly egocentric. Cripple Lin Feng so in the future, he would know his place? What would be the point of knowing one's place at that moment anyway? Lin Feng was going to apply the principle of a tooth for a tooth. Xiong Bai Luo had said this previously to Lin Feng, so Lin Feng just repeated it back to him. Lin Feng slightly raised his fist and flames appeared around his fists. They were scorching hot. The temperature increased and it quickly became an immense heat. Die! Said Lin Feng. Deadly energy filled the atmosphere. He rushed forwards and his fist bombarded the atmosphere, moving straight towards Xiong Bai Luo. Blue void drizzle. This time, Xiong Bai Luo reacted much faster and rain started to pour down. It looked like a river was falling from the sky. It blocked Lin Feng's path to prevent him from moving closer. You're not the only person who possesses a spirit. Smiled Lin Feng. A purple glow started to zigzag through the air towards Xiong Bai Luo, which made his facial expression drastically change. His blue void drizzle was obstructing Lin Feng's path, so he could not use it to block the purple spirit, or he would need to deal with Lin Feng's fist instead. Blue void underworld! Furiously shouted Xiong Bai Luo, unable to resist much more. His silhouette flickered and he suddenly rushed towards the Yu-clan, which astonished the crowd. His life is yours. Xiong Bai Luo looked at the elder of the Yu-clan. Lin Feng slowly turned to look at Xiong Bai Luo. Lin Feng looked terribly amused. Those people who only cared about their prestige and honor were extremely arrogant, but inside, they were just cowardly insects. Arrogant as they were, when they faced danger, they always resorted to unscrupulous or cowardly methods, but the cultivators who had lofty and unyielding characters would continue fighting even if dying was the outcome. Those types of people would fight to protect their honor and integrity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, The Guess. When the elder of the Yu-clan heard Xiong Bai Luo, he looked at him and smiled in a deep and profound way. You said that you wanted to cripple his cultivation yourself. I agreed, but now, you have lost. Ha? Xiong Bai Luo frowned and looked surprised. He remained silent for a moment and then added, yes, I did lose, therefore, I want to give him to you. Want? You lost, who cares about you want? I don't need you to give me anything. When you finish your fight, I will attack, but not before that. Said the elder in cold and indifferent way while shaking his head, which made the crowd sigh. How lamentable! The crowd had thought that Xiong Bai Luo was the best student of the academy and Lin Feng the second best student, but the reality was much different. They were dumbstruck. The person they considered as the best student couldn't even be compared with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had easily defeated Xiong Bai Luo. Then, because Xiong Bai Luo was defeated, he wanted to give Lin Feng to the Yu clan, but the people of the Yu clan refused. The elder's smile could also be perceived as a threat. Xiong Bai Luo looked at the elder's cold eyes and immediately turned around again. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "This time, I lost, Lin Feng, you are the best student in the Celestial Academy, that honor is now yours. Let's shake hands and make peace, alright?" When Lin Feng heard Xiong Bai Luo, he was stupefied. Lin Feng found all of this very amusing. Xiong Bai Luo had thought that he would easily defeat Lin Feng and wanted to cripple his cultivation to prove how strong he was. Since he had lost, he wanted to shake hands and make peace? Was such a thing even possible? "Didn't you want to cripple my cultivation?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile, making Xiong Bai Luo narrow his eyes. He turned around again, looked at the elder and said, "What do you want me to do?" "Join my clan, the Yu clan," said the elder, sounding cold and indifferent. "All right, but there is one condition," replied Xiong Bai Luo, who had no other choice. "A condition? Then forget about it, the Yu clan doesn't lack people wanting to join," replied the elder while smiling coldly, which astonished Xiong Bai Luo. He then said in a weak voice, "All right, I will leave everything behind me and become a member of the Yu clan." "I'm not talking about being a member, I'm talking about becoming a servant. From today, you will do everything that the Yu clan requests of you," said the elder with an ice-cold smile. A member? Ridiculous. Even though his natural abilities were not bad, with his temperament he was doomed to make enemies. Why would they want him if they couldn't dispose of him? When Xiong Bai Luo heard the word servant, he pulled a long face. The Yu clan wanted him to become their servant, how abominable. The crowd was also astonished. The elder of the Yu clan wanted one of their fellow students, of the Celestial Academy, to become a mere servant. Making him no better than a slave, wasn't that a humiliation for the Celestial Academy? "I will give you 10 seconds to think it over," said the elder of the Yu clan coldly, which made Xiong Bai Luo's heart violently twitch. He, Xiong Bai Luo, was going to become a servant? His face turned deathly pale. Xiong Bai Luo looked at Lin Feng again while gnashing his teeth and biting his lip. Blood even streaked from his lip. "I agree," replied Xiong Bai Luo. He finally replied. Xiong Bai Luo had actually accepted to become a servant of the Yu clan. Phew. The crowd down on the ground was sighing. Hatred invaded their eyes. Xiong Bai Luo was really audacious. He surprisingly became one of the Yu clan's servants. Who would want that kind of genius? He was scum, a worthless human being. The crowd felt like they had all just lost face. A genius of their academy, the one they even considered as the best student of the entire academy, was going to become the Yu clan servant. What a joke. When they remembered how arrogant he used to be and how they worshipped him, they felt disgust from the bottom of their hearts. Xiong Bai Luo was far from ever being as great as Lin Feng. "Very good, so you are now the Yu clan's servant," said the elder while smiling. He then said indifferently, "Come and stand behind me." Xiong Bai Luo lowered his head and moved behind the elder, while glancing at Lin Feng. He looked extremely glum. Everything that was happening was because of Lin Feng. If Lin Feng wasn't there, Xiong Bai Luo would still be the best student of the Celestial Academy and everybody would adore him. How could things end this way? Everything had gone wrong because of Lin Feng. At that moment, Xiong Bai Luo had already forgotten that he was the one who had been provoking Lin Feng all the time. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng and cripple his cultivation to prove his strength to everyone. "How pitiful," said Lin Feng coldly while looking at Xiong Bai Luo. Even though Xiong Bai Luo had lost, his talent was unquestionable. Apart from Lin Feng, Xiong Bai Luo was also a dazzling star of the Celestial Academy, but now, he was reduced to being a servant. That was pitiful. What is pitiful? You, Lin Feng, wouldn't even get the chance to become a Yu clan servant. You are doomed, Lin Feng. The only possible escape is death and nobody will save you. The elder was staring at Lin Feng with clear killing intent. Lin Feng had to die here. "Are you trying to intimidate me?" said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. He then said slowly, "This is the Celestial Academy." The elder frowned and immediately adopted a normal facial expression again before saying in a cold way, "So what? Regardless of how you view the Celestial Academy, you shouldn't cause trouble here. You should know that much better than me." "No, I don't know what you mean and nothing will stop me from killing you," said the elder while smiling coldly and indifferently. He then moved forwards and jumped from the white crane. However, at the same time, the sound of a zither spread through the atmosphere. Only one sound spread through the air, but it immediately caused the elder to stop. The elder raised his head and looked at the direction that the zither sound was coming from. He suddenly felt relieved. "It's the eternal misty rain, I greet Senior," said the elder of the Yu clan. The zither sound from the distance startled everybody except for Lin Feng, who was well aware of who it came from. Yan Yu Ping Shang, the zither sound a moment ago came from him. Get lost. These words echoed through the atmosphere. That voice didn't sound furious at all, it sounded calm, serene, soft and gentle, but the elder's heart twitched. Who would dare to refuse Yan Yu Ping Shang? I will of course obey Senior Yan Yu's order, said the elder of the Yu clan, sounding calm. Immediately after, he turned around, raised his hand and waved. Immediately, all the members of the Yu clan retreated. Xiong Bai Luo was astonished. Leave? They would just leave like that? They weren't going to kill Lin Feng? Eternal misty rain, what did that mean? And who was that Senior Yan Yu? Xiong Bai Luo coldly glanced at Lin Feng and saw that he was casually moving past the Yu clan, which stupefied him. He was acting so calm. Very quickly, the Yu clan disappeared without trace. Lin Feng looked at the people who were leaving as he was leaving the public square. They all left? The crowd looked at the vast and broad sky while remaining silent. The mighty Yu clan immediately left because of the order that Senior Yan Yu gave? Who was Yan Yu Shengping in reality? It seemed like he was even more majestic and powerful than Long Ding. The members of the Yu clan didn't even care about Long Ding, but they seemed to be scared of Yan Yu. Everybody wanted to understand the situation, but one thing that was clear to them was Lin Feng's position as the best student of the Celestial Academy. Nobody could deny that. Lin Feng arrived at the peach orchard. He wasn't moving through the sky anymore, he was walking on the ground. He slowly entered the pavilion and Yan Yu Shengping was still playing the zither there. It seemed like the thing that he dedicated his life to was the zither. Teacher, what is going on? Asked Lin Feng. Even though the Yu clan was powerful and wanted to kill him, after the words said by Yan Yu Shengping, they immediately left without a word. They are investigating you, they want to know every single detail of your background, replied Yan Yu Shengping, sounding indifferent, which surprised Lin Feng a little bit. They wanted to know everything about him? Was there anything interesting even worth knowing? Don't you think the events that happened in the lovesick forest seemed a bit strange? Asked Yan Yu Shengping while raising his head to look at Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng suddenly realize something. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that Yan Yu Shengping seemed to have the answers. It is very strange, indeed, replied Lin Feng while slightly nodding his head. It seemed like Duan Wuya had planned everything. Lin Feng killed Yu Tianxing and Yu Qiu had come to avenge him, but instead he had his cultivation crippled by the people from the lovesick forest. Why had the people of the lovesick forest come to help him? Lin Feng didn't feel like randomly guessing, but Yan Yu Shengping was creating even more questions. Lin Feng, they think that you might have some sort of connection with the lovesick forest. As they are unable to find the real truth, they came to the academy in an attempt to find out, replied Yan Yu Shengping, but Lin Feng shivered. Yan Yu Shengping's voice was soft and calm, giving Lin Feng the impression that he was a wise and farsighted man. Perhaps Lin Feng had a connection with them. Yan Yu Shengping was actually a very straightforward person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, The Portrait. In the Imperial City, people thought that the Yu clan was the clan with the most mysterious. They handled affairs very discreetly, to the extent that the juniors didn't even know why their clan was so prestigious. They were just used to hearing it said by others. Sometimes the elders would talk about how nobody dared to offend the Yu clan. In the eastern part of the city, there was a chain of mountains which were covered with bamboo forests. It was a magnificent landscape. Between two of the mountains, there was a bright green field on which there was a palace and a courtyard built. This was the location of the Yu clan. At that moment, in the middle of the bamboo forest, two people were playing chess. One of them was middle-aged with dashing eyebrows, starry eyes, and he looked majestic. The other one was an old man with white hair, but he still looked vigorous and energetic. Father, Mang Yi has been having trouble recently. At that moment, the majestic middle-aged man spoke while making his move. The white-haired old man didn't reply and instead was looking at the chessboard. He looked irresolute, but after a while, he made his move and said, even though some pieces are outside of the game, they can still influence its course. The middle-aged man remained silent for a moment while touching various pieces irresolutely without making his move. He then said, well, should we allow them to stay outside or should we extinguish the fire? When the middle-aged man finished talking, he made his move. Considering her temperament, it would be better if she didn't get too infuriated. Have you ever seen the child? Asked the old man, sounding aggrieved. The middle-aged man nodded and replied, he's a genius, not much difference between him and Lin Hai. If he works hard, he will become an incredible genius. It's really an ill-fated relationship, sighed the old man. In his mind, there was an image of a fearless young man. How's Tian Chen? asked the old man again. This time, the middle-aged man slightly shook his head and only said one word, "No." "Give him some freedom, don't restrain him too much," said the old man while nodding. "Father, how should we handle it?" asked the handsome middle-aged man. The old man remained silent for a moment and then immediately stood up. He gazed into the distance and said, "The event of the decade is quickly approaching, bring Tianming back, and if Tianming gets angry, speak of the marriage alliance." When he finished talking, the old man left. When the middle-aged man heard the old man, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He then silently nodded. Those days, in the imperial city, the situation was very unstable, which was a great opportunity. They needed to bring Tianming back to the imperial city. In the middle of the peach orchard, Lin Feng was silent. He still couldn't figure out with whom he had connections with. "Teacher, you helped me once again," said Lin Feng to Yen Yushangping, who had helped him a few times. "It wasn't me, I was just told to ensure your safety within the territory of the Celestial Academy," replied Yen Yushangping while shaking his head, which stupefied Lin Feng. "Who asked you?" asked Lin Feng. "I should take you somewhere," replied Yen Yushangping while raising his head. Lin Feng nodded and then only saw Yen Yushangping put his zither away, shake his body and immediately jump up into the air. "How fast?" Lin Feng was stupefied. He then stomped his feet onto the ground, condensed some pure qi and his body shot into the air like an arrow, leaving the bow and rushed towards Yen Yushangping, trying to catch up with his speed. Yen Yushangping was leading the way and Lin Feng was following behind. They were rushing through the air together. People of the Qi layer could jump 100 meters into the air, while people of the Ling Qi layer could, relying one single jump, travel 1,000 meters into the air, and they were even able to stay there for a very short time. Cultivators of the Xin Qi layer, provided that they had enough pure Qi, could fly through the air. However, cultivators at the lower layers of the Xin Qi layer couldn't fly for long distances, because it required too much pure Qi, especially when moving at high speeds. Yen Yuping Sheng was already able to easily fly through the air. Authentically strong cultivators had the power to fly through the skies and destroy mountains. These weren't lies. Lin Feng was struggling to catch up to Yen Yuping Sheng, as if he was meticulously being tested, forcing him to use his full strength to keep up. At that moment, under Lin Feng's feet, the pure Qi was scorching hot, just like an intense fire. He didn't stop moving forward, and at the same time, sunlight was penetrating into Lin Feng's body. His entire body was like a burning meteorite. Lin Feng was also extremely quick and closely followed Yen Yuping Sheng. Lin Feng was the only person who knew just how exhausting it was to keep up for this long. Lin Feng also didn't know how long they flew, but finally, at some point, Yen Yuping Sheng slowed down and said to Lin Feng, "We've arrived, let's get down." When he finished talking, Yen Yuping Sheng swooped down to the ground. Lin Feng looked under his feet. There was a magnificent palace surrounded by a tranquil forest, which made his heartbeat accelerate. The Imperial Palace, the place where Yen Yuping Sheng had brought Lin Feng, was the Imperial Palace. Lin Feng looked at Yen Yuping Sheng on the ground and felt exhausted. Flying through the sky was a great feeling, but it consumed too much energy. The spirit was willing but the flesh was weak. Lin Feng attentively observed the surroundings. It looked like a quiet mountain village. There wasn't only a magnificent and majestic palace, but there were also rivers, mountains and bamboo forests, just like a microcosm. That place was gorgeous. Lin Feng found the scenery pleasing to both the eye and the mind. Ha! At that moment, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He could clearly perceive that in some dark places, people were staring at them. These were the guards. But Lin Feng felt at ease. In the palace, that was absolutely normal. "Let's go in," said Yen Yuping Sheng as he started walking. Surprisingly, they could freely wander in the manor. There was a stone bridge and many covered corridors. Yen Yushangping seemed to be extremely familiar with the palace. "It seems like teacher's social status is extraordinary," thought Lin Feng while looking at Yen Yuping Sheng's back. A moment after, Lin Feng and Yen Yuping Sheng arrived in front of a stream and a forest. Finally, there were many people wanted to penetrate into the depths of the forest. However, 2 females were preventing them from entering. Nobody could get in. These young people had no choice but to leave. At that moment, they also noticed Lin Feng and Yen Yuping Sheng. They couldn't help but look nervous. "Senior Yenyu, can you take us inside please?" asked the people walking towards Yen Yuping Sheng, but he just slightly shook his head and said, "If she's willing to see you, she will." After saying this, Yen Yuping Sheng and Lin Feng entered the forest. Everybody was stupefied when they saw that, and some people shouted, "Well then why is he allowed inside?" "Because she desperately wants to see him again," replied Yen Yuping Sheng indifferently. After that, Lin Feng could clearly sense some cold energy piercing his back. They entered the forest. Around them were cliffs and precipices. They were as clear as mirrors. There were also many trees and rivers. Mountains, water, grass, everything was there. The atmosphere was filled with the sounds of the flowing streams and rivers. A gorgeous and splendid silhouette was standing in front of a precipice. She was painting something. Maybe she was too concentrated, but she didn't notice Lin Feng and Yan Yu Pingshang. Yan Yu Pingshang smiled at Lin Feng and nodded. Immediately after, he turned around and left Lin Feng there. He didn't have to say anything, Lin Feng already understood. At the moment when he had seen that it was the Imperial Palace, Lin Feng had already thought about it. In the Imperial Palace, there was only one person who was interested in Lin Feng and who could have asked Yan Yu Pingshang to protect Lin Feng. Of course, it was her. Lin Feng walked normally, slowly approached that lithe and graceful silhouette. When he arrived near her, he clearly saw the image in the painting, which abruptly made his heartbeat accelerate. "It's not the same. There is no romantic charm," said a soft and gentle voice. Immediately after, she raised her long and slender hand. She wanted to erase everything. "Am I really that handsome?" interrupted Lin Feng, which made her hand stop in the air. She turned her head and saw Lin Feng. Her cheeks turned red in a flash. However, Lin Feng was staring at the portrait on the wall. Divine, majestic, long fluttering hair, it depicted a free and unrestrained young man. If it wasn't Lin Feng, who else could it be? "Lin Feng, how did you get in here?" asked Duan Xin. She had never thought that Lin Feng would suddenly appear. She was pleasantly surprised. "Yan Yu Pingshang brought me here," replied Lin Feng. Yan Yu Pingshang had silently brought Lin Feng inside, but Lin Feng still didn't know exactly what the relationship was between Yan Yu Pingshang and Duan Xin. "Oh, no wonder," whispered Duan Xin. She knew that Yan Yu Pingshang was giving her an opportunity. "Xin, you and teacher Yan Yu?" asked Lin Feng curiously. "He's my teacher, he teaches me to play the zither," replied Duan Xin, which relieved Lin Feng. No wonder Yan Yu Pingshang could come and leave as he wished. He was the princess music teacher. That was, indeed, an extremely important position. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, Touching. Other than the young people, a moment ago, there were also nobles with close ties to the imperial family who were extremely respectful towards Yan Yu Pingshang. It was obvious that Yan Yu Pingshang's social status was extraordinary. Yan Yu Pingshang surprisingly favors the princess, thought Lin Feng, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Lin Feng here to give her the opportunity to meet him again. "Lin Feng, I'm leaving, you can head back on your own later, but..." At that moment, a very loud voice spread through the atmosphere, and Lin Feng saw a silhouette in the distance. It was Yan Yu Pingshang. Lin Feng was a bit surprised and smiled wryly while shaking his head. Yan Yu Pingshang was leaving Lin Feng behind in the imperial palace. Duan Xin also looked surprised when she saw Yan Yu Pingshang leave. She immediately said, "Lin Feng, what do you think about my painting skill?" "The painting has much more charm than I do." Lin Feng smiled. Duan Xin's portrait was really splendid. "You're just being nice," whispered Duan Xin while looking shy. She then pulled Lin Feng and said, "Come with me." Duan Xin took Lin Feng to a cave. When they arrived near the cave, Lin Feng discovered a place of exceptional charm and beauty. The pieces of furniture were in a picturesque scene. It looked extremely graceful and elegant. A moment after, Duan Xin brought Lin Feng into a room inside the cave. Inside, there was the sweet fragrance of a young girl. The room looked exactly like a young lady's sleeping chamber. "Lin Feng, I live here. I like calmness and tranquility, so I decided to live here. Nobody can bother me when I'm here," said Duan Xin in a soft and gentle voice. Immediately after, she pointed to some paintings. When Lin Feng saw these portraits, he was stupefied. The entire wall was covered in portraits. All of them were of the same person, Lin Feng. When he saw these portraits, Lin Feng felt his heart tremble. If he hadn't met Meng Cheng, then he would have engaged in a relationship with Duan Xin, the beautiful princess, without hesitation. "Lin Feng, aren't these portraits better than the one outside?" Duan Xin was looking at Lin Feng with her beautiful and limpid eyes, looking slightly impatient. "They are all very beautiful," replied Lin Feng. Duan Xin's eyes twinkled. She then pulled Lin Feng towards the edge of the bed and said, "Lin Feng, sit down, I want you to taste the tea I make." "This?" Lin Feng looked embarrassed. That was Duan Xin's room, and that bed was the bed in which a princess slept. It even smelt like her. Lin Feng was embarrassed to be pulled onto the bed. "Lin Feng, are you still embarrassed about such things when you are with me?" said Duan Xin softly. She then immediately started boiling water for the tea. Lin Feng smiled wryly and looked at Duan Xin, who looked really clumsy. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. She was a princess. She probably rarely did such things herself. Lin Feng looked around him. While looking at all the portraits of him, he was wondering if Duan Xin was thinking about him every day. Xinyi, let me do it, said Lin Feng, walking towards Duan Xinyi, trying to take the cup that she was holding. No need. I can do it, said Duan Xinyi while drawing back her hand. Then, water splashed, Duan Xinyi screamed, and then the cup fell to the ground. Duan Xinyi wanted to catch the teacup, but Lin Feng grabbed her hand and prevented her from moving. Then the sound of the teacup breaking into pieces broke the silence. However, Duan Xinyi seemed like she hadn't even heard it. She just lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand. It's just a teacup, it doesn't matter. Pure qi started undulating in Lin Feng's hand, which was holding onto her hand, and started to heal her minor burns. He then opened his hand again. Duan Xinyi was looking at the hand leaving hers, and she suddenly felt a bit sad, yet she smiled warmly and gently. Let's go take a walk, said Lin Feng. He found it too strange to stay in Duan Xinyi's room. All right, said Duan Xinyi in a soft tone while nodding. Then the two of them left the cave. Lin Feng, I would like to ask you a question, While leaving the cave, Duan Xinyi had remained silent for a while and then finally responded. What is it? Asked Lin Feng while looking at Duan Xinyi's strange facial expression. He had the impression that Duan Xinyi was avoiding his eyes. Duan Xinyi looked at Lin Feng, her lips shook, she looked nervous, but she finally found the courage to ask, Lin Feng, that beautiful woman who wears white clothes, do you like her? Lin Feng was a bit dumbstruck. He wouldn't have thought Duan Xinyi would ask him such a question. Yes, I do, nodded Lin Feng immediately. That ice goddess was always silently standing by his side. She was like his own shadow, without asking for anything in return. Everything she did was for him. Even though she was ice cold, Lin Feng could feel her love, especially during the times when he was hurt or in danger. Meng Qing became so furious that her body started to freeze. She only cared about Lin Feng's well-being more than her own. Duan Xinyi had always known about her, but she couldn't help it. She looked extremely sad. They remained silent for some time and arrived near a stream and sat down on a stone. Duan Xinyi picked up some small rocks and threw them into the stream, which made the water ripple. Lin Feng, are you going to marry her? Asked Duan Xinyi, without restraining herself, while looking at the water ripples. I will, replied Lin Feng resolutely and straightforward. He would, of course, marry Meng Qing. They really loved each other, so they had to make an official pledge of love. She's really lucky, replied Duan Xinyi in a weak voice. I also want to be with the one I love and stay with him. I want to watch the sunrise and the sunset every day with him. I want to watch the water of the streams flow. Lin Feng was speechless. He obviously understood that the person she loved was him. All these portraits of him made her intentions clear. But I must say it clearly, for the one I love, I can abandon everything. It's not a problem at all, said Duan Xinyi in a low voice, almost as if she was whispering to herself. Immediately after, she turned her head and looked at Lin Feng while smiling in a warm and gentle way. Some people, if they missed an opportunity, had regrets their entire life. Since this was the current situation, why not seize any possibility and chance? Lin Feng, if I abandon my status as a princess, abandon my home, and the status as the first wife, would you accept me? Duan Xinyi's voice was soft, moving and touching. She had the majestic social status of a princess. She could get married with any extremely wealthy or powerful person and millions of people would fall to her beauty, but because of Lin Feng, she was willing to abandon everything, her social status, her home, and even the title of wife, because Lin Feng said that he would marry Meng Qing. In other words, Duan Xinyi was asking to become Lin Feng's concubine. Her love for him was so deep, how could he remain calm? While looking at that beautiful smile, Lin Feng's lips shook. He didn't know what to say, he didn't know what he wanted. If you don't like me in that way, I can just stay by your side and become your servant. I would serve the both of you, continued Duan Xinyi with the same magnificent smile on her face. It was extremely touching and moving. Lin Feng's lips shook, but immediately after, he stretched his hands, put them around Duan Xinyi's shoulders and pulled her into his arms. He then embraced her and pulled her head into his chest. With her beauty, elegance, gentle nature, with such a deep and pure love, Lin Feng couldn't remain unaffected. It was impossible for him not to be moved. Only a cold-blooded animal would remain unaffected by such a pure act of love. The problem was that in Lin Feng's heart, there was only Meng Qing. A while ago, he had actually already secretly decided that he would marry Meng Qing. If he accepted Duan Xinyi, what would he be able to give her? He wouldn't be able to give her anything, but Lin Feng hadn't thought that Duan Xinyi wouldn't ask for anything in return. She just wanted to be near him, even if she became a servant. When Duan Xinyi felt Lin Feng's warm body, she smiled. She looked like a resplendent and magnificent flower. However, even though she was smiling, crystal clear tears started to flow down her cheeks. Love could be magnificent and wonderful, but it could also be subtle, silent, and painful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, Imperial Guard Officer. Outside of the forest, many people were looking impatient. He still hasn't come out and Yan Yuping Shang left a while ago. How come he's not getting the hell out of there? Swore a young man in a low voice. That person was furious. Yan Yuping Shang had said that the princess desperately wanted to see him. It really seemed like that was the case. He was inside, alone with the princess. Is there even anyone who knows who he is? Asked someone. All the young people who were there belonged to the imperial palace. They were the children of the imperial ministers or children with noble blood. None of them was a common person. Besides, for many people, Duan Xin was the woman of their dreams. She had everything: beauty, charm and social status. They had been trying to meet the princess for such a long time, but each time they could only wait outside, they couldn't get inside. He definitely doesn't belong to the imperial palace, replied someone. The crowd nodded. If he belonged to the imperial palace, they would have known about him. Since he doesn't belong to the imperial palace, wait until he comes out and we will show him his place, said a cold and evil voice. They were all furious. They couldn't even get inside. Lin Feng was inside and alone with the princess. They were all wondering what was happening. They were enraged. At that moment, in the distance, two silhouettes appeared. When the crowd saw these people, they all calmed down. It was him. The young man leading the way looked cold, detached and serious, giving people the impression that he was already very mature. Behind him was another young man. He looked as sharp as a blade. Is the princess here? Asked the young man leading the way, sounding calm, indifferent and domineering. She's here, but Officer Shi shouldn't go and bother her, said someone, which surprised the young man. He then looked at his interlocutor and said, What do you mean? When that person sensed the young man's domineering expression, his heart started beating faster. He was surprisingly a bit scared. Shi Qiong was the youngest officer of the Imperial Guards. How inspiring. A guy went in. He's been in there for a while already. I'm just afraid that you will disturb the princess, replied the person again, stupefying Shi Qiong. His eyes looked ice cold. He started walking forwards in the direction of the forest, but as before, he wasn't allowed to enter. Let me in, said Shi Qiong in a low voice, yet sounding domineering and furious. When the crowd saw that, smiles appeared on their faces. Shi Qiong had an extraordinary social status and was extremely talented. He had become the youngest officer in a faction of the Imperial Guards. He was much more outstanding than them. Besides, Shi Qiong also pursued the princess. Unfortunately, Duan Xin wasn't interested in him, which upset him. But all of them were upset by the fact that Lin Feng was inside, alone with the princess, for such a long time. That time, Shi Qiong was leading the way so they would be able to go inside with him. The princess said it. She doesn't want to be disturbed, said the women blocking the way in a cold tone. If you don't let me in, then don't blame me for barging in, said Shi Qiong, sounding furious. Try and dare. There is nothing that I, Shi Qiong, can't do. Even the second prince, His Highness, said that I could come here as I wish, said Shi Qiong indifferently. Shi Qiong, you are really audacious. At that moment, a shout spread through the air. The crowd looked in the direction of the forest and looked embarrassed. It was Duan Xin. She looked lithe and graceful. Behind Duan Xin was the young man who had been with her all the time, Lin Feng. Lin Feng was looking at Shi Qiong. That young man was very strong, from head to toe. He was releasing an oppressive aura. Besides, he just said that Duan Wuya authorized him to come as he wished. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Xin, shouted Shi Qiong, looking a bit more tender, but immediately after, he looked at Lin Feng in an extremely domineering and aggressive way. His eyes looked ice cold. He then asked, Who are you? Lin Feng didn't immediately reply. He slightly turned his head and looked at the young man behind Shi Qiong. Lin Feng was surprised. It was him. His name is Lin Feng, said that young man, who was also looking at Lin Feng. His facial expression was extremely sharp. Lin Feng. The crowd was a bit surprised. Even though some people had never seen Lin Feng, they had obviously heard his name. So it's you, said Shi Qiong while looking Lin Feng up and down. He then said coldly, But, you are just an insignificant person, the unimportant Qi Xia Marquis. What gives you the right to be standing at the princess' side? Lin Feng was, as before, not looking at Shi Qiong. He was still looking at the young man behind him. That young man was the Blade Master, Lang Yu. Surprisingly, he was there, in the Imperial City, behind Shi Qiong. On that day, the one who had saved Lang Yu in Celestial River was probably from the Imperial City. But Leng Yu was a disciple of the Hao sect. What connection did he have with the imperial city? Shi Qiong, shut up, said Duan Xinyi when she heard Shi Qiong humiliating Lin Feng. She then added, sounding ice cold, I already said it, without my permission, nobody can come and disturb me and you dare to force your way in. Xinyi, try and understand how I feel in my heart, replied Shi Qiong. Immediately after, he coldly glanced at Lin Feng and said, Xinyi, he's an insignificant Qi marquis, even though he is not weak and has gained some fame, in the end, he is still just a nobody. How can you allow him to enter and pollute you? Mind your own business, I don't need your advice, shouted Duan Xinyi furiously, looking enraged. Are you just going to hide behind a girl? Said Shi Qiong while coldly glancing at Lin Feng, who was remaining silent. Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng knew that if Yin Yu Pingsheng left, trouble would arise. This was the imperial palace and all these young men were aristocrats of the court. They all had incredible social statuses and were all in love with Duan Xinyi. Things were predestined to be difficult. What do you want? Said Lin Feng while walking forward. His voice was extremely sharp. Shi Qiong and Lin Feng stared at each other. My name is Shi Qiong, I am an officer of the Imperial Guards, Xinyi is a princess, here, everybody is an aristocrat of the court, children of imperial ministers, or even of noble blood. You are a simple Qi marquis, don't you feel ashamed? Besides, what gives you the right to be with the princess, what do you have that we don't? Said Shi Qiong sounding extremely domineering. Shi Qiong was an officer of the Imperial Guards and even though he was a bit scared of Duan Wuya and acted extremely polite to him, he had always thought that Duan Xinyi and him were the best possible match. What did Lin Feng think he was doing? Is that so? Lin Feng smiled coldly. You all have very prestigious social statuses but in the end, none of you can compete with me. Continue, said Shi Qiong coldly. If the princess says that she wants to be with you, I will immediately leave, said Lin Feng indifferently, which stupefied Shi Qiong. Immediately after, Duan Xinyi walked towards Lin Feng and held onto his arm. When everybody saw that, they grew even more furious. Lin Feng was right. In Duan Xinyi's heart, there was only Lin Feng. No matter what, they couldn't compete with him on that front. Xinyi, don't believe his sweet words, he is just an insignificant person. He just wants to cling to the rich and powerful and will obviously never be able to give you anything, said Shi Qiong while looking at Duan Xinyi. He then added, I, Shi Qiong, will give you everything you want. Really? Duan Xinyi was looking Shi Qiong. Of course, nodded Shi Qiong sounding resolute. Well, I want you to disappear from my sight. Get lost, said Duan Xinyi sounding ice cold, which made Shi Qiong astonished. Finally, he looked at Lin Feng. If he couldn't change Duan Xinyi's mind, he would just remove his competition, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I will give you one chance. If you take the initiative to leave Duan Xinyi, I will not pursue you, threatened Shi Qiong. Lin Feng gradually looked colder and colder. He then said, Xinyi told you to get lost. What are you still doing here? You are courting death, said Shi Qiong. Really? I don't think so, replied Lin Feng while frowning and holding his head high. These two people were glaring at each other. You don't think so? Lin Feng, let's see if you can take my punch, said Shi Qiong sounding evil, which made the other people secretly smile. It was clear to everyone how powerful Shi Qiong was. He was a genius at the third Xin Qi layer. If he landed a punch on Lin Feng, he would either die or live as a cripple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, The Threat of a Black Lotus. Shi Qiong, you went way too far. When Duan Xinyi heard Shi Qiong, she was furious. He surprisingly wanted to punch Lin Feng. Lin Feng had come to see her and Shi Qiong was causing trouble. Besides, he was getting more and more aggressive. Xinyi, I'm doing everything for you. Lin Feng shouldn't be with you. He cannot give you anything and on top of that, too many people hate him, said Shi Qiong. Lin Feng had even killed Duan Tianlang's son, Duan Han. Shi Qiong obviously knew about those events. Lin Feng belonged to the unwashed masses. He initially had no social status, but then Duan Wuya had conferred him the title of Marquis, which wasn't a very high title compared to them. Besides, he only gave him the title because he could use Lin Feng. Maybe someday he wouldn't need him anymore and Lin Feng would be worthless. He had no background and had many enemies. Lin Feng was unable to protect himself from them. How could he even protect Duan Xinyi? That's none of your business, said Duan Xinyi in an ice-cold tone. She immediately turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, let's go. You need a girl to protect you. joked Shiqiong calmly. Lin Feng didn't move, he was just looking at Shiqiong. He looked calm and serene. He needed a girl to protect him? Lin Feng, ignore him, said Duan Xin when she saw that Lin Feng wasn't moving. She looked anxious. She knew how strong Shiqiong was. He was the youngest of the 9 Imperial Guard officers. In the entire Imperial City, he was one of the most talented cultivators. Lin Feng had great natural abilities, but he was still weaker than Shiqiong. Apart from strength and natural abilities, Shiqiong also had a background. Even if Lin Feng injured him while defending himself, the consequences would be dire. Shiqiong's background was terrifying. Even Duan Wuya had to respect to him. Therefore, because of this, Duan Xin wished that Lin Feng and Shiqiong hadn't met, because no matter what, Lin Feng would lose. However, could Lin Feng ignore it? Shiqiong humiliated him and said that he needed a girl to protect him. In fact, it was true. If Lin Feng couldn't protect himself, what would he be able to give Duan Xin apart from worries and pain? Lin Feng was calmly standing there and looking at Shiqiong. He then said, "Come and punch me, if you dare." Ha! Shiqiong was stupefied. Lin Feng accepted. Immediately after, he smiled coldly. Lin Feng really had guts. He was begging for death. When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they all laughed. They all thought that Lin Feng was foolish. All the 9 officers of the Imperial Guards were extremely strong. The lowest level required to be an officer of the Imperial Guard was the 3rd Qianqi layer. Shiqiong was the youngest Imperial Guard officer who had broken through to the 3rd Qianqi layer. Unfortunately, Lin Feng would not be able to resist. "Very good, you're a real man." Unfortunately, Shiqiong laughed in an ice-cold way. Lin Feng had accepted. No matter if it was out of courage or foolishness, his punch was aimed to be deadly. Shiqiong was going to be merciless with his attack. Duan Xin looked sad when she heard Lin Feng accept the battle. She didn't say anything. She knew how Lin Feng was. She wouldn't be able to change his mind. He was definitely going to fight. Duan Xin coldly glared at Shiqiong. Shiqiong also glanced at her and said, "Xin, don't worry, I will not kill him." Shiqiong really didn't intend to kill Lin Feng, but after that punch, Lin Feng would definitely have trouble ever standing back up. He would be crippled. "Xin, don't worry," said Lin Feng indifferently while smiling at Duan Xin. Duan Xin slightly nodded and didn't say anything else. Even though Shiqiong was extremely strong, Lin Feng was not weak either. Even if Shiqiong wanted to kill Lin Feng with just a punch, Duan Xin didn't think it was possible. She had seen Lin Feng's strength in the lovesick forest. "Alright, get ready to be punched," said Shiqiong when he saw that Duan Xin and Lin Feng were looking at each other. He couldn't stand it and released some ice-cold qi. An extremely powerful qi emerged from Shiqiong's body. Pure qi started fluctuating and a flood dragon illusion appeared around his body. It was incredible. 3rd Qianqi layer. Lin Feng was a bit surprised when he sensed Shiqiong's qi. Shiqiong was about 20 years old and already had the strength of the 3rd Qianqi layer. He really had amazing natural abilities. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the continent was vast. There were a myriad of geniuses. Lin Feng had high natural abilities, but he never said that he was the strongest and no one could beat him. He knew that there were many people who were much stronger than him. Besides, there were also many people who could practice cultivation with much better conditions than him. Those who were noble and wealthy, they had legendary potions, pills and other resources. They have had it all since birth. All Lin Feng could do was rely on his own determination and his power of comprehension to practice cultivation. With great pain and effort he would constantly improve himself, without ever giving up or stopping. The pure qi on Shiqiong's body kept undulating and finally condensed around his fist, which made his fist look like a flood dragon. The illusion even emitted a roar while absorbing the powerful qi. "Shiqiong's power is terrifying," thought the crowd when they saw the pure qi flood dragon on Shiqiong's fist. He looked majestic. If that fist touched Lin Feng, would the dragon swallow him whole? Shiqiong was not going to show the least bit of mercy towards Lin Feng. "If you want to act like a man, you will have to pay the price," said Shiqiong with his fist ready to bombard the atmosphere. He was coldly glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng would never be able to defend against his punch. He wanted to prove to Duan Xin that Lin Feng was not a good match for her. Only him, Shiqiong, could protect her and be her match. Lin Feng remained silent. Scorching hot flames emerged from his body. It was a deadly fire which invaded the entire atmosphere, making many people back away from Lin Feng. Pure qi fire condensed on his fist and Lin Feng's fist transformed into a blazing sun. "You have broken through to the 1st Qianqi layer. Not bad. Unfortunately, you will not be able to withstand my power," said Shiqiong with confidence burning in his eyes. A cultivator of the 1st Qianqi layer couldn't fight back against the strength of a cultivator of the 3rd Qianqi layer. His fist was going to be merciless, its sole purpose was to crush Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored Shi Qiong. In his heart, there was no self, nobody, no emotions, only darkness. Besides, in Lin Feng's world of darkness, there was his grim fire. The pure qi on his body kept undulating and rushing towards Lin Feng's fist. The pressure increased, the energy slowly transformed into a pitch-black fire. That deadly black fire was terrifying, it looked abyssal. It was absorbing insane amounts of pure qi from the flames, it was constantly absorbing the strength of the sun. However, its size didn't change at all. Ha! What kind of fire is that? The crowd was startled when they saw Lin Feng's black fire. Besides, the strange fire seemed to be controlled by Lin Feng. The crowd couldn't feel the deadly qi from the fire. It wasn't as intense as the scorching heat from normal flames. That black fire was extremely calm and tranquil. Shi Qiong frowned but immediately relaxed. Lin Feng had just broken through to the first qi layer, that's all. Even if he knew some special skills, it would be of no use against him. Fool, even if you studied a few skills, you can't do anything. I am much stronger than you, all that you do will be in vain. Basically, you stand no chance of withstanding my punch, said Shi Qiong indifferently. He wanted to see hatred in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng was too calm, which made him feel upset. However, Shi Qiong saw nothing at all in the eyes of Lin Feng. He just looked as calm and serene as before. His pure qi continued moving towards his fist. Flames, darkness, deathly silence. The flame greatly resembled Lin Feng right now, emotionless. Shi Qiong saw that Lin Feng was ignoring him, which made him grow angrier and angrier. Finally, he started walking forwards and his flood dragon roared furiously, as if it was a real dragon. Ruo Horaire. Shi Qiong's fist bombarded the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. A white flood dragon was rushing towards Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng also moved. His calm and ordinary fist whistled towards Shi Qiong. Then, the black fire moved into the atmosphere and the black fire turned into a lotus flower. The atmosphere was then invaded by the terrifying power of the grim fire. This time, Shi Qiong's heart skipped a beat. He was surprised. How was that possible? How could that lotus flower have such a terrifying energy? But Shi Qiong's heart was brutally pounding in his chest. Everybody was looking at Shi Qiong and Lin Feng's fists as they collided. In an instant, the flood dragon was annihilated. It was consumed by the black lotus. It was incredible and thrilling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Lungua's Blade. The grim fire lotus was way too terrifying. It had destroyed Shi Qiong's flood dragon. Shi Qiong had lost. Besides, it wasn't over yet. The grim fire lotus continued to move forwards, and that small ball of energy as big as Lin Feng's fist crashed into Shi Qiong's fist. CRRRR. Krara hack. Crackling sounds spread in the atmosphere. Shi Qiong's pure qi collided with the black lotus and immediately dispersed. Nothing could stop the black lotus. Ah! A horrible shriek of agony spread through the atmosphere. Shi Qiong's body was blown back several hundred meters. His face had turned deathly pale. Shi Qiong raised his fist, it was burnt black, his facial muscles were twitching from the extreme pain. He had been too careless. From the beginning, he had assumed that he would be able to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation with a single punch. He had never thought that Lin Feng was able to injure him. After he noticed the terrifying energy of the black lotus, he didn't have the time to dodge anymore, and then that black lotus crashed into his fist and burned his flesh. When the crowd saw that, they remained silent, especially the noble young men. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had won. They had thought that when Shi Qiong attacked, he would definitely cripple Lin Feng's cultivation, but reality was completely different. Lin Feng had released a black lotus which burnt Shi Qiong's fist. You overestimate yourself, you're pathetic. Even if you say that I can't protect the princess, could you? Joked Lin Feng coldly, which made Shi Qiong feel awkward. His heart was pounding and he was shaking from the intense pain. How excruciatingly painful. That fire was terrifying. Considering his strength, he wouldn't be able to recover from the injury naturally, he would definitely need the assistance of pills. Xin, you should head back. I will leave first, that's alright. I will deal with the nobodies that get in my way, said Lin Feng, turning his head. His voice was soft. Duan Xin remained silent for a second and then immediately nodded. Well then, be careful. Alright, said Lin Feng while walking. He glanced at the crowd with a cold glare. He looked at the rich and noble cultivators. Surprisingly, they didn't dare make eye contact, they were all worthless. Lin Feng's strength was so terrifying that it scared them. Even though they all had noble backgrounds, what amazed them the most was still extreme cultivation strength. If someone was strong enough, they could reach the heavens and look down on humanity. A single powerful cultivator could have more power than all the great spheres of influence combined. Would he care about these influential nobles? If they provoked him, he would crush them. Lin Feng walked through the crowd and nobody stood in his way. If anyone dared to try, they might end up dying after being burnt by the Black Lotus. Not only did they not obstruct his path, but those noble young men, who had acted in an aggressive way a moment before, were also slightly backing away. That was the way things were when one was recognized as an extremely strong cultivator. Lin Feng didn't even spare these people a glance. He was just calmly and coldly looking ahead. In the direction he was looking, there was Shi Qiong and Leng Yu. Shi Qiong was fixedly staring at Lin Feng with hatred in his eyes. Not only did he not get to show Duan Xinyi his strength, he wasn't able to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation. Instead, he had also been injured by Lin Feng. His face was filled with shame. All of this had happened in front of Duan Xinyi. Shi Qiong was enraged and had killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to kill Lin Feng no matter what. When Lin Feng sensed Shi Qiong's wrath, pure qi started undulating in his hand, and a deadly black fire appeared. But Lin Feng was, as before, calmly walking forwards. He was releasing a terrifying deadly qi. He was moving nearer and nearer to Shi Qiong by the second. Shi Qiong was fixedly staring at Lin Feng approaching. At that moment, he had a dilemma: should he stand his ground and fight, or should he move out of Lin Feng's path? If he fought against Lin Feng, would he be able to survive another Black Lotus? He had already been injured from briefly encountering the Lotus. He already had lost any ideas that he could defeat Lin Feng and no longer thought that he was stronger than Lin Feng. That Lotus made from Grimfire was way too terrifying. A moment before, the flesh from his entire fist had been burnt black. If that Black Lotus was aimed at his chest, he would be burnt alive in an instant. But if he didn't fight, could he really open a path? In front of everybody, he, the youngest Imperial Guard officer, would move out of the way because he was scared of facing Lin Feng? If he really did that, the news would quickly spread throughout the city, which would allow the people from the Imperial Palace to humiliate him and make fun of him. Lin Feng was getting nearer and nearer. He was only a few meters away from him. Shi Qiong still hadn't come up with a decision, but while he was still thinking, he heard a voice. "Shi Qiong, let Lin Feng pass," said Duan Xinyi. Even though Lin Feng had just won the fight, she still didn't want them to continue fighting. It wouldn't be beneficial for Lin Feng, no matter if he won or lost. When Shi Qiong heard Duan Xinyi, he was surprised. He then turned to Lin Feng and said, "Since Xinyi says, it's over for today, but I will remember this injury, and I will have my revenge." After saying that, Shi Qiong moved out of the way and let Lin Feng pass. He was happy to hear Duan Xinyi's words. He didn't want to fight against Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He passed by the side of Shi Qiong, then slightly stopped. He then looked at Shi Qiong with a mocking smile as if he found him extremely amusing. He didn't say a word, and continued walking towards the exit. When Shi Qiong saw that mocking smile, his mouth twitched and he started shaking. That was the first time that he had ever been so humiliated. Shi Qiong had high natural abilities, and people who were as outstanding as him were rare. However, because of his background, even cultivators stronger than himself would not humiliate him. He had never been so humiliated. The woman he loved wanted to be with Lin Feng. She worshipped Lin Feng. He wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation, and in the end, he was injured instead. What made him the most furious was that Lin Feng could have left from anywhere, but he decided to walk towards him, and that was on purpose. Lin Feng was imposing and domineering. He had obviously done that on purpose. Shi Qiong was still filled with fear and had moved out of the way. He even had to endure Lin Feng's mocking smile, a cold mocking smile. He had the feeling that everybody was laughing at him and Duan Xinyi would despise him. Lin Feng passed next to Shi Qiong and continued walking forwards without even turning his head to look back. He looked confident. He had the attitude of a winner. "Lin Feng!" suddenly shouted Shi Qiong in an ice-cold tone, which made Lin Feng stop. He turned around and saw Shi Qiong running towards him. Shi Qiong's flood dragon roared. His entire body seemed to transform into a flood dragon as he threw himself towards Lin Feng. It opened its mouth and an extremely sharp set of teeth could be seen. Lin Feng abruptly turned around and raised his hand. His grim fire was already in his hand. Lin Feng, when facing a cultivator of the third Shen Shi layer, remained extremely cautious and vigilant. He was fearless but not arrogant. The black flames moved towards the illusionary flood dragon. Those black flames could burn the world to ashes, so they destroyed the flood dragon. At the same time, Lin Feng sensed an oppressive energy envelop his body. Ruo-or-ar. Shi Qiong kept moving forwards. From his back a gigantic terrifying dragon appeared. It had extremely sharp claws and razor-like teeth. That dragon spirit almost looked like a real dragon as it threw itself at Lin Feng. Shi Qiong had decided to fight against Lin Feng and immediately released his spirit. Burn! Lin Feng didn't flinch and instead moved towards the dragon. When his grim fire collided with the dragon spirit, the flood dragon was surprisingly engulfed in flames. The two fighters were looking at each other, the power of the dragon and the grim fire were clashing, but at that moment, an incredibly sharp blade energy filled the atmosphere. It was extremely dazzling. Without leaving even a second to react, it moved straight towards Lin Feng. That blade was extremely quick, and was filled with a terrifying blade force. The blade seemed to radiate a multitude of different lights. That energy blade could adopt many different forms, thousands and thousands of different energies combined to create that energy blade. Lan Yu had been condensing energy in his blade for a long time and was finally attacking. His blade was earth-shattering. Recently, the Blade Master entered just like Lin Feng, had broken through to the first Qian Qi layer. In the past, he had been defeated by Lin Feng, now, he had broken through to the Qian Qi layer. The Blade Master Lan Yu was continuing to grow stronger. Dodge! When Lin Feng saw that blade moving towards him suddenly, the first thought he had was to dodge. The timing of that blade was perfect. It was an attack aiming for vitals. Lan Yu obviously wanted to kill Lin Feng with that attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, Who Will Save You? In the past, Lan Yu was extremely arrogant and was considered as the most gifted disciple of the Hao sect. Even though he was only the second best disciple in the sect, everybody thought that it was only a matter of time before he would rise to the top. Lan Yu was independent in mind and action. No matter where he went, only his blade would accompany him. His blade was worshipped and revered by others. Many beautiful women had openly declared their love for him. However, everything changed after he went to Celestial River and met Lin Feng. His pride had been destroyed by Lin Feng and his prestige now belonged to Lin Feng. If he hadn't been saved at the last minute, he would have been killed by Lin Feng. Therefore, Lan Yu deeply and bitterly hated Lin Feng. Since Celestial River, Lan Yu had been suffering every day and practicing cultivation. He had constantly improved himself and worked to become stronger every day. That was how he had reached his current level at using his blade. With one blade, he could condense all the energies from 1,000 blades. His energy blade had reached perfection. Roar! A terrible roar spread through the air. The flood dragon rushed forwards with Shi Qiong to use this opportunity to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still under the pressure from the energy blade. He didn't have any time to waste. How shameless! Shouted Duan Xin Yi to Shi Qiong and Lan Yu, who were suddenly fighting together against Lin Feng. How sly and cruel! Lan Yu was also surprised. Shi Qiong was the youngest Imperial Guard officer and he surprisingly stooped to such methods to fight against Lin Feng. Besides, he had broken through to the third Qian Qi layer, which was 2 more layers than Lin Feng. How shameless! These noble young men were also stupefied. It seemed like Shi Qiong was determined to kill Lin Feng. A moment before, the humiliation had been too great. He couldn't bear it. He needed to kill Lin Feng. Calm! At that moment, Lin Feng's heart was limpid as water. He was so calm that it was scary. The grim fire in his hand was facing the flood dragon. He couldn't use it to fight against Lan Yu, but Lin Feng knew that he had to be extremely precise with his actions. If he made even a single mistake, it would become very dangerous. Lin Feng's thoughts suddenly became extremely calm and tranquil. Everything surrounding him was extremely clear and distinct. The wind, their movements, the blade, everything was clear to him. Lin Feng slightly moved and created several afterimages with his movement. Lin Feng just made an extremely faint move, but his grim fire was still facing the flood dragon. A light flashed. One of Lin Feng's afterimages was sliced in two. That blade had nearly reached Lin Feng, but it was dodged by a hair. Lin Feng could perfectly sense how powerful that blade was. Ha! How quick! When the crowd saw how quickly Lin Feng dodged Lan Yu's blade, they were astonished. It was so close that it almost brushed Lin Feng's skin, but at that moment, his silhouette flickered and an afterimage appeared when he dodged the attack. How incredible, how splendid! Lan Yu was also dumbstruck. Lin Feng, even though he was still facing Shi Qiong, had managed to dodge his energy blade. As expected, Lin Feng was becoming stronger and stronger. But Lan Yu's desire to kill only increased. He raised his blade horizontally. You want to die? Shouted Lin Feng furiously. In his calm eyes appeared a dazzling light. He stamped onto the ground and a rumbling sound emerged. A crack appeared on the ground and cracks quickly started to spread in all directions. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped forwards. The flood dragon was crushed, knocking Shi Qiong a few steps back while Lin Feng's body had spun around in the air and his black lotus was now moving straight towards Lan Yu. His black lotus collided with the blade and in flash, black flames engulfed the beautiful blade. The grim fire continued to rampage and engulf the blade. The flames quickly started to spread up the blade and instantly engulfed Long Yu's arm. Ah-ha! Boom! Two sounds emerged in the atmosphere at the same time. The first sound was Long Yu's agonizing shriek. He immediately dropped his blade. On his body, a pure chi started to fluctuate and rushed to seal his arm, which was engulfed in black flames. However, as before, the black flames continued to rampage and spread further up Long Yu's arm. His entire arm had turned completely black. It was incredibly shocking. The fire of the Black Lotus was extremely powerful. Even though Long Yu's blade level was extremely high, he was still extremely far from being a match for Xiqiong, who had broken through to the third Xin Qi layer. Xiqiong's attack was destroyed and his fist was burnt by the black fire, but this time, Long Yu's entire arm had been swallowed by the flames. His arm was destroyed, it was just hanging loose from his shoulder, he couldn't even feel his arm anymore. It could even fall off and turn to ashes and Long Yu wouldn't even realize. The second sound was Xiqiong's attack crashing into Lin Feng's body, which sent him rolling backwards. Lin Feng had turned around to attack Long Yu. Xiqiong took advantage of Lin Feng's weakened position to attack again, and his flood dragon bombarded Lin Feng's body, sending him flying. Lin Feng groaned and blood started flowing from his mouth. Lin Feng is monstrously strong, thought people in the crowd. Even though Lin Feng had just been injured from the exchange, surprisingly, when facing two strong cultivators of the Xian Qi layer, he wasn't even flinching, especially in front of Xiqiong, who was at the third Xian Qi layer. In such circumstances, Lin Feng had destroyed Xiqiong's attack, forcing him back, and used the opportunity to incinerate Long Yu's arm. It was amazing. Those black flames were terrifying, they seemed like they could burn anything. Long Yu, who was at the first Xian Qi layer, didn't even stand a chance. The crowd had personally watched Long Yu's arm burn. Besides, if he hadn't released his pure chi and isolated his arm from the rest of his body, his entire body would have been consumed by the flames. At that moment, Long Yu was shaking in agony. He lowered his head with his face flushed in pain. He looked at his black burnt arm with a cold stare. Long Yu raised his hand, which turned into a blade, and he immediately cut off his burnt arm. The burnt arm immediately fell onto the ground. The crowd was shocked. That move sent shivers down their spines. Long Yu had cut off the arm, which was engulfed by the flames. How brutal! In order to cut off his own arm, it required a great amount of consideration, as he would never be able to use that arm again. Lin Feng, said Duan Xin, running towards Lin Feng's side. When she saw that Lin Feng was deathly pale, she was extremely worried. I'm alright. Lin Feng shook his head, but his weak chi betrayed him. Even though he could rely on his Black Lotus to fight against Xiqiong, his grim fire was what covered for his lack of strength. Of course, one of Xiqiong's punches had gravely injured him. Duan Xin took out a bottle. It was the same bottle as last time. It contained Xian-level pills of medium quality. Duan Xin poured them out and immediately tried to shove them all into Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng looked at Duan Xin, whose face was covered with worry. He slightly shook his head and said, Xin, with that kind of pill, one is enough, but... Lin Feng then took one pill, and just like last time, the feeling was pleasant and refreshing. Qi was revolving around his body and his injuries were healing quickly. His qi seemed returned to normal as well. The grim fire was extremely useful. If Lin Feng wanted to make the Black Lotus stronger, he just had to allow the grim fire to absorb all of his pure sun qi and transform it into grim fire. In other words, that terrifying Black Lotus could contain the entirety of his pure qi. A moment before, if Lin Feng wasn't in great danger, he could have put all of his qi into the Black Lotus without needing to protect his body. Take them, said Duan Xin while giving the bottle to Lin Feng. Duan Xin looked extremely worried. Lin Feng smiled wryly and nodded. He then accepted the bottle of pills. When Xiqiong saw how close the two of them were, he pulled a long face. He obviously knew what was in that bottle: Xian-level pills of medium quality. Divine healing pills. And Duan Xin had given them to Lin Feng because she was worried about him being hurt. When Lin Feng sensed the evil energy being released from Xiqiong, he pulled Duan Xin behind him and raised his head. He then coldly looked at Long Yu and Xiqiong. Lin Feng looked like he wanted to make a joke, then said while sounding cold and detached, I took your punch. After that, you didn't dare to fight against me and instead attacked me when my back was turned. The youngest Imperial Guard officer is so incredible, so amazing, just wow. When Xiqiong heard Lin Feng, a hideous expression appeared on his face. A moment before, he had actually used a surprise attack against Lin Feng. Long Yu even helped him. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Long Yu with killing intent. Blade Master, this time, who will save you? When he finished talking, Lin Feng started walking towards Long Yu. Long Yu, who only had one arm left, started shaking brutally. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng was going to kill him. Even if Lin Feng didn't plan on killing him a moment before, it was also because Long Yu hadn't tried to kill him. Lin Feng was furious. Lin Feng wanted to kill Long Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360, Frightening Persuasion. Long Yu slightly moved back. He looked at Lin Feng. Even though he looked cold, he also looked a bit scared. In the past, he was unable to defeat Lin Feng. Now, both of them had broken through to the first Qian Shi layer, while Long Yu also had the advantage of his blade spirit and an advanced understanding of blades. Amongst the cultivators of the Qian Shi layer, he could be considered as a relatively strong individual. However, when facing Lin Feng, he didn't have even a slither of confidence. At that moment, he was unable to compete with Lin Feng. He didn't look glorious at all before Lin Feng. He had even lost one of his arms. Ha! Shi Qiong frowned. He only looked at Lang Yu, who was moving backwards in Shi Qiong's direction. As expected, Lang Yu expected Shi Qiong to protect him. Shi Qiong was intensely staring at Lang Yu. That guy was under his wing. In the future, he would become a useful subordinate. Shi Qiong knew how talented and determined Lang Yu was. He had an extremely advanced knowledge of blades, and he would definitely become stronger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have searched for him and brought him back to the imperial city. Therefore, Shi Qiong hoped that Lang Yu would stay alive. Shi Qiong would need a few strong and loyal subordinates on the path of cultivation. Even though he had immediately been able to become an officer, he still wasn't strong enough. He wasn't authentically strong. He only managed to impress people by working hard to progress. Shi Qiong moved in front of Lang Yu while staring at Lin Feng. "He's one of my men, you cannot kill him," said Shi Qiong while still staring at Lin Feng. "So what? Are you saying that I can't kill your men?" said Lin Feng, sounding amused. How ridiculous. Shi Qiong was really the laughingstock of the world. Pure Qi started to surge forth from Lin Feng, rampaging flames started to soar around his body, and in Lin Feng's hand, black flames started to burn. It looked incredible. Shi Qiong was fixedly staring at that black fire. He couldn't help but feel a bit scared. He was wondering how Lin Feng managed to condense such a powerful fire. It was perfectly clear to him that Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Qian Shi layer, but that terrifying fire could possibly kill him, even though he had broken through to the third Qian Shi layer. He obviously knew that Lin Feng's grim fire was terrifying. Lin Feng had also practiced the cosmos burning sun and could absorb the fire essence of the seven-tailed fox, which transformed into pure sun Qi. After that, he spent time studying to understand how to use the grim fire. Thanks to the work he had done, he had been able to transform all of his sun Qi into the deadly grim fire. How couldn't it become overwhelmingly strong? Even though Lin Feng had just broken through to the first Qian Shi layer, he could already absorb the Qian beast fire essence, which allowed him to boost his strength significantly. From absorbing the beast fire, he was already much stronger than any normal cultivator who would have broken through to the first Qian Shi layer. When Shi Qiong saw that Lin Feng was still steadily walking towards him, his eyes flashed. The atmosphere was invaded by a deathly silence. Only Lin Feng's steps could be heard. Lang Yu was hiding behind Shi Qiong, so Shi Qiong had to bear the incredible pressure. Clack, clack, clack. Just like before, Lin Feng was silently walking. He remained absolutely silent. In the air, it seemed like there was only his oppressive qi and the black fire burning in his hand. A strange deadly energy emerged from Lin Feng's body and enveloped Shi Qiong and Lang Yu's bodies, which made Shi Qiong shiver. Should I move out of the way or not? Shi Qiong hadn't thought that things would escalate to this so quickly. He was confronted with the same decision yet again. Lin Feng was giving him the same choice once again. It was clear to Shi Qiong that Lin Feng wasn't going to be as careless as a moment before. If he didn't move out of the way, it would be extremely unfavorable for him, but if he did, Lin Feng would kill Lang Yu. Actually, a moment before, after Shi Qiong moved out of the way for Lin Feng, he attacked him from behind because he couldn't stand the pressure of living with his humiliation. He felt like everybody was making fun of him and looking at him. They had both attacked by surprise, yet Lang Yu's arm was swallowed by the black flames and he had to cut it off himself. That was the price to be paid for offending Lin Feng. Don't think that I would not dare to kill you where you stand. I killed Duan Tianling's son as he watched. Even though killing you might have unfavorable consequences, if you continue to push me, I, Lin Feng, will kill you without hesitation and deal with the consequences after you're dead. At the moment when Shi Qiong was still hesitating, Lin Feng spoke. He felt a sense of fear rising in his heart. He was terrified. For a very short moment, he had stopped being scared, but those words had brought the terror back. Shi Qiong hated himself. He wanted to shout furiously, but he was unable to emit any sound. All he could feel was the contradiction between what he wanted to do and what his body was doing. 10 steps, 9 steps, Lin Feng was getting nearer and nearer to Shi Qiong. Lin Feng just had to make a slight jump and he would arrive directly in front of Shi Qiong. Get lost, said Lin Feng's domineering voice. Immediately after, Shi Qiong's heart started to race and he moved back. In front of everybody, Shi Qiong was moving backwards. 7 steps separated Lin Feng from Shi Qiong. Lin Feng raised his hand and the grim fire was flickering in front of Shi Qiong's eyes. The Black Lotus was slowly becoming clearer in his vision. Phew, wow. Shi Qiong took a deep breath. He was trembling with fear. He then quickly moved aside. He was unable to stand the pressure for a moment longer. He could only see Lin Feng's calm and tranquil expression. Shi Qiong was scared. He couldn't endure it. That shocked the crowd once again. Shi Qiong had moved out of Lin Feng's way a second time. From that moment on, Shi Qiong's cultivation would never be the same again. His heart would be haunted because of these events. Lin Feng would become the demon in his nightmares. Lin Feng had crushed his confidence. He might never be able to recover from the trauma. Lin Feng and Lang Yu were facing each other once again. Shi Qiong wasn't standing in the way. Lin Feng was releasing a cold energy which enveloped Lang Yu's body and shocked him. Lang Yu was staring at Lin Feng with hatred in his eyes. He hated Lin Feng with all his soul. I already said it, today, nobody will save you. An incredible purple spirit emerged from Lin Feng's body and rushed towards Lang Yu. He wasn't using his Black Lotus to attack. Back. Lang Yu immediately retreated as Lin Feng attacked him. His purple spirit was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye it had already arrived at Lang Yu's body. It then transformed into a gigantic purple dragon which wrapped around Lang Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Shi Qiong's Enlightenment. After having broken through to the Xian Qi layer, Lin Feng's purple spirit had also changed. It looked even more real than before. It looked like a real ferocious beast. After appearing, the spirit opened its gigantic mouth and stared at the people with its gigantic eyes. It looked bestial and terrifying. Arg! At that moment, the dragon had constricted Lang Yu's body and was staring at him with its ferocious eyes. Lang Yu felt a chill run through his body. He then shouted furiously and released a fierce blade energy which emitted a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Lang Yu's body was just like a huge blade, slicing the purple dragon. You still want to live? Said Lin Feng, sounding ice cold. He started rushing towards Lang Yu, who was constricted by the purple dragon. In Lin Feng's hand, there was still a Black Lotus. Get away! Shouted Lang Yu furiously when he saw Lin Feng's Black Lotus. He knew how terrifying that Black Lotus was. If landed on his body, he would burn to death. However, at that moment, Lin Feng wasn't stopping at all. Initially, he didn't feel like killing Lang Yu, but Lang Yu tried to kill him, so of course, Lin Feng wasn't going to show any mercy. Lin Feng raised his hand and was moving nearer to Lang Yu. Lang Yu is dead, thought the crowd when they saw Lin Feng's Black Lotus. These two both tried to kill Lin Feng, but in the end Lang Yu would be killed by Lin Feng. Die, said Lin Feng evilly. Would you dare? At the moment when Lin Feng was about to kill Lang Yu, an extremely loud voice spread through the air. Then, an incredible blade energy filled the atmosphere and surrounded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was inside a sea of blades. Behind him was another cultivator at the Xian Qi layer, with a blade spirit. The terrifying blade energy was unleashed in an instant. Lin Feng jumped through the air and at the same time, the light from a blade attack streaked through the sky and cut through the position where Lin Feng was just standing. Die! Another blade light streaked through the air and sliced through the purple spirit which was constricting Lang Yu's body. In a flash, the purple dragon roared and immediately after transformed into a countless number of purple snakes, which moved to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was standing in the air surrounded by a sea of purple snakes and looked down. The man with the blade was walking towards him. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. His blade energy had invaded the entire atmosphere. We've already met, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. Indeed, we've met, said that person while staring at Lin Feng in the sky. He sounded as cold and detached as he looked at Lin Feng. That person was precisely the person who had appeared in Celestial River to save Lang Yu. He had even attacked Lin Feng with his blade before leaving. Lin Feng didn't know what status he had to bring Lang Yu to the Imperial Palace. Officer, he has tricked you, said that person while looking at Shi Qiong. Shi Qiong was astonished. Tricked by Lin Feng? What do you mean? Asked Shi Qiong while narrowing his eyes. When he uses his Fire Black Lotus, he puts all of his chi into it. When he used his Black Lotus a moment ago, his chi would have been completely used up and he should only have recovered a fraction of his chi in such a short period. Right now, the Black Lotus is just for show. It's a bluff, nothing more. That man was looking at Shi Qiong and said slowly, Officer, he wouldn't be able to defeat you, therefore, he didn't want to fight against you either. He just put enough pressure on you so that you wouldn't fight. After hearing that, Shi Qiong frowned and glared at Lin Feng. Impossible. Impossible. Shi Qiong's face turned deathly pale. He didn't feel excited at all after hearing that, it was the opposite, he couldn't stop shaking his head. Had he really been tricked by Lin Feng? Lin Feng clearly didn't have the strength to fight against him, but relying on his confidence and persuasion, he had managed to scare Shi Qiong away and crush his pride. How could Shi Qiong ever look people in the eyes again? But when thinking about it twice, maybe the man's words were true. Lin Feng only had the strength of the first Qian Qi layer, using such a monstrous black lotus definitely had side effects. Besides, Lin Feng must have been trying to scare him and impress everyone. Lin Feng hadn't revealed his true colors until now. Is that so? Shouted Shi Qiong towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Shi Qiong as if he wanted to laugh, as if the situation was amusing. Indeed, the man was right, he required the entirety of the pure qi within his body to transform his sun qi into Grimfire and then condense the Grimfire into a black lotus. A moment before, he had already used his black lotus once and had used an incredible amount of pure qi. Even though he had taken a pill and recovered from his injuries, his pure qi hadn't returned to normal in such a short space of time. Concerning the black lotus in his hand at that moment, it was just for show. It was basically impossible for him to create a real black lotus right after unleashing one. Lin Feng walked towards the man while narrowing his eyes. That the man's strength was weaker than that of Shi Qiong, but he had much more experience, which was obvious considering his age. Besides, he had been watching them since the beginning. Shi Qiong paid attention to Lin Feng's facial expression and his heart started pounding. The man was right, Lin Feng had clearly consumed too much of his qi, he couldn't condense a black lotus that would unleash its full power. He couldn't fight against Shi Qiong, but even when you consider all of this, Lin Feng only used his confidence and persuasion to scare Shi Qiong away from fighting. He had scared him and made him move out of the way. Shi Qiong looked pale and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. As far as he was concerned, all of this was becoming more humiliating for him the longer it continued. Officer, you are extremely young and have already broken through to the third Qian Qi layer, you have extremely high natural abilities. Since you want to achieve great things in your life, you must harden yourself and be as determined as ever. You can never allow yourself to stay down, you must welcome difficulty and break free from your mental chains that hold you back. You must have willpower, you need to be determined and tough. All officers must gain experience, it's only way for them to reach the heavens. After all, there is always someone stronger than you, said the man slowly while looking at Shi Qiong. Shi Qiong's soul was shaking as if he had just gained enlightenment. He finally understood what the man was telling him. Even though he continued to be knocked down by Lin Feng, he needed to view it as a challenge and get back up. It was a way for him to gain experience and strengthen his determination. Lin Feng was also looking at the man. That person used a blade, he was a middle-aged man and had already broken through to the second Qian Qi layer. He didn't have very high natural abilities, but his heart was like a blade, silent and determined. Thank you for your guidance, said Shi Qiong in a polite tone. His eyes weren't filled with hatred anymore at all, instead his eyes were sparkling with enlightenment. In fact, everything in his life seemed to be happening for a reason. He had extremely high natural abilities and a powerful background. On the path of cultivation, he had never experienced extreme difficulties, even the battles required for him to break through to the next cultivation layer were planned. Those people didn't fight with him to the death and made sure not to harm him. When you look at it from that aspect, Lang Yu was stronger than Shi Qiong. Lang Yu had gone through many difficulties and fought in a number of battles to the death. That's how he was able to break through to the Qian Qi layer in such a short time. Therefore, because of these factors, Shi Qiong had run away when faced with the threat of death. He was proud, arrogant, but he still lacked experience, real battle experience. Lin Feng only needed to release a slight pressure to scare him away. Shi Qiong was still very far from being able to achieve something like that. Young master, when you're mature, wherever you go, you will be able to adapt, said the man to Shi Qiong. This time, he wasn't calling him officer anymore, just, young master. From today, I, Shi Qiong, am leaving my function as an officer in the Imperial Guard, said Shi Qiong calmly. He used to be arrogant because of his station as an officer, but what was the point if it was just the title they feared and not him? Could he fight against Lin Feng that way? Shi Qiong turned around and looked at Lin Feng. What has started today is not over, we will meet again. When he finished talking, Shi Qiong started walking away. He was surprisingly leaving. He didn't pay attention to Lin Feng and the others, and he didn't even spare a glance at Duan Xin. After what had just happened, he could no longer pursue her affection anyway, he wasn't able to protect her. Many people were astonished when they saw him leave. Then, the man also said, "We're leaving too." "All right," said Lung Yu while nodding. He glanced at Lin Feng, but then Lin Feng said in an ice-cold tone, "Leaving? I said it already, nobody will save you today." "Huh?" The crowd was stupefied. They raised their head and looked at Lin Feng. Was he really planning to kill Lung Yu? Was he even still able to kill Long Yu? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, Burned to Death. Long Yu started shaking. The man was also looking at Lin Feng. You consumed so much of your qi already that it's impossible for you to condense another full-strength Black Lotus. You want to keep us here, but have you thought clearly about the consequences? The man was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Even though Lang Yu was in a critical position, the man on the other hand, had broken through to the second Qian Qi layer and it wouldn't be easy for Lin Feng to defeat him. I admit that I used up most of my qi. I wouldn't be able to condense another powerful Black Lotus like a moment ago, but I still have the power to kill Lang Yu. Last time, you managed to stop me by attacking me with your blade. Past mistakes cannot be repeated, said Lin Feng while staring at his interlocutor. Lin Feng slowly raised his which contained his Black Lotus and said, "Would you bet your life on it? Would you bet your life on it?" That question echoed through the silence of the atmosphere. The crowd looked at Lin Feng. He had confessed that he had used up the majority of his qi, but then told his interlocutor that he would kill Lang Yu anyway. He then dared to ask the man if he was willing to bet his life on the power of the Black Lotus. If he didn't intervene, Lang Yu would die. If he tried to stop Lin Feng, then the Black Lotus would be used against him. The man was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Would he gamble with his life at stake? For instance, if Lin Feng was bluffing, then the man would have the opportunity to kill Lin Feng in his weakened state, but if Lin Feng's Black Lotus was still powerful enough to kill him, then the gamble would cost him his life. I admit that you are incredibly gifted. I am thinking that we should put the past behind us and build a bridge of friendship. I could send you to a place where you will have incredible privileges. If you went there, nobody in Shuiyu would dare to bully you ever again. When the crowd heard the man, they were all stupefied. He wanted to send Lin Feng to such an incredible place? The crowd obviously understood what it meant and where that place was. It was a special place filled with countless incredible geniuses. But Lin Feng didn't feel that the proposition was interesting. Nobody would dare to bully him again? If Lin Feng wasn't mistaken, Shi Qiong and Lang Yu were also intending to go to that place. If Lin Feng was weaker, then Shi Qiong would still be able to bully him. However, if he was strong enough, would he need to rely on any external help to protect himself? Who would dare provoke him? As before, everything was always reliant on personal strength. The weak would inevitably be bullied by the strong, no matter where they were or what their status may be, whereas the strong could oppress and control the weak. Lin Feng was unrestrained, natural and carefree. He wanted to soar into the heavens and do whatever he wanted, then nobody would dare to humiliate him. But he also perfectly understood that the world was cruel. The only way to achieve what he wanted was to become incredibly strong, becoming stronger step by step until he reached the heavens. He longed to soar into the heavens more than anything else. He longed to be able to fly beyond the clouds and look down on the world from above. Just like an incredible hero, he wanted to be able to kill his enemies with a wave of his hand. That way, nobody would ever dare to bully him. If anybody dared, they would die. Those days, Lin Feng's strength was extremely far from soaring into the heavens, but at least he could already prevent a great number of people from humiliating him. In Celestial River, Lang Yu had been extremely arrogant and tried to kill him, and now, in the Imperial City, Lang Yu once again made an attempt to kill him. If Lin Feng didn't kill Lang Yu, his heart would never be peaceful. He had to kill Lang Yu so he could rest easy. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested," replied Lin Feng. He then summoned the purple dragon spirit again, and an incredible purple energy appeared around him. He looked like a ferocious beast. Lin Feng's refusal astonished the man. Lin Feng wasn't interested. It was the third time that he had ever heard of someone refusing to go to the Holy Land for cultivators. 18 years ago, 2 other people also refused an invitation. One was the genius Zhuge Wuqing, but the man didn't know name of the other person. All he knew was that Cultivator had a dual spirit. Back then, the man was still young. He hadn't even broken through to the Qian Qi layer at the time, and wasn't able to go to that place. Ever since he had access to that Holy Land, nobody had ever refused an invitation. Everybody wanted to get the chance to go there more than anything. Yet Lin Feng just refused. Not only did Lin Feng only take a second to decide, but he also started to focus on Lang Yu again while ignoring the man. Lin Feng moved forward. His body was surrounded by his purple spirit. He raised his hand which contained the Black Lotus and walked towards Lang Yu. Lang Yu was shaking. He thought that he had managed to escape by the skin of his teeth, but in the end, Lin Feng was still going to kill him. Lang Yu looked at the man as he was Lang Yu's last hope. He only hoped that the man would be able to defeat Lin Feng. The man had told Lang Yu that he was going to become a legendary cultivator in the future. How could his legend end here? He couldn't die. Lin Feng, are you sure? Do you know what you just refused? Besides, do you know whom you are trying to kill? Threatened the man while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. I don't know, all I know is that I will kill anyone who tries to kill me. replied Lin Feng indifferently. Do you know the name of the Snow Dragon Guards, the protectors of Shuiyu? Shouted the man furiously when he saw that Lin Feng was refusing his offer. The man had shouted aggressively and loud enough to frighten anyone, including Lin Feng. Snow Dragon Guards? Lin Feng was astonished, he had never heard of them. He only knew that Lu Lan was the only person protecting Shuiyu for the last decade, and in the end, he was sentenced to death for it. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Snow Dragon Guards were nothing but a joke. What Lin Feng didn't know was that the Snow Dragon Guards were also the most mysterious of all the armies. They were amongst the strongest soldiers in the entire country. The people who were able to become an officer of the Snow Dragon Guards was revered and respected. Lung Yu is already set to join the Snow Dragon Guards in the future. If you kill him, you'd kill a recruit of the Snow Dragon Guards. Continued the man when he saw that Lin Feng stopped. Lin Feng had stopped in the air and was looking at him. His eyes sparkled and his lips moved as he then said, "What do the Snow Dragon Guards have to do with me?" Then, Lin Feng's purple spirit burst through the air and in a flash, it was already tightly wrapped around Lung Yu. That move had shocked everybody. What did the Snow Dragon Guards have to do with Lin Feng? The purple dragon roared, deadly chi filled the air and the crowd saw spirits start to move. Lung Yu's body was still tied by the purple dragon which lifted him into the air, he was completely unable to move. Lin Feng raised hand which was surrounded by black flames and attacked Lung Yu with all his cruelty. Ah! A gut-wrenching scream of agony exploded in every direction and painfully pierced into everybody's ears. Black flames had engulfed Lung Yu's body which burned every inch of his flesh. The purple spirit was still in the air, it was still tying Lung Yu's body, but at that moment, there was nothing remaining but ash. Lung Yu was burnt alive, the only thing left of him was the gut-wrenching scream which was still echoing through the atmosphere. Lin Feng was standing there with his grim fire surrounding his hand, he looked cold and emotionless. Of course he didn't even feel a tinge of pity. He turned around and looked at the man once again. The man was also staring at him coldly. I already said, today, nobody will save him, you saved him once, I wouldn't let it happen twice. Said Lin Feng while looking at the man, I have already killed him, do you still want something? Do you still want something? Lin Feng asked the man because he was trying to stop him from killing Lung Yu, but he still killed him, so what did the man want by staying? At that moment, in Lin Feng's hand, there was still a black lotus, but it wasn't as black in color anymore, it didn't look as powerful as a moment before anymore. The man's facial expression changed a few times. Lin Feng was asking him what he wanted, what could he do? He had attached a great deal of importance to Lung Yu for a long time, he had event brought him to the Imperial Palace, Lung Yu was destined to become a Snow Dragon Guard. However, Lin Feng hadn't shown the tiniest shred of mercy and burnt Lung Yu alive. The Snow Dragon Guards, the protectors of Shuiyu, what did they have to do with Lin Feng? The protectors of Shuiyu were under the control of the Duan clan, that's all. Lin Feng wasn't a fool, he wasn't going to become a servant of Shuiyu or for the Imperial clan. You will regret what you did today, said the man while staring at Lin Feng for a while. He had killed a future member of the Snow Dragon Guards, besides, he even offended Shichion. Lin Feng would definitely have to pay the price for his actions. If you want to fight, I will fight, if you don't want to fight, scram already, said Lin Feng, who ignored the man's superfluous words. Lin Feng had heard the same idle threats from everyone he crossed, they always said that he would regret his actions, but in the end they were just words, he never felt the slightest regret as he was always acting in harmony with his principles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Wu Ya's Mountain. If he wanted to fight, then Lin Feng was willing to fight him. If he just wanted to run his mouth, the man should scram. Lin Feng was standing in the air and looked at the man with a piercing look. If he had doubts about Lin Feng's strength, he could fight here and now, he could gamble and see if Lin Feng still had the strength to fight him. The man glanced at Lin Feng and immediately after glanced at Duan Xinyi, he immediately made a decision. No matter what the situation was, Lung Yu was already dead, he had been killed by Lin Feng and that couldn't be changed. If he fought and Lin Feng still had strength to fight, Lin Feng would definitely kill him. If Lin Feng didn't have the strength to fight anymore and was just bluffing, if he really consumed all of his chi, could the man even kill Lin Feng? Could he ignore Princess Duan Xinyi's feelings and kill Lin Feng? But he couldn't forget that Lin Feng was part of Duan Wuya's faction. If Shichion was strong enough, he could have killed Lin Feng, but the man could not take the same action, otherwise, he would end up being punished. Therefore, he quickly decided that it would be best to leave, Lin Feng would regret it in the future. We will meet again, said the man to Lin Feng, sounding cold. Immediately after, his silhouette flickered and vanished without trace, which astonished the crowd. Shichion, Lung Yu, and the man were three extremely strong cultivators of the Shin Chi layer, and they all wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation and some even wanted to kill him, but the result was Shichion and the man had escaped while Lung Yu was burnt alive. They had finally realized that the young man whom Duan Xinyi liked so much was more mysterious than they could imagine. His natural abilities were much more frightening than they had first thought. Lin Feng turned around and glanced at the crowd with an ice-cold glare. Immediately the people in the crowd felt their hearts start pounding. After that, the crowd quickly dispersed and left. Once the crowd was gone, Lin Feng floated down to the ground. He took a deep breath. He no longer had a sharp expression, he just looked exhausted. Exhausted. Lin Feng had pushed himself to the point of exhaustion. He had condensed his pure qi to unleash the full power of his Black Lotus twice. He almost no pure qi left. Lin Feng could barely raise his hand. If the man had attacked him, Lin Feng wouldn't have stood a chance. That man was much more terrifying than Lung Yu. Lin Feng, said Duan Xinyi while moving next to him. When she saw that Lin Feng looked deathly pale, she started to feel guilty. Lin Feng had ended up in this position because she selfishly wanted to see him again. Don't worry, I'm alright, said Lin Feng softly to Duan Xinyi, after which an adorable expression appeared on her face. She was hiding her sadness of not being able to marry him. No need to fly back, I will accompany you to the exit, said Duan Xinyi to Lin Feng. Lin Feng slightly nodded and said, alright, let's walk through the palace. The imperial palace was gigantic, it seemed like an endless landscape. There were 7,200 large residences, 3,600 dining halls, an innumerable amount of ordinary halls and people. There were even more than 4,000 mountains and 300 rivers within the territory of the palace. The imperial palace was like a small world within the world. Besides, considering all of this, the imperial palace was extremely calm and tranquil. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, beautiful bridges were built over the lakes, the high mountains had rivers peacefully flowing down, every now and again there were people who could be seen taking a walk through the scenery. Of course, other roads also led to vast plains where Lin Feng could see people fighting. Some of these battles were arranged to test their strength, while others were actual dangerous battles. When the people saw Duan Xinyi, they were surprised. Duan Xinyi was surprisingly walking alone with a young man. Duan Xinyi looked soft and gentle, she looked like a young girl in love. This news would quickly spread through the imperial palace. Lin Feng was also casually looking around. Lin Feng, can you see over there? It's called Wuya Mountain, that is where my brother Wuya lives. At that moment, Duan Xinyi was pointing at a distant mountain. The landscape was breathtaking. The foot of the mountain was emerald green and rivers were twisting through the lush greenery. It was extremely beautiful. Besides, on the tip of the mountain, there was a small palace. On the edge of the palace, there was a large waterfall flowing from the mountain to the river below. Such beautiful scenery. Lin Feng sighed in amazement. Lin Feng had just thought that everything would be gigantic and imposing in the imperial palace, but while walking through the different places, he understood the unique beauty and magnificence that it held. Living there was indeed something marvelous, especially in the locations where Duan Wuya and Duan Xinyi lived. The places where they lived were breathtakingly beautiful and tranquil. Duan Wuya lived in a breathtaking mountain scenery while Duan Xinyi lived in a tranquil forest with a stream. It is great indeed, but I will not get to see it in the future, said Duan Xinyi, who sounded a bit sad, but then immediately her sadness turned into a smile. Did such scenery really matter? The most important thing was that she would get to be with Lin Feng. At that moment, Duan Xinyi felt a hand next to hers. Lin Feng started to hold her hand with his warm and gentle hand. Duan Xinyi shivered and looked at Lin Feng. He was looking at her with a resplendent smile on his face. Duan Xinyi beautifully smiled while looking at Lin Feng. Duan Xinyi also started to hold on to Lin Feng's hand. The sun was radiating its light down onto these two bodies, a talented and handsome young man, walking hand in hand with a beautiful noble girl with the beautiful scenery in the background. The scene was like something only told in stories. Lin Feng was smiling warmly. Duan Xinyi was walking with him and holding his hand so that everybody would know that Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi were together. One can only imagine the kind of pressure Duan Xinyi was under. She was a beautiful young woman, she was a princess, but for Lin Feng, she would abandon her status, her family, and her right to live in the imperial palace, only to be with him. She felt an uncontrollable yearning for Lin Feng. Would he ever disappoint her? At that moment, in the mountains, beside a waterfall, two people appeared. Just like Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi, these two people were a handsome young man and a beautiful woman. Ha! When these two people saw Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi, they were a bit surprised. What a beautiful woman! Thought that young man when he saw Duan Xinyi. She looked precious and elegant, just like a lotus flower in blossom. She had a beautiful smile which radiated from her face. The beautiful girl by his side was a fellow disciple. She was exceedingly beautiful, but she still couldn't reach Duan Xinyi's beauty. Immediately after, the young man slowly turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. He had the feeling that he had already seen Lin Feng in the past, but he could not remember him. "Have we met him before?" asked the young man while frowning. The young girl was looking at Duan Xin. She hadn't even paid attention to Lin Feng. Duan Xin was very beautiful, which made her feel slightly uncomfortable, especially since her fellow disciple was looking at her in such an ambiguous way a moment before. When the young girl heard her fellow disciple, she turned to Lin Feng and also had the same feeling, as if she had already seen Lin Feng somewhere, but she couldn't remember where. In the air, an eagle cried out and then landed beside the young man. When Lin Feng and Duan Xin heard the call of the eagle, their attention was drawn in that direction as well. At that moment, they both raised their heads and looked at the place beside the waterfall. Lin Feng frowned and a dazzling light flashed through his eyes. "It's him." Lin Feng's eyes looked extremely cold. Even though he had never seen them before, judging from their descriptions and the eagle, he had guessed who they were already. On that day he returned from Celestial River to Yangzhou City. As he rushed towards Yangzhou City, two silhouettes had appeared atop an eagle. He only had time to see them fly away into the distance. When Lin Feng had arrived in Yangzhou City, he saw that these people had crushed Lu Lan and Lin Feng's statues and killed the Qixie soldier that were on guard. They were extremely cold-blooded and savage. They said that if Lin Feng wanted his revenge, he could find them in the Imperial City. Lin Feng could still remember his name, Ling Tian. Ha! Ling Tian noticed Lin Feng's cold glare and felt a cold chill of killing intent. Ling Tian frowned hideously when he noticed this. Ling Tian was sure that he had never seen Lin Feng, but he looked extremely familiar. He had long forgotten about the statues and the slaughter of some insignificant guards. "Ling Tian, what's wrong?" At that moment, in the sky above the waterfall there was soft and gentle voice. Immediately after, Duan Wuya appeared to their side and saw the two silhouettes in the distance. Surprisingly, it was his sister Duan Xin and Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng and Ling Tian didn't look like they were on good terms. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Against the Current. "Your Highness, who are those two people over there?" asked Ling Tian to Duan Wuya. Duan Xin was a graceful, elegant and gorgeous young woman. He wanted to know who she was. Also, Lin Feng was looking at him in an extremely cold way and was surprisingly releasing killing intent with his glare. Ling Tian also wanted to know who he was and why he recognized him. "The young woman is my sister, Duan Xin," said Duan Wuya, which surprised Ling Tian. "Her Majesty the Princess. No wonder that she looked so elegant, graceful, and beautiful. I already heard that the princess was extremely beautiful, but this exceeds my imagination. She's extraordinarily beautiful," said Ling Tian, who revealed the thoughts in his mind. Duan Xin's beauty profoundly affected him. "It's just... Who's that person with her?" "I don't know him," said Ling Tian while looking at Duan Wuya. Lin Feng and Duan Xin were walking hand in hand together and their silhouettes were becoming clearer as they moved closer. Ling Tian had the feeling that he knew Lin Feng and his intuition was growing stronger. He had never seen Lin Feng but still had a very familiar impression. "Am I imagining things?" thought Ling Tian, but immediately after, he refuted this idea. As a cultivator, his senses were extremely acute, especially after he broke through to the Xian Shi layer. He couldn't be wrong. "He is," said Duan Wuya, who initially wanted to speak. "We already encountered each other," said a voice suddenly interrupting Duan Wuya. Ling Tian saw that Lin Feng was fixedly staring at him. Lin Feng's eyes looked as cold. Lin Feng was able to hear what Duan Wuya and Ling Tian were saying from so far in the distance. "You seem extremely familiar," said Ling Tian while looking at Lin Feng, and then added, "But please forgive me, I can't remember where I have met your excellency in the past?" As expected, he can't recognize me, thought Lin Feng. Ling Tian didn't remember him. In Yangzhou City, he had destroyed the statues. Lin Feng didn't care about that. What he cared about was the dozens of lives that had been lost because of Ling Tian's arrogance. These soldiers were all killed because someone wanted to pick a fight with Lin Feng. "You've never seen me face to face. It's also the first time that we have met in person, but I could never forget you." Lin Feng's voice was ice cold, and he then said, "The place we encountered each other, it was in Yangzhou City." "Yangzhou City?" Ling Tian frowned. Yangzhou City was only a small city. He didn't remember much about it. He only knew one person that was associated with it. "It's you." Ling Tian was stupefied and then looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. He remembered the name on the statue, Lin Feng. "It seems like you remember me now," said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. In the Imperial Palace, he had seen Lang Yu, and now he even encountered Ling Tian. However, he was within Duan Wuya's palace. The imperial palace was a complex place. Ling Tian, Lin Feng, it seems like you know each other. You don't need me to introduce you then, said Duan Wuya when he saw Lin Feng and Ling Tian were furiously glaring at each other. He couldn't help but speak in a gentle voice and smile. He wanted to soften the atmosphere. But they were already enemies. Could a few simple words possibly change the situation? Of course, it was impossible, especially since Lin Feng and Ling Tian's conflict was based on blood. A few dozen soldiers had lost their lives. Could Lin Feng just forget that? The two of them were aggressively staring at each other, like predators. The young girl on Ling Tian's side was looking at Lin Feng as well. It seemed like that Marquis of Yangzhou City wasn't as simple as she believed. Surprisingly, he was with the princess. It also seemed like Duan Wuya was extremely friendly with him as well. Initially, she thought that Duan Wuya was just the person who granted Lin Feng with the title of Marquis. She didn't think that they had a relationship. But Lin Feng probably couldn't be compared to Ling Tian. She knew how gifted and talented Ling Tian was. He was infinitely stronger than her. Now that they came to the imperial city, everybody would know them sooner or later. The entire city would admire them. They were destined to become the names on everyone's lips. Xin Yi, what are you and Lin Feng doing here? Asked Duan Wuya when he sensed that atmosphere was a bit strange. This time, he was talking to Duan Xin Yi. Duan Xin Yi looked at Duan Wuya and said, I'm sending Lin Feng off as it is his first time coming to the imperial palace. Alright, you should leave, said Duan Wuya in a soft and gentle tone. He didn't want Lin Feng to stay there. Apparently, there was a conflict between them, so Duan Wuya didn't want them to end up fighting each other. Duan Xin Yi pulled on Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng obviously understood what Duan Wuya meant as well. He was looking at Ling Tian. Lin Feng had already used up a lot of energy at that moment. Fighting right now wasn't an option. Besides, he couldn't afford to not give face to Duan Wuya. After all, Duan Wuya's strength and power were inconceivable for Lin Feng. Also, Duan Wuya was constantly helping Lin Feng and he appreciated their friendship. Duan Wuya was extremely friendly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't want to cause problems for him. Duan Wuya, as an enemy, would be terrifying. He was also Duan Xin Yi's brother. Lin Feng obviously didn't want to get into a conflict with him. Therefore, Lin Feng wouldn't fight Ling Tian there. I came to the imperial city, said Lin Feng towards Ling Tian, which made Ling Tian narrow his eyes. He, of course, knew what Lin Feng meant. Back in Yangzhou City when he left, he said that if Lin Feng wanted revenge, he could come and look for him in the imperial city, and Lin Feng had come. So what? Replied Ling Tian. He looked extremely proud and arrogant. Ling Tian had dared to destroy Lin Feng's statue and kill some of Lin Feng's army. He was fearless all the way. For him, Lin Feng was nothing, a simple marquis, nothing more. In front of him, these people he had killed weren't considered geniuses, so they were just insects, nobodies. You will pay for shedding the blood of my brothers, said Lin Feng, looking calm, but his insides were boiling. A few insects are dead, so what? They were useless, said Ling Tian with disdain. He was humiliating the guards he killed. A few insignificant insects, nothing more. How could Ling Tian care about them? Concerning your revenge, I said already, if you want to get it, come and find me, we will fight. Of course, I hope you're strong because I will not show mercy to the weak, said Ling Tian in an extremely arrogant tone, looking down on Lin Feng. When Lin Feng was starting to gain his reputation, Ling Tian decided to go to Yangzhou City and destroy Lin Feng's statue. What gave a nobody like him the right to have his own statue? Besides, Lin Feng was with the elegant princess. Ling Tian hated Lin Feng even more from that moment, or more precisely, he was jealous. Be patient, said Lin Feng, and then started walking away. He was leaving with Duan Xin Yi. Lin Feng and Duan Xin Yi soon disappeared into the distance. Duan Wuya stayed behind with the two people. Duan Wuya was annoyed. How did he not have any information about Lin Feng and Ling Tian being enemies? I will wait, thought Ling Tian. Lin Feng was threatening him? It had been a long time since somebody had dared to threaten him. Since Lin Feng was making him wait, he would look forward to seeing what would happen. A trivial Qi Xiam Marquis, nothing more. He just cared about not making Duan Wuya lose face, otherwise he would have immediately attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng, why are these people your enemies? Asked Duan Xin Yi while walking slowly with him in the imperial palace. She couldn't help but ask, she was too curious. Initially, there was no enmity between us, we didn't even know each other. They didn't know me, but they came to Yangzhou City, destroyed the statues of Lu Sanlan and me. If it had just been that, it would have been alright, but they also killed some of my personal soldiers and shouted a message to the entire city. Everybody was to tell me that if I wanted my revenge, I should come look for them in the Imperial City. Explained Lin Feng slowly. He was still furious. Lin Feng would definitely avenge the Qixia soldiers that died. Since I have encountered him here, Ling Tian will definitely meet his end in the Imperial City, no matter what, even if he is good friends with the second prince. When he finished talking, a cold and ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He looked like a vicious murderer. In not even a year, Lin Feng had learned many different skills and he understood a great deal more than in the past. In the Imperial City, the situation was becoming more turbulent. Even though Lin Feng didn't despise outstanding geniuses, he also had to go against the current sometimes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365, Fellow Students. When Duan Xinyi saw that Lin Feng was releasing a cold energy, she held Lin Feng's hand even tighter and smiled to him in a gentle way. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "In our world, many people will try and crush another person's pride by killing the people associated with them. They are extremely talented, monstrously strong, and think that they are at the top of the food chain. For them, the lives of a few normal people do not mean much." Duan Xinyi perfectly knew that Lin Feng was carefree, sometimes aggressive and cold. He showed no mercy to those he killed, but in his heart, he still had compassion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry that a few soldiers had lost their lives. On the continent, there were many people who were kind-hearted, honest and exceptionally gifted. They didn't like killing people. However, once they experienced the coldness and cruelty of the world, these honest and kind-hearted young people had no choice but to take up the sword to kill. Lin Feng had also gone through a similar conflict in his heart. Heaven and earth were cruel. They treat all creatures as straw dogs. Even Lu Tsong had these feelings. But the most important thing is that your heart doesn't change. If your heart stays the same, my heart will forever be yours," said Duan Xinyi with a sweet smile on her face, as if she was trying to calm Lin Feng down. When Lin Feng saw Duan Xinyi's smile, he smiled softly. Actually, as a princess, Duan Xinyi was constantly witnessing people using plots and machinations against each other. But Duan Xinyi's smile was pure and soft because she didn't allow anything to pollute her heart. Lin Feng stretched his other hand and gently caressed her face, which made her blush. She had the feeling that her body was on fire, and she slowly lowered her head. "I will always stick to my principles," said Lin Feng slowly, as if he was declaring his intention. No matter how cold he was or how many people he killed, he always stuck to his principles. "Lin Feng, my brother's friends are extremely gifted. They all have extremely important backgrounds. Ling Tian and that young woman must be extraordinary people if they were able to draw my brother's attention. You have to be careful," said Duan Xinyi while raising her head. People who could come to Wuya's mountain were all exceptional individuals. "I understand," nodded Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Ling Tian, but it didn't mean that he was going to act carelessly. Ling Tian and that girl rode a Shin-level ferocious beast. They were arrogant and proud. Their strength had to be incredible as well. Besides, they could curry favor from Duan Wuya, which proved to Lin Feng even more that they were not ordinary people. In order to kill them, Lin Feng still needed to become stronger. Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng continued to chat as they walked for a long time. Without even realizing it, they had already left the Imperial Palace. Around the Imperial Palace, there was a long river and a beautiful forest. In the middle, there was a large road. The people entering and leaving were very few. At the moment when Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi were leaving the Imperial Palace, they only saw a few silhouettes, and there was also a motionless carriage, as it had been waiting for someone. The few people present were all amazed when they saw Duan Xinyi. They all looked at her in an extremely respectful way and everyone bowed to her. They were also looking at Lin Feng with eyes filled with curiosity. Duan Xinyi didn't care about them wondering who Lin Feng was. But when Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi arrived next to the carriage, it was still motionless. There was only one person leaning against the side. They could see that person's back. He was carrying a sword. He looked sluggish and had his eyes closed. "You two are really slow," suddenly said a lazy-sounding voice. He slightly moved and then turned around. That young man looked at Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng. He had beautiful feminine eyes and was smiling indifferently. "When Ao Shui." Lin Feng was stupefied. But immediately after, the surprise disappeared from his face and he also smiled. "Long time no see." When Ao Shui smiled as well, and immediately after, he stood perfectly straight and released an extremely sharp energy which suddenly invaded the entire atmosphere. Lin Feng was surprised. Then the young man with his feminine beauty started moving towards Lin Feng with a strange expression on his face. Lin Feng was stupefied. Then Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as well, and he moved to intercept Wen Ao Shui. "Sword!" whispered Wen Ao Shui. He raised his finger, which became as sharp as a sword as it started absorbing sword energy. It looked swift and fierce. "Son," said Lin Feng. At the same time, he also stretched his finger out towards Wan Ao Shui. His finger contained his sword chi as well as his scorching sun chi. CRRR, CRRRR. The terrifying energies were clashing in the air. Lin Feng and Wan Ao Shui's fingers collided and a cyclone of power burst out. Lin Feng's body was projected back 2 steps, while Wan Ao Shui was still standing in the same place, looking at Lin Feng. "Xian Qi layer," smiled Lin Feng. They hadn't met for a while and it seemed like Wan Ao Shui had also broken through to the Xian Qi layer, but Lin Feng wasn't surprised. It was actually very normal. At the time when he joined the Celestial Academy, Wan Ao Shui's cultivation level was already higher than Lin Feng's. Even when they joined the war, Wan Ao Shui's cultivation level remained higher than that of Lin Feng. In such a short time, Lin Feng had learnt the basics of alchemy and had learned many skills such as the surplus souls technique, and on top of that he broke through to the Xian Qi layer. Wan Ao Shui had high natural abilities, so it was normal for him to eventually break through to the Xian Qi layer. Lin Feng could understand things better than most people because of his surplus souls and his earth fusion. Because of this he was stronger than most people. However, Lin Feng couldn't be described as an incredible and unparalleled genius yet. Wan Ao Shui, Shi Qiong, and even Lang Yu all were geniuses in their own right. They weren't any less gifted than Lin Feng. Of course, this was just in reference to cultivation abilities. In terms of fighting capacity and combat effectiveness, Lin Feng was much more advanced than most people. He had only broken through to the first Xian Qi layer but was able to kill cultivators at the second Xian Qi layer. "Indeed, I am at the Xian Qi layer, but I just came back and heard that you are now the top-ranked disciple of the Celestial Academy. That doesn't make me feel relieved, but it doesn't matter. Why did you give me face a moment ago?" smiled Wan Ao Shui. A moment before, when both of them had displayed their respective strengths, he had already lost in power, but Lin Feng didn't use all of his strength. The scorching hot energy disappeared at the very last second, before it collided with Wan Ao Shui's finger. Then Lin Feng had meticulously moved backwards. All of this was to protect Wan Ao Shui's face. "Were you waiting for me here?" asked Lin Feng while smiling. He was curious, why was Wan Ao Shui waiting there? They hadn't seen each other for a while, and surprisingly, Wan Ao Shui was there, with a carriage. It really seemed like he was waiting for Lin Feng. "Indeed, I was waiting for you," said Wan Ao Shui while nodding, which surprised Lin Feng. How could Wan Ao Shui know that Lin Feng was in the Imperial Palace, and on top of that, why was he waiting for him? "Teacher told me to come here to wait for you. If Xin Yi is with you, nobody would cause you trouble in the Imperial Palace, but outside of it, you can rely on me to stop people causing trouble for you," explained Wan Ao Shui while smiling at Lin Feng when he saw that he looked perplexed. "Teacher?" Lin Feng looked startled. Duan Xin Yi and Wan Ao Shui seemed to be really close. "Lin Feng, Ao Shui is my fellow student," said Duan Xin Yi to Lin Feng while smiling, which surprised Lin Feng. He had finally understood, that's how it was. When Ao Shui and Duan Xin Yi were fellow students, Lin Feng obviously knew who their teacher was, Yan Yu Pingshang. But, this time our teacher made a mistake. Many people caused trouble for Lin Feng when he was in the Imperial Palace, said Duan Xin Yi while smiling wryly. Yan Yu Pingshang had planned everything to the last detail, but there were certain aspects which were overlooked. "Caused trouble? Xin Yi, even though you were with him, some people dared to attack Lin Feng?" asked Wan Ao Shui with his beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Lin Feng came across Shi Qiong," said Duan Xin Yi. "Shi Qiong?" When Ao Shui's pupils shrank, no wonder. If Lin Feng had encountered Shi Qiong, it would go badly because he was madly in love with Duan Xin Yi. Shi Qiong wouldn't care about giving face to anybody. "Shi Qiong didn't cause too much trouble for Lin Feng, did he?" asked Wan Ao Shui, puzzled. Considering Shi Qiong's temperament, he wouldn't let Lin Feng off. Duan Xin Yi shook her head and smiled. Then she heard Lin Feng say slowly, "We fought, nothing came of it." "You fought?" asked Wan Ao Shui calmly while frowning. Lin Feng had said it in a very relaxed manner, but Shi Qiong was incredibly strong. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was saying that the two of them fought each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, The Nine-Dragon Mountain Chain. "Yes, after the fight, he left," said Lin Feng as if it was absolutely normal. He then turned to Duan Xin Yi. "Ao Shui and I will go together from here, you should head back." "All right," said Duan Xin Yi while nodding in a cute way, but she tightly gripped onto Lin Feng's hand. She felt reluctant to leave him. She said, "Be careful." "Don't worry," said Lin Feng while smiling in a tender way. Immediately after, their hands slowly separated from each other. Duan Xinyi then walked back while turning her head now and then, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would run away and never come back. Lin Feng had made her a promise, but she was still scared to lose him, because she cared so much about him. She was terrified by the idea of losing him. Lin Feng was smiling the whole time. Only when Duan Xinyi's silhouette completely vanished from his view did Lin Feng turn his head around. At that moment, when Ao Shui's facial expression looked ambiguous, he had a smile yet not a smile on his face. They hadn't met for a very long time, but Lin Feng had already broken through to the Xian Shi layer. He had become the top student of the Celestial Academy. He was worshipped and revered by many people, and he even obtained the princess heart. Lin Feng was really enjoying a good life recently. "Why do we have a carriage?" asked Lin Feng, which made the ambiguous smile disappear from Wen Ao Shui's face. Lin Feng looked at the carriage. He wasn't a woman yet when Ao Shui had brought a carriage to pick him up. "Who knows, you might have wanted to elope with the princess, so I brought a carriage," said Wen Ao Shui while laughing, which made Lin Feng roll his eyes with exasperation. He ignored Wen Ao Shui and climbed onto the carriage. When Ao Shui sat in the front of, urged on the horses with the whip as they started trotting slowly. "Where were you all this time?" asked Lin Feng as he sat next to Wen Ao Shui on the front of the carriage. "I was at the 9-Dragon Mountain chain, at the peak of Mount Sword," said Wen Ao Shui. "There, I closed my eyes for a while and managed to break through to the Xianxi layer. I was successful in my training." 9-Dragon Mountain chain. Mount Sword, whispered Lin Feng. In the east of the Imperial City, there was a vast mountain range with many ferocious beasts. It was a bit like the Black Wind Mountain. It was an extremely large region, and on the other side of the mountain chain was a neighboring country. Lin Feng had also heard that the powerful Yu clan lived in a forest within that mountain chain. When Ao Shui had mentioned the Mount Sword, it was one of the high peaks in that mountain chain. "Yes, practicing sword skills at Mount Sword is great. I improved so much on my path of sword cultivation. You should also go there when you have time," explained Wen Ao Shui. In the Imperial City, strong sword cultivators particularly liked to go to Mount Sword to practice their sword skills, but rumors said that it wasn't good to go there too often. For a sword cultivator, the best time to go was before breaking through to the next layer or when one was on the verge of understanding something new regarding swords. Going there too many times would have the opposite effect and cause one's path to become harder. Of course, that was just a rumor. "Let's go then," said Lin Feng suddenly, which shocked Wen Ao Shui. "What, now?" asked Wen Ao Shui while glancing at Lin Feng with his beautiful eyes. "Yes, now," said Lin Feng while resolutely nodding his head. When Ao Shui was stupefied, he stared at Lin Feng and remained frozen in place, overcome with confusion. "You're insane. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told you," said Wen Ao Shui, upset. Immediately after, the horses were charging forth at full speed. The wheels of the carriage were rolling at incredible speeds across the ground. The carriage was moving towards the east at full speed. The Imperial City was an incredibly gigantic place. When Ao Shui was driving the carriage at full speed through the Imperial City, but they managed to arrive after only a day of travel. When Ao Shui stretched while looking at the gigantic mountain chain filled with ferocious beasts. When Ao Shui looked exhausted, not because of training hard but because he had been driving the carriage at full speed for an entire day. He was breathing deeply, he was really exhausted. When Ao Shui saw Lin Feng jump from the carriage and look at the mountain range with twinkling eyes, he looked excited. It was the first time that Lin Feng had gone to the 9-Dragon Mountain chain. It also had many ferocious beasts just like the Black Wind Mountain, but there were still some differences. In the Black Wind Mountain, the slopes were filled with trees, and their topography also differed because in the Black Wind Mountain, there weren't many precipices. Besides, the topography of the 9-Dragon Mountain chain was extreme. There were huge variations in altitude between the different mountains. However, they both contained terrifying ferocious beasts, therefore the thick chi from the beasts filled the atmosphere. Even though it was filled with ferocious beasts, there were many people who journeyed to that mountain. Ferocious beasts were very dangerous and their forests were extremely dangerous places. Hunting and fighting ferocious beasts were a great way to accumulate battle experience, so cultivators would constantly risk their lives by fighting against ferocious beasts. They hardened themselves and strengthened their determination by fighting against ferocious beasts. At the same time, in beast forests, cultivators could also find rare treasures. Therefore, practicing in a beast forest was extremely dangerous, but there were many people who went there anyway. "Where is Mount Sword?" asked Lin Feng. "Go straight for about 5 kilometers, you will see it," explained Wen Ao Shui. Immediately after, he added, "I just came from there, so I won't be able to accompany you. We will have to part here." When he finished talking, he immediately turned around and jumped back onto the carriage. Then, he used his long whip to urge the horses on as the sound of the carriage departing filled the air. It wasn't long until he was gradually disappearing into the distance. Lin Feng watched when Ao Shui leave. What a likable person. He looked strange, feminine and handsome, but he acted natural, unrestrained and unruly. When Ao Shui was also extremely gifted. He was a man of unyielding character, but he wasn't reckless at all. He always stood head and shoulders above others. He wasn't scared that people wouldn't know how strong and prestigious he was. Very quickly, Lin Feng turned around and walked into the mountain range. He intended to practice and improve his level. After all, in the Imperial City, Lin Feng had a lot of enemies. If he wanted to fight against people like Shi Qiong and if he wanted to kill Ling Tian, he only had his own strength to rely on. Therefore, when he heard Ao Shui say that this place was ideal to improve a cultivator's sword abilities, Lin Feng had immediately decided to come without the slightest degree of hesitation. Cultivation was something that had no set or defined end and could be practiced without end. Lin Feng was already able to carry out sword fusion, but he hadn't mastered it yet. He was far from it. Besides, there had to be much stronger dimensions than that on the path of the sword. It's just that Lin Feng hadn't uncovered them yet. The sun was shining upon the thick and dense forest. Only a few rays of light could pierce through the dense vegetation. Feng Ting was walking through the forest with the greatest of care. Around her were some guards from her clan to protect her. "Shio, we're already about 5 kilometers inside the mountain. If we keep moving forwards, we might encounter some extremely strong Ling-level beasts. We have to be extremely careful," said an old man next to Feng Ting. "Yes, I know," said Feng Ting while nodding. Even though she was scared, she had to continue. Her father was sick and she needed to find some 9-sun grass. "Shio, if you can't do it, let's give up. Your father will not blame you. Finding 9-sun grass is extremely difficult," said the old man while sighing. 9-sun grass contained an incredible amount of sun qi. It contained the incredible vitality of the sun. It only grew in places where pure qi was extremely dense. Only places which were connected to the qi veins of the earth could grow 9-sun grass. That kind of treasure was so precious that even if they found it, there was a good chance that it would get stolen by someone stronger. Feng Ting slightly shook her head. She would never give up. 9-sun grass. Precisely at that moment, Lin Feng was passing nearby and heard these 3 words which drew his attention. The grass was a Ling-level ingredient. It could heal someone's respiratory system and even strengthen it. It could increase the strength unceasingly. Besides, it was also one of the ingredients of divine water pills. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten that Jin Shi, who was frozen, needed 9-sun grass to keep living. Lin Feng frowned while looking at Feng Ting and the guards surrounding her. They seemed to take their function of protectors extremely seriously. There were some other people who were looking at that girl in an evil and perverted way. They harbored evil designs. That young girl looked lithe and graceful and had developed curves. She couldn't sense the looks from those evil people, but with Lin Feng's acute senses and experience, he easily noticed them. But Lin Feng was a stranger. Would he be able to take care of her? He made a slight movement and instantly arrived by the girls' group, which surprised the guards, who then stared at him with murderous gazes. "Who are you?" asked the old guard who was in front of Feng Ting. He was of course very vigilant. In the 9-dragon mountain chain, a few extremely strong cultivators killed the weaker ones to steal their precious treasures. It was an extremely common phenomenon, therefore if anybody suddenly appeared before them, they would have to be extremely careful. "Do you know where to find 9-sun grass?" asked Lin Feng towards the girl. Feng Ting observed Lin Feng. He looked clean, mysterious and handsome. "No, I don't," said Feng Ting while shaking her head. She had come hoping to encounter it by luck. Lin Feng didn't add anything. He only wanted to know if they had information on the 9-sun grass. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 367, Mount Sword. "Let's work together, how does that sound?" said Lin Feng after remaining silent for a moment. He wasn't familiar with this place. If he could really find some 9-sun grass and improve his sword skills, he would definitely spend some more time on the 9-dragon mountain chain helping with their search. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Feng Ting remained silent and ignored Lin Feng's question, and then Lin Feng heard the old man next to her say, "No need, sorry, we don't need each other. It would be best if we go our own ways." "Indeed, besides, why would you want to stay with us?" "Who are you?" said a guard sounding nervous. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and released a cold energy which astonished the crowd. They felt like they were going to freeze on the spot. "How cold?" They all quickly went silent. "Since that is the case, I will go," said Lin Feng while slightly shaking his head. If the young girl had agreed to stay with him, that would have been great for her. If Lin Feng was with her, then she wouldn't be in danger, but she stayed silent. Lin Feng quickly continued on his way. Feng Ting's eyes twinkled. How straightforward. Such people were rare to find. Lin Feng had come and asked if she knew where to find 9 sungrass, and on top of that had asked if he could go with them. Besides, he had remained absolutely unperturbed when they rejected his offer. Lin Feng continued walking forwards and suddenly accelerated, rushing deeper into the mountain. A wolf had noticed that some people had penetrated its territory and let out a low howl while running towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, the light from a sword glowed and the wolf's head was pierced as it fell onto the ground. It had become a corpse. Besides, Lin Feng's silhouette immediately vanished from that location. The wolf wasn't the only one to end up like that. After that, many ferocious beasts attacked Lin Feng, but it was all in vain. They didn't even manage to slow Lin Feng down. Lin Feng was streaking through the forest just like a meteor as he killed ferocious beasts. He looked majestic. After a short period of time, Lin Feng came out of the mysterious forest and stopped. In front of him there was a tall mountain peak. It was so high that it looked like it was a pillar that supported the sky. What amazed Lin Feng the most was that the mountain surprisingly looked like a sword. Its peak looked like the tip of a sword. It looked like it was cutting through the heavens. Mount Sword. It was a mountain chain of 9 sword-shaped mountains. That was Mount Sword. Lin Feng was stupefied, then his silhouette started flickering insanely towards a mountain peak facing the 9 sword mountains. From that mountain peak, this angle was the best for observing them. He would be able to differentiate between each mountain. No wonder when Ao Shui told Lin Feng to walk straight into the depths of the 9-dragon mountain chain, and after 5 kilometers later he would see, and indeed, that was the case. Anyone, when seeing these 9 lofty mountains, would have known that they were Mount Sword. But there were really some wonders created by nature. Surprisingly, the earth had created 9 lofty mountains which resembled swords that looked like they were cutting through the heavens. How extraordinary! What mighty swords! Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the foot of the mountain and stood on a gigantic rock on a steep slope. He then calmly looked at the 9 sword mountains. He needed to concentrate a great deal to see as far as their summits, so he could see the entire sword. How domineering! Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the summit of the mountains. In front of him, there were the 9 gigantic swords. They looked domineering. They could pierce the earth and the sky. It was extremely impressive. No, I can't. Being domineering doesn't play an important role at all in my sword path. That mountain could really benefit swords which contained a domineering aura, but it's not appropriate for my sword. I cannot let the sword path in my heart be influenced. Lin Feng was thinking deep in his heart. He gradually emerged from his thoughts. Indeed, if a cultivator had just started practicing the sword and randomly absorbed that sword energy and improved it, they would become much stronger. However, Lin Feng's sword already had its own path. His sword was almost alive and had its own type of energy. He couldn't carelessly follow any sword path. He wouldn't necessarily become stronger. On the contrary, it could actually hinder his current path and cause great harm to his future advancements. What Lin Feng needed was a pure heart that followed a clear path. Because he was able to absorb some of the energy from these mountains, it could influence the sword path in his heart. At the foot of the mountain, not far from Lin Feng, there was a silhouette brandishing their sword over and over again. It was becoming stronger with each movement. It contained a domineering energy as if it contained the strength of the mountains. Exactly as I thought. Simply observing the Mount Sword will not make anyone advance. It's not that simple, whispered Lin Feng. Without the slightest doubt, that person's sword was becoming stronger with each movement and was filled with a domineering energy which was growing stronger as well. As expected, that cultivator had been learning from the swords of Mount Sword, but it contained the chi of Mount Sword. But, did he really understand swords? Maybe practicing that way and studying the sword energy of these mountains could help them be outstanding for a short while, but in the end, it was hollow. An authentic sword cultivator didn't need to study the sword energy of other sword paths. What they needed was to understand their own sword energy, and only then could they walk down their own sword path. This was the only way it would benefit their future progress. Let's switch the angles, maybe there will be a difference, said Lin Feng. Immediately after, he flew towards the east at full speed. He was constantly flying around, and once in a while, he was turning his head and looking at the mountains. Lin Feng didn't stop flying higher and higher. The higher he was, the more he realized that these mountains were magnificent. It seemed that no matter where a person went, none could escape from them. When Lin Feng looked at a sword mountain not far from him, he had the impression that the sword was on his side. Lin Feng didn't stop flying higher. In his field of vision, there were now all 9 sword mountains. They looked smaller and smaller, but they were still filled with an incredible sword energy. When Lin Feng stepped on the top of a mountain, Lin Feng was stupefied. At that moment, he was higher than the 9 sword mountains. It was incredible. He was looking down at the 9 swords. How powerful! It almost looks like they're coming at me, thought Lin Feng. All the 9 swords seemed like they were moving to kill him. A person's strength can't exceed the laws of the universe. No matter how strong you are, there is always someone who can surpass you in the end, said Lin Feng to himself, looking down at these 9 sword mountains. At the moment when Lin Feng was standing at the foot of the mountain, he was looking up at these mountains and had the impression that they were incredibly domineering. It looked like they were attacking the heavens. But while standing at the top of another mountain and looking down on these 9 mountains, his heart was filled with lofty sentiments. Maybe everybody that came to study the energy of these mountains had different experiences and different ways to improve their sword path. Lin Feng had first looked up at them and now he was looking down on them. Every sword cultivator trusts their sword. Cultivators are determined to constantly improve themselves, but to do that, they need an incredible courage and only then could they stand above everyone else, looking down. Lin Feng didn't stay looking at the top of Mount Sword for long. A short while after, he went down again. Then he started to repeatedly go up and down the different mountains while observing the 9 sword mountains from different angles. Lin Feng kept doing that for 3 days. In 3 days, he had seen the 9 sword mountains from every possible angle. Finally, on the 4th day, Lin Feng came back to the top of that mountain where he could observe them and sat down cross-legged. Calmly, he sat down on the top of that mountain and closed his eyes. Without making any sounds or any movements, there was only a gentle breeze blowing across Lin Feng's body at the top of the mountain. It was making Lin Feng's long hair sway gently. Lin Feng meditated there for 3 days. Lin Feng had observed the 9 sword mountains from different angles for 3 days, and then he meditated for another 3 days. On the 7th day, a milky white energy started rising into the air towards the sun. It was floating gently on the horizon. Full of vigor and vitality, rays of sunlight were shining down onto Lin Feng's body. It felt warm and relaxing. In the past, I watched the sun rise and fall for 3 days and understood 3 new sword skills: Sword of the Rising Sun, Scorching Sword, and Sword of the Setting Sun. Lin Feng thought, I have made great progress on the path of cultivation. I learnt the Cosmos Burning Sun skill, a sun skill, except the Scorching Sword which changed after I learned the sun skill. My Sword of the Rising Sun and the Sword of the Setting Sun haven't changed at all. My Scorching Sword and Sword of the Rising Sun as well as my Sword of the Setting Sun will become my ultimate attacks, said Lin Feng. An extremely sharp sword energy appeared as Lin Feng suddenly moved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, Shaking the Earth. In Lin Feng's hand appeared a brilliant sword light. He condensed it to create a pure chi sword. Lin Feng slowly used the sword in his hand to practice his movements. The sword had slowly risen into the air like the rising sun of a new day. It was filled with vitality. Lin Feng's sword abruptly stopped halfway in the air. Lin Feng had stopped his movement and started to frown. My Sword of the Rising Sun requires the energy of the rising sun. Even though it is full of vitality, its killing potential is much too weak, thought Lin Feng. Immediately after, he condensed another sword and he started the movements again, but it still had the same weakness. This time, Lin Feng was only practicing his sword skills and wasn't using deadly energy or battle energy. Combining multiple types of energy could strengthen the explosive power of a sword, but it wouldn't help Lin Feng break through another layer of the sword dimension. After having reached a certain sword level, it was necessary to understand one's own true nature. Only a pure and unadulterated sword could help a sword cultivator progress on the path of sword cultivation, because each sword contained its own energy. Lin Feng condensed another sword, and another and so on as if he had forgotten the passage of time. He didn't even stop to breathe, all he was focused on was his sword. It's slower now, impossible, even though it has the chi of the rising sun, it's still too slow, I can't kill anyone with that. This one is too quick, it doesn't resemble a rising sun. It seemed like there was a flaw and Lin Feng couldn't find a balance. At that moment, he suddenly stopped. He didn't condense another sword and instead he looked at the 9 sword mountains in the distance. He seemed pensive and lost in thought. The 9 sword mountains looked very similar, they all had the shape of a sword, but they didn't look entirely the same. From different angles, Lin Feng got a different impression, especially from above and from the foot of the mountains. When he was looking up at the mountains, Lin Feng had the impression that the swords were piercing the heavens. When he looked at the mountains from above, they looked unstoppable as if they were coming for his life. The same swords gave completely different feelings. The same swords, but different feelings. Lin Feng was stupefied, his eyes twinkled. He looked at the sun again, it was gradually rising in the sky, it was becoming more and more dazzling as it moved higher into the sky. The sunlight was also becoming more and more powerful. Another sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng started his movements again. That sword looked resplendent and very slow, as if it was only meant to be beautiful. It didn't have any killing potential at all, but without one even realizing it, that sword was becoming more and more dazzling and was filled with the endless power of the rising sun. By the time the sword was halfway up in the air, it was so dazzling that it could rival with the sun. That sword was neither slow nor quick, it was just like the rising sun. At first it only drew people's attention because of the beauty, and then as it moved higher into the sky, it became more powerful without even realizing, and in the blink of an eye, it had become scorching hot. The sword of the rising sun was diffusing a bright and incredibly dazzling light across the surrounding area. Everything seemed to disappear into that light, only the sword was remaining. Scorching sword, said Lin Feng. The sword of the rising sun turned into the scorching sword. There was absolutely no distinction that could be made between the sword of the rising sun and the scorching sword. The sword of the rising sun naturally turned into the scorching sword. CRRRR. CRRRR. A subtle crackling sound emerged from the atmosphere, and suddenly 100-meter-long dazzling sword light burst into the sky. Everything in the area was unable to escape from that dazzling sword light. It even contained the scorching heat of the sun, which invaded the entire area. That scorching sword seemed like it had enveloped the entire universe. Sword of the setting sun. The scorching sword was still illuminating the area around Lin Feng when suddenly, the sword energy started to change and it lost its radiance. Just like the setting sun, it gave the feeling of nostalgia. At the moment when it was the most dazzling, that sword suddenly began to turn into a desolate and somber sword. These three sword attacks formed a single sword attack. The rising sun would naturally turn into a scorching sun, which then became a setting sun. This had been the same since the creation of the universe, it was never going to change. Boom! 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 The ground started to burst and explode. The tip of the mountain had been split into two. There was an extremely deep cut on the top of the mountain. The deep cut looked like it led straight to the depths of the mountain and looked as if it was created by a sword. What an unbelievable destructive power! Lin Feng looked at the dispersing light inside. At that moment, Lin Feng was merely studying his sword. He wasn't using the power of his cosmos burning sun. If he had used it, the destructive power of his attack would have doubled. When thinking about that, Lin Feng started using his cosmos burning sun skill, and immediately, a powerful sun chi was released. Lin Feng's entire body was surrounded by flames as he bathed in the sunlight. The sun in the sky shone down towards Lin Feng through the valley as if it was reluctant to leave Lin Feng's side. The sun was actually illuminating Lin Feng. Besides, a sun pattern had distinctly appeared on Lin Feng's body. When using his cosmos burning sun skill under the sunlight, Lin Feng felt like his entire body was filled with an endless strength and power, as if he gained the power of the sun. His sword started to move again. It was dazzling as it illuminated the atmosphere. A thunderous rumbling sound spread through the atmosphere, and they all originated from the top of the mountain on which Lin Feng was standing. Lin Feng was in absolute immersion with his sword. While practicing sword cultivation, his heart couldn't be distracted by anything else. The only thing he had in mind was his sword. Sword cultivation. In the distance, at the foot of the mountain, Feng and the others were gazing into the distance. When they looked at the top of the mountain, they were all astonished. How strong! I wonder who that prodigy is. He has an extremely advanced knowledge of swords, whispered Feng. She could only see the dazzling light of the sword of the rising sun. It was even more dazzling than the real sun above them in the sky. Even though she was very far away, Feng could still sense the destructive power that the sword contained. The sword cuts in the mountain left her feeling extremely puzzled. Those who were with Feng were also all staring at the top of the mountain. Each and every single one of them was astonished. They all wished that they would one day be that strong. When such a sword appeared, the earth and the sky looked colorless in comparison. The only reason they were able to look at it for such a long time was because they were so far away from it. If they had been near it, they probably wouldn't even be able to keep their eyes open. Boom! 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 Feng and the others almost fell to the ground, which stupefied them. What's going on? Asked Feng in a low voice. Immediately after, thunderous rumbling sounds unceasingly invaded the atmosphere. The ground beneath their feet was even shaking. What's going on? What is happening? Feng and the others didn't dare to make a move. The ground was unceasingly shaking under their feet, as if the earth was about to crack open. It was shaking more and more intensely with each passing second. What was going on? They all had a massive amount of sweat on their foreheads. They had never experienced such a strange phenomenon. The entire ground seemed like it was going to collapse under their feet. They raised their heads and saw that the mountain was also shaking. It was terrifying. Feng and the ones accompanying her weren't the only people in the area. There were other people practicing their sword skills. At that moment, they had all stopped and were all astonished. Gigantic boulders were falling down the slope of the mountain. It was emitting a rumbling noise which filled the atmosphere, but the most terrifying part was that, in front of them, the 9 sword mountains were violently shaking and breaking apart. The ground continued shaking more intensely throughout the entire area. Everyone was panic-stricken and had all stopped whatever they were doing. They were all dumbstruck. Beasts were roaring, neighing and howling and going insane as they ran away from the source of the tremors. Only Lin Feng was left at the top of the mountain practicing his sword cultivation. He was in full immersion with his sword dimension. The world around him could explode and fall apart, but he would remain focused on his sword. In his heart, there was nothing but his sword. Lin Feng was in the sword dimension studying his sword. It seemed like he had forgotten about the rest of the world and forgotten the time. According to rumors, those who could penetrate into the dimension of Earth fusion had an incredible understanding and could reach their moments of enlightenment more easily. That rumor wasn't wrong. Lin Feng was precisely in fusion with the Earth and having a moment of enlightenment. An incredible sword energy emerged and oppressed the atmosphere across several hundred kilometers as it rose into the sky. That incredible sword energy filled the sky. It was unceasingly growing stronger as the energy spread over a larger area. Several hundred kilometers around the mountain, all the retreating ferocious beasts no longer dared to move an inch and every cultivator had turned deathly pale. How was such a thing possible? How could such a powerful sword energy appear in Xueyu? That sword energy could destroy the heavens. Gotcha. It seemed like that sound came from the sky. That sword energy which rose into the sky was growing even more terrifying. The 9 mountains started shaking even more and looked as if they were going to collapse. In the territory of the Yu clan, an old white-haired cultivator, who was practicing his cultivation, abruptly opened his eyes when he sensed that incredible sword energy. His facial expression drastically changed. Oh no, this is bad. He howled furiously and then jumped into the air, smashing a hole through his roof. He then gazed into the distance in the direction of the 9 sword mountains. It seemed like there was a sword in the sky, a sword made completely from energy. Sweat started to drip from the old man's forehead. The seal was going to break. Who was trying to break the seal on the evil sword? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369, The Evil Sword. In Xueyu, those who understood the 9-dragon mountain chain the best was the Xueyu clan. The Yu clan knew exactly why the 9-dragon mountain chain had its name. It was a blurry part of the history of their clan. According to the rumors, there were 9 ordinary mountains where extremely strong sword cultivators went to practice their sword skills, and these strong cultivators had carved these mountains into 9 mountains which were shaped like swords. But only a core disciple of the Yu clan would know that these 9 swords mountains had that shape because one of their ancestors fought against an extremely strong sword cultivator. It had been a tremendous battle. That extremely strong sword cultivator refused to die and burned his soul strength with an incredible pressure which turned his sword into an evil sword. He then used that evil sword to severely injure the ancestor of the Yu clan, almost killing them. In the end, the ancestor of the Yu clan and another extremely strong cultivator of that time acted together to suppress that evil sword and divide it into 9 parts of power, which they named the 9 dragons. They are also the 9 sword mountains. From that moment, only the strongest cultivators of the Yu clan, who lived in a forest about 50 kilometers away from the 9 sword mountains, knew the truth. On the horizon, black clouds were starting to gather. When the old white-haired man saw these evil clouds, he heaved a sigh. He didn't know exactly when the evil sword was sealed, but at that moment, it seemed to be emerging once again, and he didn't know if it was a fortunate or an ominous event. In Xueyu, there was surprisingly someone strong enough to break the seal of the evil sword and attract it to him. Only a genius who had broken through to an incredible level of the sword dimension could have achieved such an incredible feat. The old man was wondering who that person could be. That person had surprisingly broken through to an incredible layer within the sword dimension. It was clear that they were already extremely advanced on their path of sword cultivation. Their natural abilities would also be considered terrifying. Fine, why do I need to think so much? The seal has been broken, that might not necessarily be a bad thing, thought the old white-haired man while looking at the black clouds on the horizon. His sharp facial expression gradually turned into a relaxed expression. He didn't care, everything that was fated to happen, would happen. At that moment, the 9 mountains were shaking more and more violently. In the air, black clouds covered the sky. Sunlight was obstructed and darkness had invaded the mountain chain. An extremely terrifying and oppressive chi was covering the earth. Ferocious beasts were crawling on their bellies, even Feng and the others had all fallen onto the ground. Sweat was unceasingly dripping from their foreheads. They had almost collapsed under the pressure. These people didn't know what the old man knew. They didn't know what was happening at all. They just felt like the ground was going to collapse and crumble under their feet. It was too terrifying. That oppressive sword energy made their entire bodies tremble. They didn't dare move, fearing that the celestial sword would kill them if they did. At that moment, Lin Feng also regained consciousness from his flash of enlightenment. He was amazed by the topographical changes that occurred. He would have never thought that when he regained consciousness from his flash of enlightenment, the sky and the ground would look so terrifying. Everybody, even hundreds of kilometers in the periphery, had the same feeling of dread. Lin Feng could also sense the oppressive qi. Besides, at the top of the mountain, the black clouds seemed to be forming directly above him, so he could sense the oppressive qi even more intensely and distinctly than everybody else. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng while a cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw that the 9 mountains were unceasingly shaking and emitting a rumbling noise. These 9 sword mountains were all slowly starting to break in half. At the same time, in the sky above the 9 sword mountains, a sword illusion appeared in the middle of the black clouds. It was a dark and evil sword. What a terrifying strength! What a powerful and brutal evil energy! Thought Lin Feng, who was astonished. He was just under the black clouds and could distinctly sense the evil energy it contained. Wrath, humiliation, hatred and all sorts of evil energy was present, and they were all forming that evil sword. Boom! The mountains seemed to be exploding and the earth was splitting apart. Lin Feng was in a state of shock and violently shaking. The 9 mountains in front of him had suddenly exploded and were collapsing. Huge rocks were falling from the sky and creating whistling sounds as they fell to the earth. There were also some stones which were completely destroyed and turned into powder in the air. A sword, surprisingly, there were swords. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. The rocky surface of the 9 sword mountains had exploded and in front of him appeared 9 gigantic swords. They were gigantic pitch-black swords that looked terrifyingly evil. They were facing the sky, but their terrifying evil energy was absolutely shocking. Not only Lin Feng but everybody else in the region remained frozen in their initial positions. In Xueyu, many people knew that there were 9 sword mountains in the 9 dragon mountain chain. They knew that by observing these mountains, sword cultivators could become stronger. Everybody knew that these mountains were special. They were filled with a sword cultivator's determination, but what nobody knew was that these 9 sword mountains surprisingly were 9 gigantic swords, and they knew even less that they were terrifying evil swords. At that moment, a deadly light was emerging from these 9 gigantic swords. In the deathly silence of the atmosphere, the 9 swords were shaking and emitting whistling sounds. The evil black clouds started rolling through the sky. Boom! The 9 evil swords rushed in the air and started to shrink. The energy was condensed into 9 normal-sized swords. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt like his entire body was being oppressed by an incredible sword energy which prevented him from moving. His heart was violently pounding. Lin Feng had felt that these swords were alive and they were all staring at him. The dark swords suddenly fell from the sky and fell like meteors towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was terrified when he saw this. What was going on? Why would these swords suddenly attack him? How could he resist the power of such terrifying swords? Lin Feng couldn't defend himself against these swords. They were too quick. They were so fast that it was unbelievable. Lin Feng had a look of hopeless despair on his face. The evil swords were moving towards him at full speed. A rumbling sound emerged in the atmosphere and immediately after, Lin Feng blacked out. At the top of the mountain where he was standing, there was an incredibly deep crater. Lin Feng and the swords had disappeared into the depths of the mountain. Deep in the darkness, there was no light at all. However, at that moment, Lin Feng felt omniscient. Everything was much clearer and more distinct than usual. I'm not dead? Lin Feng was astonished. He reached out his hand and touched the wall. It felt cold. Lin Feng hadn't died because he could still feel his body. He was still alive, but the 9 swords. At that moment, Lin Feng could sense the 9 swords. They had penetrated into his body. It felt like he could make it appear at any moment, as if the evil sword fused into his body. How could such a thing happen? Lin Feng felt like everything was a nightmare. When Ao Shui had told him about the mountain chain, which is why Lin Feng had come hoping to make a breakthrough. When Lin Feng sensed that the mountains were influencing him, he did not absorb their energy and instead he studied the sword of the rising sun, the scorching sword as well as the sword of the setting sun. Because he had a breakthrough when practicing his skill, he suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. He fell deeply into his sword dimension, but when he regained consciousness, everything outside was collapsing. The 9 sword mountains then exploded and revealed 9 evil swords which attacked him and fused with his body. Everything was too insane. Lin Feng felt like it was too insane for it to be reality. But this was reality. The evil sword had been confined for 1,000 years. It was weakened by a great deal. Over the years it had remained silent and never attempted to break the seal, but then, Lin Feng spent days studying the sword mountains and seemed to have a breakthrough in his sword dimension. That was probably what attracted the evil sword, which then broke the seal and merged with Lin Feng's body. Ha! At that moment, Lin Feng frowned. He could feel the evil sword was consuming his soul. Lin Feng immediately moved the evil sword inside his body, preventing it from having any contact with his soul. As expected, the evil sword calmed down after that and remained silent. It was very intriguing. That evil sword wasn't an ordinary sword. These 9 heavy swords had a life of their own. It seems like I should find a place to give these evil swords a try. thought Lin Feng, but he couldn't stay in these mountains. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered, he absorbed the sword energy and seemed to transform into a sword. He didn't move towards the sky, but instead he moved towards the ground. A subtle crackling sound was spreading through the atmosphere. Lin Feng had cut into the mountain and traveled through the interior of the mountain. After a short period of time, Lin Feng finally emerged from the mountain. At that moment, the black evil clouds had already vanished, the terrifying oppressive sword energy had disappeared as well, but the landscape was suddenly lonely and desolate. Lin Feng was astonished, the 9-sword mountains had completely disappeared. After the swords disappeared, a terrifying pure chi invaded the entire area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, Veins of the Earth. That's... Lin Feng's pupils shrank. After the 9-sword mountains had collapsed, the pure chi heaven and earth burst out. It was extremely dense. Even if Lin Feng wasn't close, he could still perfectly sense that extremely dense pure chi. A vein of pure chi. It's a huge well of pure chi. Lin Feng was astonished. That pure chi had been accumulating throughout the years to the extent that it would condense into purity stones. More and more purity stones were appearing and it looked like it formed a purity stone mine. Besides, the 9 evil swords were monstrously strong. They had been there for so many years. They were able to bathe in pure chi all this time. No wonder they were so strong. What excited Lin Feng was that nobody had ever suspected that in the 9-dragon mountain chain, under these 9-sword mountains, there were such precious natural resource, a priceless treasure. Besides, Lin Feng was the first to find it, thus, he would be able to mine purity stones and extract the pure chi. No. A moment ago, the evil swords caused so many tremors, they terrified and scared away a lot of people. Very quickly, people will come back and find out that this place is a well of pure chi. Lin Feng didn't get too excited, he knew that in such situations, he had to stay clear-headed. A well of pure chi was priceless, besides, it contained a myriad of treasures. If it was found by someone else, they would fight Lin Feng for ownership of it. Even those who called each other brother amongst the noble clans, they would still fight each other over the chi vein. At the Celestial Academy, there were 4 wells of pure chi. They had constructed the 4 cultivation towers above them. It was thus clear how precious and valuable pure chi was. I will not be able to seize that well, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw how thick and rich the pure chi was. It was obviously huge, it would attract many people and lead to a war. Lin Feng didn't have the power to seize it. When Lin Feng thought about that, his silhouette flickered and he streaked through the sky towards the well of pure chi. At the same time, he started using the acute senses from the earth fusion. Everything that surrounded him could be clearly sensed by him. In a flash, Lin Feng arrived at the place where the 9-sword mountains were destroyed. Pure chi was floating above the ground like a mist. Lin Feng released an incredible quantity of sword energy. A sword formed of pure chi flashed, and started unceasingly absorbing the pure chi. Lin Feng's body transformed into a sword and immediately penetrated deep into the chi well. He opened his Na stone on his ring and stored all the purity stones inside. Even if he couldn't absorb all the pure chi of the well, he could at least pick up the treasures inside, especially since he was the one who discovered it. It contained so many precious treasures. Cultivators would never refuse purity stones. Even if they didn't use them, they could also exchange them for other things. Purity stones was the basic currency of a cultivator. So many, there isn't even enough space in my Na stone. Very quickly, Lin Feng looked satisfied. That well of pure chi was shocking. It was filled purity stones. Stones of lower quality were numerous, but they were mixed with purity stones of average quality as well. It was so insane that here and there, Lin Feng even found some precious dazzling treasures, purity stones of higher quality. One purity stone of higher quality was equivalent to 10,000 purity stones of lower quality. It was incomparable. I don't want those of lower quality, decided Lin Feng. The space in his Na stone was limited. If he used it all for purity stones of lower quality, he wouldn't have enough space for purity stones of average quality. Besides, he didn't have to be worried about the well not having enough purity stones of average quality. Therefore, Lin Feng had decided to abandon the purity stones of lower quality. That way he would be able to collect the greatest value. Lin Feng had made a fortune. That place existed for thousands of years and it was the first time that Lin Feng had accumulated such wealth. Being rich was a marvelous feeling. Lin Feng would be able to give these purity stones to his Chi Xie troops to use for their cultivation. It would be extremely beneficial to them. Lin Feng would be able to create a monstrously powerful army. Lin Feng surpassed many geniuses of his age. He had no social background, no influence, and relied only on himself. Because of that, he was constructing his own sphere of influence. Lu Lan had given him the Chi Xie army precisely for that purpose. Lin Feng was moving through the vein of the earth at full speed, picking up the highest quality purity stones. What's this? At that moment Lin Feng suddenly discovered a precious treasure. It had 9 leaves that were diffusing a bright white light. It was rich with sun qi and was close to the ground. 9 sun grass. Lin Feng's pupil shrank. Indeed, that energy was that of the 9 sun grass. 9 sun grass had 9 petals which absorbed sun qi and condensed it. Pure qi of heaven and earth as well as sun qi all were extremely beneficial to cultivators. Besides, they had to mature for many years and the probability of them reaching maturity was extremely low. The 9 sun grass had been in the middle of these evil swords for so many years, and had absorbed sun qi and pure qi. All this made it perfect growing conditions. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, and yet find what you were looking for when you have stopped searching. Lin Feng immediately thought this expression was appropriate to describe the situation he was in. He needed 9 sun grass and it had suddenly appeared in front of him when he wasn't looking for it. His silhouette flickered and he started picking up the 9 sun grass which he put inside of his Na stone. To store this grass, Lin Feng separated a special place in the stone. Lin Feng was acting and reacting. He meticulously searched for more 9 sun grass. Lin Feng didn't know precisely how much pure qi it contained, but it was a real treasure. As expected, there is even more, smiled Lin Feng. His smile was resplendent. That place contains so much 9 sun grass, there might even be a second place where there is more, and then a third place. Anything is possible. At that moment, some people appeared from the distance. It was Feng and the others. When they sensed the extremely dense and rich pure qi, they stopped and immediately looked delighted. Surprisingly, there was a well of pure qi there. They were growing more excited. There was a vein of the earth. Did they need to remain the protectors of a clan? They could become extremely rich and grab a fortune of purity stones. So many purity stones, said a voice amongst the people. Immediately after, people's silhouettes started flickering and they rushed towards the well and started picking up purity stones. At that moment, they didn't care about anything else. All they could see were purity stones, an endless stream of purity stones. Everybody stop! Shouted the old man furiously next to Feng when he saw all the guards going crazy. What are you doing? Said Feng angrily as well, but everybody ignored her. These guards only looked at her and the old man in a cold and detached way. Immediately after, they continued stealing purity stones, ignoring them. Didn't you hear Xiao? Shouted the old man furiously while releasing an ice-cold energy. Xiao? If we became guards of your Feng clan, it's only because we needed purity stones. Now that we have purity stones, why would we need to listen to her? What does she intend to do? But against all expectations, she looks pretty good. Wait until we're done picking up purity stones and then we'll have some fun together, said a strong guard with an evil voice. He was fixedly staring at Feng, especially at her voluptuous chest. The man's eyes were filled with lust. When the other guards, who were picking up purity stones, heard him, they all burst into laughter. She was ridiculous. Feng turned deathly pale. What a bunch of bastards! Besides, the old man's heart was also pounding, but they were both utterly helpless. Xiao, let's pick up purity stones as well, said the old man. Feng nodded and they both started picking up purity stones as they could no longer count on the guards. Xiao, look, over there. At that moment, while picking up purity stones, the old man's pupils shrank. He had seen something on the ground. It was twinkling. 9 sun grass, it's 9 sun grass. Feng was astonished. She shivered from head to toe. Indeed, it's 9 sun grass. Xiao, grab it quickly, said the old man in a quiet voice. Feng nodded and walked towards the grass. She stretched her little hand towards the 9 sun grass, but her arm was too short to reach it. 7. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged in the atmosphere. Feng hadn't managed to grab anything, but at that moment, the 9 sun grass immediately disappeared. At the same time, a silhouette flashed past her. 7. Said Lin Feng while looking at the 9 sun grass in his hand. He was smiling wholeheartedly. He then stored it into his ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, How to Divide. That's mine, said a cold voice. Feng was standing in front of Lin Feng glaring at him furiously. She had seen some 9 sun grass and suddenly Lin Feng grabbed it right in front of her. Yours? Lin Feng smiled and indifferently shook his head. He turned around and prepared to continue his search for purity stones. He had already explored the entire place and had gathered 7 stems of 9 sun grass. But Feng didn't intend to let Lin Feng leave so easily. Her silhouette flickered and she obstructed Lin Feng's way again. Feng then looked Lin Feng in a cold and detached way and said, I found it first, give it to me. I was the first to find the vein of the earth, said Lin Feng coldly. I even asked you if we could travel together, but you refused. Since you refused, why would I give you anything? What gives you the right to even say that it's yours? joked Lin Feng while smiling. I say it's mine, so it's mine, said Feng Ting indifferently. Suddenly, she started releasing a deadly energy which invaded the atmosphere. For 9 sun grass, she would even kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and his facial expression became colder and colder. That girl wanted to kill him to steal his treasure? Get out of my sight, said Lin Feng, sounding ice cold. He suddenly released a terrifying energy which oppressed Feng Ting's body. She felt like she couldn't even move under such an intense pressure. What a terrifying energy! Lin Feng's chi was so cold, how scary. Feng Ting felt like she was suffocating, so she instinctively moved backwards. Feng Ting's face suddenly turned deathly pale. She wanted to steal the 9 sun grass from Lin Feng, but it seemed impossible. She couldn't even stand the pressure from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was much stronger than her. I really need the 9 sun grass. Can't you give me some? Asked Feng Ting, adopting a pitiful facial expression while looking at Lin Feng. She was trying to make Lin Feng's heart melt. Alright, you might need the 9 sun grass. But does that have anything to do with me? Joked Lin Feng. Immediately after, he turned around, his silhouette flickered and he moved into the ground again. 9 sun grass was a precious treasure. Could Lin Feng give it to her because she asked for it? Impossible. If, on that day, she had accepted to let him join, Lin Feng would have shared everything with her, but since she refused, why would Lin Feng even pay attention to her? She had missed her chance to gain his favor. She wouldn't have another. Feng Ting's eyes were filled with hatred and regret. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. If she had known that before, she would definitely have accepted his offer to travel together. If such a strong cultivator had joined them, they wouldn't have needed to be overly cautious when traveling. Also, her guards wouldn't have dared to betray her. Xiao, it's my fault, said the old man while moving next to Feng Ting. He felt remorseful and uneasy. He was the one who refused Lin Feng's offer to join their search. Feng Ting remained silent. She didn't know what to say or do. At the same time, in the distance, many silhouettes were unceasingly rushing towards that place. There were extremely strong cultivators as well as extremely powerful ferocious beasts. Cultivators had just seen the sword illusion as well as the black clouds. All of this was very intriguing. They had noticed that the black clouds had finally disappeared, so they were rushing over to see what happened. Concerning the ferocious beasts, their senses were extremely acute. How could they not notice the pure chi? It couldn't escape their extremely acute senses. After a while, a few silhouettes descended from the sky. When they sensed that extremely thick pure chi, they were stupefied. It was a vein of the earth. Surprisingly, a gigantic vein of the earth appeared there. More and more extremely strong cultivators sensed the pure chi and thus rushed over to that place. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a sharp light, his silhouette flickered and he then moved towards a guard from the Feng clan at full speed. That guard wasn't weak. A moment before, he had also gathered a great number of purity stones in the stone of his ring. Piss off, said the guard while looking at Lin Feng and immediately threw a punch towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled as if he found the situation amusing. Sword light illuminated the atmosphere and a horrible shriek spread through the air. The guard was killed and Lin Feng then picked up his ring. He was also the only guard to have a ring with an A stone. Lin Feng didn't stop there at all. His silhouette flickered again and he appeared in front of somebody else. In a flash, Lin Feng broke through the opponent's defense and punched backwards, which created a strong wind around them. With a single movement he had taken another ring. That person only had purity stones of medium quality. If Lin Feng didn't steal them, someone else would and they would definitely kill the guard. Very quickly, Lin Feng stole 2 more rings. After that he went back to the surface. At that moment, on the surface, there was already a great deal of strong cultivators. If Lin Feng continued to steal Na stones, he would become everybody's target, which would be terrifying. At that moment, Lin Feng had already picked 7 stems of 9 sun grass and a great number of purity stones. That was already a great harvest. Little boy, you are very audacious. You surprisingly dare be so greedy. Lin Feng looked at the person who spoke. It was a middle-aged man. He smiled but didn't reply. Lin Feng didn't want to become everybody's target. He had to remain discreet. Miss Feng, how come you haven't taken anything? Asked the middle-aged man, sounding indifferent while looking at Feng Ting. Surprisingly, they were acquainted with each other. Feng Ting's eyes sparkled. She looked at Lin Feng with a murderous glare which stupefied Lin Feng. Mr. Li, if I tell you that, apart from purity stones, there is another thing which is extremely precious and valuable but ended up in his hands. If you manage to get it, would you share some with me? Asked Feng Ting while looking at the middle-aged man. Immediately, Lin Feng's facial expression looked even colder. This girl had pushed her luck. Ha! Mr. Li was stupefied when he heard Feng Ting. Immediately after, he looked very interested and said, if there is enough of the precious treasure, I will share a little with you, but... Feng Ting bit her lip. She of course understood what he meant. It was not a definite answer, but what could she do other than this? The only thing that mattered was that she still had a chance to get some 9-sun grass. He has a treasure, said Feng Ting while pointing at Lin Feng, and then added, a moment ago, when you still hadn't arrived, he was not only picking up purity stones but also he gathered 9-sun grass. It's definitely in his ring. When Feng Ting finished talking, she felt ice cold from head to toe. She slightly inclined her head and saw Lin Feng, who was coldly glaring at her, which made her slightly shiver. Besides, the strong cultivators who were around also seemed very interested. 9-sun grass was indeed a great treasure. It was invaluable. So there was a great deal of treasures inside Lin Feng's ring? Those strong cultivators immediately looked at Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng feel an intense pressure. Lin Feng looked around at the crowd. There were 6 people and they all had the strength of the Qianqi layer. Everybody, I am the one who discovered this vein of the earth, so I have obtained some items as compensation. You can split the rest between you 6, I will not take anything else, said Lin Feng to the crowd, immediately making a compromise. However, nobody rushed to pick up the items. In such a huge area, there were certainly enough purity stones to divide between them. It was clear to everybody that even stronger cultivators would come later, and dividing the well into 6 would be impossible. Those who would come after wouldn't agree, they would continue to divide it, or maybe that some people would get thrown out because they weren't be able to compete with the newcomers. Picking up the best treasures and thinking that you would be able to walk away is a bit naive, said Mr. Li while smiling in a cold and detached way. You can leave, but everything you have in your ring is now mine. Purity stones and the 9-sun grass, everything is mine and nothing is yours. Indeed, leave the things here and get lost, said someone wearing a black Chang Pao. Lin Feng tried to seize every chance to gain an advantage by using his words, but it wouldn't work with them. They were selfish and greedy. Lin Feng obviously didn't want to give anything to them. I am the first one to discover the vein of the earth. I didn't even say that I wanted it, I just picked up a few items. That's my compensation, said Lin Feng, sounding cold. Telling you to get lost is to give you face. You're acting recklessly, said Mr. Li, sounding ice cold. He believed Lin Feng was a weak cultivator, so he was looking down on him. Lin Feng would never want to share anything with them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372, Sword of the Rising Sun. Telling me to get lost was giving me face? Act recklessly? Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man while narrowing his eyes. Immediately after, Lin Feng smiled coldly. Is that so? He slightly stepped forwards, as a sword energy emerged from Lin Feng's body. Ha! Mr. Li looked at Lin Feng walking forward and sensed the cold energy, which made him frown. He then said coldly, could it be that you want a battle? Lin Feng didn't say anything. He started walking forwards, and in a flash, a rumbling noise spread through the atmosphere. The ground under their feet caved in. Lin Feng swiftly jumped through the air and released a colossal amount of sword energy. Then, dazzling flames started to unceasingly burn around his body. It's pure qi. The crowd was astonished. Qianqi layer. Lin Feng was also a cultivator of the Qianqi layer like them. A moment before, he had tried to leave without taking a share in the vein of the earth, but surprisingly, some people foolishly tried to stop him and force him to abandon his items and told him to get lost. Feng Ting's pupils shrank, her heart started pounding. Lin Feng was a cultivator of the Qianqi layer. She had surprisingly refused his request. Besides, she had incited people to fight against him. Mr. Li frowned. He looked like he was going to explode. Lin Feng remained silent and immediately attacked him. Mr. Li released some pure qi and said coldly, you don't know how to distinguish good from bad, therefore I will teach you a lesson. When he finished talking, he immediately jumped into the air and threw himself at Lin Feng. The man's hand zigzagged and a hook illusion appeared as it released a black light. Sword! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Pure qi started revolving in the air and a pure qi sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was releasing a terrifying sword energy. Sword of the Rising Sun. Lin Feng hadn't arrived at his opponent's side, but he was slowly starting his Sword of the Rising Sun. It wasn't quick. That sword could even be described as slow, but it was filled with vitality. Just like the morning rising sun, it wasn't dazzling and extremely beautiful, which caught people's eyes. Mr. Li smiled as if he found it amusing. What a ridiculous sword attack. It looked so slow, how could such a sword ever reach him? He just had to unleash a weak attack and the sword attack would disperse. People in the crowd were also shaking their heads. Both fighters had broken through to the Qianqi layer, but Lin Feng must have only just broken through. His fighting power was still too weak. He probably wouldn't even be a match for Mr. Li. However, Lin Feng was still moving forwards. That slow sword, just like the sun, was slowly rising into the air. It was becoming more and more resplendent. It was also growing brighter and brighter. Die! Shouted Mr. Li furiously. His hook-like hand moved forwards, it contained a deadly energy and it looked amazing. However, that amazing hook, when it collided with Lin Feng's slow sword, was completely swallowed and disappeared. The only thing left was the splendor of the sword, which was magnificent. It looked so captivating, as if nothing else existed other than that dazzling magnificence. Ha! The crowd was a bit surprised. That sword was slow and calm, giving them a beautiful and serene impression, but it was as if their eyes couldn't escape from it. Mr. Li frowned as well. Immediately after, he moved backwards. However, he found out that even though he was moving back, the sword was still moving towards him and the distance separating him from the sword wasn't increasing at all. That sword was still moving slowly and looked like an illusion, but it was closely following him and growing brighter and brighter. That sword, was it a real sword or was it a sword skill? It seemed like it was constantly changing, it was also growing more and more powerful. The crowd was dumbstruck, and immediately after, they realized that the dazzling sword was crashing into Mr. Li's body. On his forehead there was a blood mark, and immediately after, he fell from the sky and his corpse crashed into the ground. A cultivator of the Xianxi layer was just killed. Lin Feng needed only one sword attack to kill him. He had demanded that Lin Feng give him his ring and to get lost, but in the end, Lin Feng killed him using only one sword attack. Mr. Li's eyes were still filled with remorse for starting the conflict. He was a majestic cultivator of the Xianxi layer, being killed because of this wasn't worth it. You acted recklessly, said Lin Feng, using the sentence which the opponent said to him. Unfortunately, Mr. Li couldn't hear these words. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the 5 other people. He then said coldly, I will leave. It's not because I'm scared of you, it's because I know that I will not be able to seize that vein of the earth. It will most likely be seized by an influential group of the imperial city. One person alone is nothing, one of us seizing that vein of the earth is impossible. You are all just like me, you cannot seize it. The best thing you can do is, like me, steal a few purity stones and then leave. That guy was ridiculous to think that he could take my ring, he was an arrogant fool, and he had even believed that he would be able to seize that vein of the earth with his power. The others were a bit surprised. When they had arrived, they wanted to seize the treasure and were blinded by their own greed. A moment before, they had been just like Mr. Li. They thought that they would be able to seize the well of pure qi, especially at the moment when Lin Feng had said that he would let them share it together without joining. It had made them feel even more excited, but Lin Feng's words were like a cold shower. They wouldn't be able to seize the well of pure qi with their power. What if we all act together and seize part of it? If people come, we join together against them, how does that sound? Said one of them who didn't want to give up. Even if it meant only having a small section, it would be enough to constantly improve their cultivation levels. They would never have problems with purity stones again. After all, cultivators of the Xianxi layer required a terrifying amount of pure qi which could be gained from purity stones. Relying on the pure qi that was in the air, it would be too slow. Impossible, we are only 6 people, we are barely even a small power in the imperial city. Steal some purity stones, take as many as you can, otherwise, the most influential groups of the imperial city will come and you will not be able to obtain anything. Said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. The news that a vein of the earth had appeared would spread very quickly, they wouldn't be able to hide it, and the most influential powers of the city would soon learn about it. The Yu clan, and even the imperial clan would try to seize it for themselves. 6 people together would never be able to keep it. The other 5 looked unrelenting to give up, but what Lin Feng was saying was true. They wouldn't be able to cope with the influential groups of the imperial city. They could only rush, grab as much as they could and leave. They weren't resigned to give up, but they had to admit that Lin Feng was right. Someone's silhouette flickered and he immediately dived into the well of pure qi. Then he started picking up purity stones. Very quickly, the others did the same and started extracting purity stones as well. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. A guard of the Feng clan was killed. A cultivator of the Xianxi layer who was wearing the black Chang Pao then said in a cold and detached way, that piece of trash also wanted to take away some purity stones. After that, the air was filled with shrieks as people started to die. Many of the Feng clan's guards were killed while trying to grab some purity stones. If they had the bad luck to come across any of the cultivators of the Xianxi layer, they would end up dead. They had no strength but wanted to grab purity stones, that was reckless. Cultivators of the Xianxi layer were merciless. Would they allow the weak cultivators to take purity stones that they wanted? Very quickly, each and every single Feng clan guard stopped picking up purity stones. They moved back to the ground and all pulled long faces. Feng Ting also wanted to pick up some purity stones, but Lin Feng prevented her from moving forwards. He glanced at her and said coldly, "You have 10 seconds, if I still see your face, I will kill you." Lin Feng said the word kill in a particularly emphasized way which made Feng Ting's face go rigid and turn deathly pale. A moment before, she had told Mr. Li that Lin Feng was carrying the 9 sun grass. Lin Feng had a good reason to kill her. In Lin Feng's eyes, her beautiful face was hideous to look at. "Shio, let's go," said the old man next to Feng Ting. Lin Feng was too strong, they couldn't afford to provoke him any further. If they didn't leave, Lin Feng would kill Feng Ting. The old man was full of remorse. Why did he refuse Lin Feng's proposition in the beginning? After they left, the guards also left with them, their silhouettes were disappearing one after the other. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to them. With his acute senses, Lin Feng opened the space of his ring and started sorting his purity stones of medium and higher quality. However, at that moment, ferocious beasts roared and the ground started to shake. Many ferocious beasts were charging towards the vein of the earth. At the same time, many troops from the imperial city were rushing through the air emitting whistling sounds. They were rushing towards Mount Sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Wan Shoumen. After Lin Feng finished sorting his purity stones, his silhouette flickered and appeared in front of the cultivator wearing the black Changpao. "What are you doing?" asked the cultivator in the black Changpao while frowning, and then said, "Take some purity stones, you take your things, I take my things, let's not intervene in each other's affairs." "The others can, you can't," said Lin Feng sounding cold and detached, which made the man in the black Changpao frown even more. "Earlier, you told me to leave my things here and to get lost. Well, now I will repeat that back to you. Give me your ring and get lost," said Lin Feng coldly. A moment before, the one in the black Changpao had supported Mr. Li and tried to rob Lin Feng. At that moment, Mr. Li was dead, but the one in the black Changpao was still there. Lin Feng wouldn't let him off so easily. He tried to steal from Lin Feng. He had to get his revenge. "Why didn't you attack me a moment ago? Why did you wait until now?" said the one in the black Changpao, pulling a long face. Actually, after he had seen that Lin Feng killed Mr. Li, he was shocked and had feared that Lin Feng would then kill him for demanding his ring and telling him to get lost, but Lin Feng acted as if he hadn't heard it and ignored him until that moment. "I thought that I should let you pick up some purity stones for me, isn't it better that way?" said Lin Feng, moving forwards. The one in the black Changpao suddenly started shaking and rushed into the ground. Lin Feng smiled coldly. His sword diffused a powerful energy which split the ground open and Lin Feng jumped inside. Lin Feng had just dived into the ground, but immediately, an incredibly brutal punch attacked him by surprise. It was filled with pure chi and unleashed a cold wind. Lin Feng stopped in a flash. Lin Feng inclined his body to the side and dodged the attack. Immediately a rumbling noise spread through the atmosphere. The punch struck the earth and a huge hole had appeared. "You might have killed him, but that doesn't mean that you can act wildly," said the man in the black Changpao coldly while staring at Lin Feng. "Is that so?" said Lin Feng while staring at him as well. He then slowly walked forwards while releasing his sword energy. Then he said, "Since you don't want your life, I will take it." When Lin Feng finished talking, deadly energy flowed into the atmosphere. Lin Feng took a step forwards and his sword immediately descended in the direction of his opponent. Sword chi was piercing through the air, emitting tearing sounds. The man in the black Changpao didn't try to dodge. He joined both his hands and a terrifying black vortex condensed from his hands. It was emitting some whirling sound in the air. It looked powerful. The pure chi sword started to cut through the black vortex, emitting ripping sounds, and then it suddenly stopped. It was stuck in the vortex, unable to move forwards. "You are way too arrogant. You killed a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer, but that doesn't mean anything. The one who will die here is you," said the man in the black Changpao while looking at Lin Feng. The distance between them was extremely short, and behind the strong cultivator in the black Changpao appeared many strange black bestial-looking tentacles which then rushed towards Lin Feng to constrict him. "You're not the only one who has a spirit," said Lin Feng as coldly. Behind him an endless stream of purple tentacles emerged. Every tentacle looked like a ferocious beast. It seemed like there was an endless quantity of them. There were at least 10 times more purple tentacles than black tentacles, maybe even several times more than that. In the blink of an eye, the purple tentacles subdued the black tentacles and moved towards the man in the black Changpao to constrict him. The sudden change made his facial expression change drastically. The vortex he had in his hands broke and released an incredible energy as he abruptly retreated backwards. "How dangerous," thought the man in the black Changpao when he saw that the purple tentacles still hadn't appeared in front of him. There was only the black vortex dispersing. He felt like luck was on his side. But at that moment, he was startled. Immediately after, he saw that there was a subtle glittering light coming from the shadows, which made him frown. "That looks bad." An extremely sharp chi reached his body. It was becoming a critical situation, which made his facial expression change once again. He wanted to move back, but it was already too late. A black cross emerged. It looked incredibly lethal, and then a deep cross mark appeared on his chest. He lowered his head and saw that a bleeding cross-shaped wound appeared on his chest, and suddenly, Lin Feng was standing in front of him. Deadly cross shadow. Lin Feng transformed into a shadow and attacked with deadly precision. "I had told you to leave your ring here," said Lin Feng coldly. He then released a deadly chi which streaked through the air and blasted through the opponent's body. Immediately after, his ring rose into the air and Lin Feng caught it. The man in the black Chang Pao slowly collapsed. Another cultivator of the Xianqi layer had just been killed. Everything had happened in an extremely short time. At that moment, the 4 other cultivators of the Xianqi layer stopped picking up purity stones and looked at Lin Feng as well as the corpse on the ground. They had both broken through to the Xianqi layer, but Lin Feng had killed him like he was butchering a chicken. He had done it in a very relaxed and ruthless manner. That young man was terrifying and everybody was looking at him with both respect and fear in their eyes. "Don't worry, I do not attack anyone who isn't my enemy," said Lin Feng when he saw the 4 other cultivators looking at him with a slight fear in their eyes. Immediately after, he gazed into the distance and only heard the terrifying roars as fire ignited in the atmosphere. "We should leave and let the others fight." "You want to leave like that?" said someone who was not resigned to leave. They still had time to pick up so much from that well of pure qi. Giving up and leaving was too frustrating. "If you don't want to leave, you can stay here," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. Lin Feng and that person weren't acquainted. Lin Feng was just warning them. Whether they listened to him or not had nothing to do with him. That person was a bit surprised and gnashed their teeth, unwilling to give up, but he still ended up nodding and saying, "All right, let's go." "Go? None of you will leave," a voice came from the distance. It was incredibly aggressive and domineering, which slightly surprised Lin Feng and the others. They looked into the distance. There was a fire which was moving nearer to them. Surprisingly, it was a ferocious beast that seemed to be on fire. That ferocious beast looked extremely majestic. It was gigantic and fire red. There were also extremely sharp thorns covering its body. The most amazing thing was that on the beast's back, there were 2 fire red wings flapping in the air. Demonic fire lion? When Lin Feng saw that ferocious beast, his pupils shrank. Surprisingly, it was a demonic fire lion. In the past, he had obtained it from the prisoner's arena of the Imperial City, however he immediately sold it. As expected, the demonic fire lion was extremely strong. It has surprisingly already become a Xian-level beast, thought Lin Feng. The highest level a demonic fire lion could reach was the Tian level. Back then, Lin Feng was too weak. He only had the strength of the 5th Ling Qi layer, so he was unable to control it, otherwise he wouldn't have given it up. Of course, in his hands, the demonic fire lion wouldn't have been able to reach the Xian level that quickly. After all, people of the Wanshou men were experts at raising ferocious beasts. They could make them grow stronger very quickly. They were obviously more skilled than Lin Feng. The master of the demonic fire lion was a disciple of the Wanshou men sect who obtained it in the auction sale, Kuang Shi. Lin Feng could remember how terrified the arrogant Meng Tsong had been of Kuang Shi. Almost 2 years after, Kuang Shi had also broken through to the Xianqi layer. Apart from Kuang Shi and the demonic fire lion he was riding, there were other people surrounding Lin Feng and the other 4. They were also riding all sorts of ferocious beasts and hiding in the forest. They were just encircling Lin Feng and the others. However, these ferocious beasts seemed much weaker in comparison. Kuang Shi recognized Lin Feng and said, "What a coincidence, thank you for the demonic fire lion, but today, since I discovered this vein of the earth, it belongs to the Wanshou sect. If you don't want to burn, give me all the items that are in your ring and I will let you off." Wanshou sect. Lin Feng and the 4 other cultivators of the Xianqi layer around him were astonished. As expected, one of the influential powers of the country had appeared. "You discovered it?" "I am the one who discovered it first," said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. "I don't care, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. You either give me your ring and I will let you off or you can choose to die," said Kuang Shi in an extremely aggressive way. How audacious. "You're only one person, and you only have a single ferocious beast. How can you believe that you can compete with us?" said a cultivator of the Xianqi layer, sounding ice cold. "I am alone? How ridiculous," said Kuang Shi, sounding cold and detached. He hadn't even finished talking when his ferocious beast roared. In the dense forest not far away from the Mount Sword, many ferocious beasts and silhouettes appeared, all of them riding ferocious wild beasts. "That vein of the earth is ours," said one of them, sounding ice cold. They had all come to the 9-Dragon Mountain to hunt. They hadn't thought that they would find a vein of the earth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Merciful? The Wanshou sect was situated in Shuiyu. Even though it was standing side by side with the Luoxia sect, the Haoyu sect and the others, they were much stronger than the rest. That's how they gained such a prestigious reputation. Their strength came from the fact that they incorporated ferocious beasts into their skills. The Wanshou sect only accepted disciples who had a beast spirit. They also required every disciple to be extremely gifted. For those who had a beast spirit, this sect was paradise. They had extremely powerful beast skills which helped their spirit grow much stronger. The core disciples of the Wanshou sect could also learn how to tame wild beasts. That made them extremely formidable. This was precisely why the members of the Wanshou sect liked to go to the beast forests. If they were lucky, they could come across a wild beast with similar strength and tame it. Once tamed, they would be able to ride the beast as a mount immediately. Beast forests were the perfect locations for them to practice. Lin Feng was very unlucky to meet them after they had all captured so many ferocious beasts which they were all riding at that moment. Lin Feng looked at Guangshi in an ice-cold way. He had only two choices. One was to give away his ring with all the items and get lost, the other was to die. "Isn't there a third choice?" asked Lin Feng indifferently while looking at Guangshi. "We are only a few people. We took some purity stones. In comparison with that vein of pure qi, that's just a drop of water in the ocean. It's not even worth mentioning. Besides, I am the one who discovered that vein of pure qi. Don't you think that your requirements are a little exaggerated?" Exaggerated? Guangshi didn't even have the time to reply when another member of the Wanshou sect spoke with a cold smile. "You discovered the vein of the earth, but that isn't a stroke of luck at all. On the contrary, for you, it's actually a calamity. It's an invaluable discovery, but you can't keep it and we can't let you leave just like that. If we let you leave in peace, what will we say to the sect when they question us? Are we not able to confront a few nobodies? Since we discovered the vein of the earth, it belongs to us in its entirety. We will not abandon even the tiniest part. Then we will let the sect decide what they want to do with it. Brother Sure is right, there is no third choice. Initially, when you came across that vein of the earth, that was already bad luck, but we will not hesitate and burn you to death. Proposing for you to leave your things here was already polite enough. Don't be too greedy with your requests," said Guangshi. "If you put it that way, shouldn't I thank you as well for giving me the opportunity to get lost?" joked Lin Feng. Telling him to abandon his items and get lost surprisingly was considered merciful, as if they were giving a wrongdoer a way out. When Guangshi heard Lin Feng's joke, he frowned and said in a cold and detached way, "I don't care about what you think, that is the situation and it cannot be changed. I don't care about your politeness or proposition, I do not choose either of your options, let's see how strong you are." Lin Feng released an ice-cold energy after spitting out his words. "Indeed, we can act together, we're 5, if they want to kill us, at least half of them will die," said a cultivator of the Xianxi layer next to Lin Feng with a cold expression. These few people of the Wanshou sect were simply going too far. "Half of us? It seems like you don't know that this time, only the best core disciples of the sect have come," joked someone. Immediately after, each and every single disciple of the Wanshou sect released their qi. It was brutally revolving in the atmosphere, emitting whistling sounds. It was terrifying. How strong? Lin Feng and the others were a bit surprised. Amongst these people, there were 6 cultivators of the Xianxi layer and 8 of the Lingqi layer. Besides, the beasts they were riding were at similar levels. Therefore, there were 6 cultivators of the Xianxi layer and 6 ferocious beasts of Xian level. Besides, amongst them, there were 2 cultivators who were releasing a more powerful energy. They were probably at the second Xianxi layer. They were extremely scary. They were all core disciples of the Wanshou sect. The 6 cultivators of the Xianxi layer riding their 6 Xian level beasts were rushing towards Lin Feng and the others, while the cultivators of the Lingqi layer moved back and smiled coldly as they enjoyed the show. Lin Feng and the others had a death wish. Initially the Wanshou sect had given them a chance, but they didn't appreciate it. They were going to die and could only blame themselves. "You 4, fight together, help each other, we can't give them an opportunity that can be exploited," said Lin Feng in a low voice. The 4 of them then gradually moved close to each other. They had to stick together. If they dispersed, 3 enemies with their 3 ferocious beasts would be able to fight against one of them. They would be killed in an instant. "What about you?" asked one of them to Lin Feng. "They are not strong enough to kill me," said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached, which made the others stupefied. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't shown his full strength when he killed the 2 other cultivators of the Xianxi layer. They all respected him. He was extremely strong. "I will not waste time. If I have the opportunity, I will help you," said Lin Feng to the others. At that moment, they were all in the same situation. They had to support and help each other. "All right, well then be careful," said the 4 people, sounding solemn and respectful while nodding. They didn't believe what Lin Feng had just said though. How would he even be able to help them? Even though Lin Feng wasn't weak, they were facing members of the Wanshou sect. They were terrifyingly strong. He was probably just lying to himself to gain confidence. "How ridiculous," said the members of the Wanshou sect while shamelessly laughing when they heard Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng really wanted to die. Surprisingly, he was still dreaming and thought that he had a chance of escaping alive. "Guangshi, keep the situation under control. We 5 will fight against those 5. We can choose our opponents and see who will get a kill first," said a young man with a snake pattern on his chest. Immediately after, everybody nodded, indicating that they found the idea interesting. "Viper, you choose first." "I will take him, the 4 others are yours," said Viper with evil eyes while pointing at Lin Feng. "I will choose him, I choose him." The four others then chose their opponent one after the other. Lin Feng looked at Viper and determined from the chi he was releasing that he had broken through to the first Qian-Chi layer. Besides, with the green snake which he was riding, it was the same as fighting two cultivators of the first Qian-Chi layer. "My four brothers, let's have a competition and see who can kill their opponent first," said Viper with bestial eyes. Immediately after, he started rushing towards Lin Feng with his snake. He looked like a deadly mounted warrior. SSSSSSS. SSSSSSSS. The snake was hissing and spitting out a foul black fog which smelt like rotten meat. Dodge. Lin Feng quickly jumped into the air. The four others dodged one after the other and rose into the air as well. "Where are you going?" Viper smiled coldly and his snake moved into the air. It wanted to wrap around Lin Feng up with its gigantic tail. Lin Feng didn't dodge the tail, instead his body released a sharp sword energy. He quickly condensed a pure chi sword in his hand which immediately sliced out towards the snake. Lin Feng's sword immediately sliced the snake's tail off, a brownish blood flowed out from the wound and a terrifying expression appeared in its eyes. Its body started to writhe. "Die!" shouted Viper. He was facing Lin Feng and wasn't far when he saw this happen. At that moment his speed dramatically increased and he threw himself at Lin Feng. His speed was incredible. Pure sun chi emerged from Lin Feng's body and he released his scorching hot chi. Flames enveloped Lin Feng's body. The sun was shining down on his body which made the flames grow even more brutal and violent. "Ha!" Viper was a bit surprised. At that moment, he had rushed towards the burning flames and felt like he was going to be engulfed in flames. Immediately after, he only saw a myriad of purple tentacles move towards him in order to tie his body up. "Die!" shouted Viper looking glum. He couldn't stand it anymore. Even though his speed was incredible and already seemed to have reached his maximum speed, he managed to increase it even more with sheer willpower. When he was about to arrive in front of Lin Feng, a black fire filled with deadly energy appeared in front of Lin Feng. At the precise second when he collided with the black fire, his body suddenly started shaking insanely. His body came to an abrupt stop and then he was brutally projected backwards. What a terrifying black fire! When he had collided against it, it seemed like his flesh was burning. "You want to leave now?" joked Lin Feng while smiling. The purple light suddenly surrounded him. Besides, Lin Feng slowly raised his hand and an incredibly dazzling sword light started to shine through the atmosphere. That sword was so dazzling that the crowd didn't even dare look at it. "Oh no!" Guangshi saw that Viper was being entangled by Lin Feng's spirit and then noticed that dazzling sword. At that moment, his facial expression drastically changed. Immediately after, he saw a sword as dazzling as the sun fall down from the sky. It was so dazzling that he was forced to close his eyes. A moment before, it seemed like the golden sun was piercing into his eyes. "Oh no, this isn't good." Guangshi had the feeling that things were far from good. After he opened his eyes, he could only see Viper's body falling down from the sky and he had lost control of his Shin-level ferocious beast. It was fleeing from the fight. "You would dare?" shouted Guangshi furiously when he saw what Lin Feng was about to do. His demonic fire lion started moving and threw itself towards Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was attacking another disciple who was still fighting, Shuishi. "Shuishi, brother, be careful!" roared Guangshi. At that moment, Shuishi was raising his monstrous hand and was preparing to attack a cultivator of the Qian-Chi layer who was with Lin Feng. If that hand reached him, the strong cultivator's head would have been crushed into pieces. But in response to that attack, a scorching sword fell from the sky. That sword was extremely dazzling. Lin Feng condensed his pure sun chi and released it. Shuishi was also forced to close his eyes at that moment. "Ah! My hand!" A shout of agony spread through the air. His hand attack, which was supposed to topple mountains and overturn the seas, had been destroyed by that scorching sword and Shueishi's hand was instantly cut off. However, the sword didn't stop there. It continued streaking through the sky like a meteor. Blood splashed into the air and blood gushed from Shueishi's throat. Another cultivator of the Qian-Chi layer was killed. The battle had just started and two of the Wanshou sect's cultivators of the Qian-Chi layer had already died, killed by Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, His Grandson. The battle abruptly stopped. The people of the Wanshou sect were all moving back in panic. Viper and Shuishi were been killed by Lin Feng. Their ferocious beasts had become uncontrollable and were running away. At that moment, on the side of the Wanshou sect, there were only 4 cultivators of the Qian-Chi layer left with their beasts. In the blink of an eye, their power had significantly decreased. The 4 cultivators were staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was way too dangerous. In an instant, he killed 2 cultivators of the Qian-Chi layer. He was terrifying. Those who were accompanying Lin Feng were also surprised. At that moment, they were just starting to understand what Lin Feng meant before. He wanted them to delay the enemies and then he would come and kill them. "Thank you," said the cultivator who had almost been killed by Shu Weishi a moment before. Lin Feng had arrived at the perfect moment to save his life. "We are in this together, it's normal," said Lin Feng. That person heavily nodded. They were fighting together and needed to support each other. "Leopard and I will fight against him. Guangshi, Tianqing, you fight against those four," said one of the Wanshou sect's members riding a ferocious beast while pointing at Lin Feng. Leopard and he were the strongest of them all. They had both broken through to the second Xianxi layer. They wanted to kill Lin Feng first while Guangshi and Tianqing delayed Lin Feng's partners. For Guangshi and Tianqing, delaying 4 cultivators of the Xianxi layer who weren't very strong wouldn't be a problem. "All right. Indeed, let's do it that way. Ji Feng and Leopard, kill him, then we will kill the other 4 together," said the third one of the Wanshou sect while nodding. Lin Feng was too dangerous, they had to kill him first, there was no other choice. 2 cultivators of the second Xianxi layer and 2 Xian level ferocious beasts should be enough to kill him. When Lin Feng and the others heard them, they narrowed their eyes. The 4 with Lin Feng looked particularly worried as well. The opponents, even though they had lost 2 of their fellow disciples to Lin Feng's sword, they were still standing tall and were convinced that their strength was still superior. They had many solutions to deal with Lin Feng and the others. They were using 2 cultivators of the second Xianxi layer and 2 Xian level beasts to fight Lin Feng. They were making sure that Lin Feng had no escape. "You 4, be careful," said Lin Feng to the other 4, which stupefied them. Lin Feng wasn't worried about himself, instead he was worried about them. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't used his entire strength yet and still had hidden cards in his sleeves. "You be careful too," said the 4 to Lin Feng. The 4 of them were only fighting against 2 cultivators of the Xianxi layer and 2 ferocious beasts. Lin Feng wasn't too worried. The opponents were extremely strong, but killing those 4 in such a short time would be impossible. As long as Lin Feng was alive, there would be no problem. Their hope and their lives in general were in Lin Feng's hands. If Lin Feng died, they would be defeated and death was all that awaited them. Lin Feng nodded and jumped into the air. Flames started to burn around his body, giving off a dazzling light. It looked magnificent and dazzlingly to the eyes. Lin Feng looked like a fire god. "Let's fight." The sun was shining onto Lin Feng's body, which made the flames around him grow even more dazzling. Ji Feng and Leopard surrounded Lin Feng with their beasts. They were not giving him any chance of escape. Ji Feng was on his vulture and Leopard was on a beast that resembled a leopard's back, but that beast had large white wings. "There are 2 core disciples and 2 ferocious beasts this time. Let's see what you can do now," said Ji Feng while glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had killed their fellow disciples in front of them. If others members of the sect learnt about that, they would lose face. Even though they had more numbers than the opponents, they still lost 2 of their fellow disciples. "Is having more people useful?" smiled Lin Feng. His flames were becoming more and more agitated. He slightly closed his eyes and released an energy which came from his soul as he used his surplus souls technique. 1,000 surplus souls broke free from his soul and fused with his pure sun chi. "Ha!" Ji Feng and Leopard frowned. Soul energy. They could sense that Lin Feng's soul energy was extremely strong, but what did he want to do with it? "Ji Feng, let's kill him together," suddenly said Ji Feng. Leopard nodded. His vulture started rushing through the air towards Lin Feng, and at the same time a hurricane was rushing towards Lin Feng. "Die!" Ji Feng was moving at incredible speed to attack. He was going to kill Lin Feng. 2 people and 2 ferocious beasts were attacking Lin Feng in perfect synchronization. "Now!" Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and it seemed like an immense fire was burning in his eyes. At the same time, the flames around Lin Feng's body disappeared. However, 1,000 flames suddenly burst out from his body. They were all so bright and resplendent that it looked magnificent. "Burn!" Lin Feng shouted one word. Immediately after, the flames condensed into 4 huge fire dragons. At the same time, they threw themselves in 4 directions. The atmosphere suddenly became unbearably hot as if everything was going to burst into flames. That move made Ji Feng look ahead dumbstruck. He then raised his hand and unleashed a hurricane towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon just opened its cruel mouth to swallow the attack. "Animal! Screw off!" shouted Ji Feng. Behind him suddenly a pair of black wings emerged. The 2 wings flickered and another hurricane emerged which moved towards the fire dragons in all 4 directions. In a flash, the fire dragons dispersed, which made Ji Feng smile. Only for a second though, as immediately after, the dispersed fire of the fire dragons reformed and in a flash condensed back into the 4 dragons, and they were moving to attack again. These fire dragons couldn't be killed. Leopard and the 2 ferocious beasts were suffering from Lin Feng's attack and were unable to move in for the kill. "Retreat!" said Ji Feng and immediately started moving back. He moved back and the 2 ferocious beasts moved back encircling Lin Feng once again. But Lin Feng didn't even look at them, his eyes were closed, the 4 fire dragons were revolving, burning around Lin Feng, their brightness was dazzling. Lin Feng remained motionless, he was controlling these 4 fire dragons and using them to fight against his 4 opponents. His soul power and his senses were extremely developed. Lin Feng could create 1,000 surplus souls and make them merge with the pure sun qi, then he could control the flames and form them into whatever he wished. Lin Feng just had to use his mind to control them. "Leopard, continue, I will kill him," said Ji Feng while staring at Lin Feng. At that moment, he started running towards Lin Feng with unmatched power and speed. At that moment, Ji Feng had spread his large wings which started hovering in the air creating whirlwinds and pure qi started to gather around his body. "Die!" shouted Ji Feng, who suddenly looked like a sharp shadow moving straight towards Lin Feng. A fire dragon roared and threw itself at Ji Feng, but Ji Feng ignored it, he just continued moving forwards. A monstrous pure qi tornado collided with the fire dragon. Ji Feng was in the middle of the pure qi tornado which was moving step by step closer to Lin Feng. Leopard was also furious, just like Ji Feng, he was also attacking Lin Feng at the same time, for cultivators of the Xian Qi layer surprisingly couldn't kill Lin Feng, that was the worst humiliation they had ever suffered. Lin Feng was determined, the fire dragons continued to bombard the atmosphere towards Ji Feng and Leopard at full speed, each flame contained only 1/4 of his pure sun qi, even though his surplus souls increased his strength, it was still difficult for him to defeat 2 cultivators of the second Xian Qi layer. Ji Feng and Leopard were getting closer and closer to Lin Feng, besides, Lin Feng was also unceasingly increasing the power of his sun qi and his surplus souls. The 2 ferocious beasts were also unwilling to be outshone and quickly broke through while Lin Feng was in a difficult position, they both rushed towards Lin Feng to kill him. The battle wasn't only happened there, the other 6 people and 2 ferocious beasts were also locked in battle, it was so tense that nobody had noticed that some people were coming from the distance. In the air, there was a vast group of people walking through the clouds and moving towards them. The one leading the group was an old white-haired man, his facial expression looked profound and solemn and was filled with grievance. "The evil sword has disappeared," said the old white-haired man in a low voice. Where was the evil sword? They didn't know, but all they could see was that a well of pure qi had replaced it. "Father, look over there," said a middle-aged man next to the old man while pointing at Lin Feng and the others. The old man turned his head and noticed Lin Feng, dazzling lights started to glow in his eyes. "It's him, her son. It was his grandson. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 376, Everybody Arrived. At that moment, Lin Feng was busy fighting against 2 ferocious beasts and 2 cultivators, he had no time to notice the crowd in the sky. The power of the flames was growing more insane as the fire dragons moved straight towards Ji Feng and Leopard. When Lin Feng saw that the ferocious beasts were carrying out a surprise attack, Lin Feng released a cold energy. "Break!" said Lin Feng, sounding ice cold. Immediately, one of the weakest fire dragons dispersed and turned into small flames which started to attack the 2 ferocious beasts. Roar! The 2 ferocious beasts roared out in agony and their bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Lin Feng. "Burn!" said Lin Feng. Suddenly a powerful fire ignited on the bodies of the 2 ferocious beasts, the flames started to rampage across their bodies, in a very short time, the 2 beasts were surrounded by flames and were being burnt alive. Roar! Roar! The 2 ferocious beasts were going insane as if they were enraged, they couldn't stop the flames from spreading and burning them. Ji Feng and Leopard's facial expressions drastically changed, they moved towards their respective beasts, some pure qi was condensed into water qi. However, at the same time, Lin Feng released an incredible purple lake which immediately submerged the 2 beasts. By the time Ji Feng and Leopard arrived, the purple lake had disappeared along with all traces of their beasts. Ji Feng and Leopard were evilly staring at Lin Feng, their faces were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng had just killed their ferocious beasts. Domesticating a Xian-level ferocious beast required lots of personal investment and also required a great deal of luck. The white-haired old man and the others were calmly watching the battle. They saw that 2 beasts had just been set on fire, which intrigued the old man. Her son was about 18 years old at the moment and surprisingly, he already had such astonishing battle power, he was able to fight against 2 ferocious beasts and 2 prodigious disciples, it seemed like he had inherited the talent from his parents. When the old man thought about that, he looked at the young man half a step behind him, that young man's eyebrows were as sharp as swords. Yu Tianming was the best disciple of the Yu clan, he was a dazzling genius. Unfortunately, what happened in the past couldn't be changed, otherwise, Yu Tianming and Lin Feng could have trained together within the clan, they would have become like Duan Wu Dao and Duan Wu Ya, they would both become the pride of the clan. At that moment, Yu Tianming was also observing Lin Feng. For his age, Lin Feng had a terrifying strength, he was much stronger than most 18-year-old cultivators. "You will definitely die," said Ji Feng with a glum expression in his eyes while looking at Lin Feng. He looked like a venomous insect. The members of the Wanshou sect are becoming more and more useless each day, said a faintly discernible voice which stupefied Ji Feng. He then raised his head and saw the crowd in the sky, which made him frown. The Yu clan was based in the Nine Dragon Mountain chain and they had arrived. Besides, the head of the clan had personally come. When Ji Feng heard them humiliate the Wanshou sect, his mouth twitched. He didn't dare to contradict him. The head of the Yu clan was respected even by the patriarch of the Wanshou sect. Lin Feng also raised his head and frowned. When he saw these people, a familiar impression invaded his heart. It was very intriguing, and besides, he also noticed that many of them were also staring at him. Senior, this vein of the earth, we are the ones who discovered it. It belongs to the Wanshou sect. I hope that you will not intervene, said Ji Feng. When he saw the people of the Yu clan, the first thing he thought about was that they wanted to steal the vein of the earth from them. If I am not mistaken, you definitely aren't the ones who discovered it, said the old man. He had seen the battle between Lin Feng and the others. He perfectly understood the subtleties of the story. Lin Feng and the others had discovered the vein of the earth and the Wanshou sect had come to steal it, which was precisely why they were fighting at this very moment. Senior, how could they even compete with the Wanshou sect? This vein of the earth, they can't protect it and they don't even have the strength to seize it, said Ji Feng. His words were like poison. Because they can't, you think you can steal it? They discovered the vein of the earth in the first place, then you wanted to use your power and influence to suppress them, use force to steal from the weak. In other words, the strongest are the ones who own this vein of the earth. Since it's that way, everything is very easy, said the old man, sounding calm, without looking affected at all. He then shouted, Tian Ming. When Yu Tian Ming heard the old man, he took a step forwards, looking majestic and detached at the same time, as if he was the only hero left in the world. Tian Ming, Yu Tian Ming. Ji Feng frowned. He was the most prodigious disciple of the Yu clan and was the second-ranked high official. He was ranked second after Duan Wu Dao. It was said that he had only become famous when he was 16 and left Shuiyu after then and trained elsewhere. Very few people had ever met him. However, nobody dared look down upon him, just like nobody dared look down on the Yu clan. Wanshou sect, if one of you can take one of my attacks without dying, the vein of the earth will be yours, said Yu Tian Ming while looking at Ji Feng, which made the crowd frown. If they could survive one of Yu Tian Ming's attacks, the Yu clan would renounce their claim to the vein of the earth and give it to the Wanshou sect? Ji Feng and the others were dumbstruck. Who would even dare to try? He was ranked second within the 8 high officials, apart from Duan Wu Dao, who could withstand a single of Yu Tian Ming's attacks without dying. Nobody dared gamble with their lives. Even if they didn't die, they would be returning to the sect with their cultivation crippled. The vein of the earth would just be for the Wanshou sect and they wouldn't have any more uses for it. And if they couldn't resist the attack, they would die. Who would dare take such a huge risk? Death or be crippled? Lin Feng was also looking at Yu Tian Ming. He looked outstanding. He didn't look arrogant and conceited like Yu Tian Chen. Yu Tian Ming was a really amazing and prodigious young cultivator. He had nothing to do with people like Yu Tian Chen who only abused their status. There was nothing comparable between them. Since you don't dare, don't even try to claim that the well of pure qi is yours, said the old man when he saw that Ji Feng and the others remained silent. The old man sounded indifferent. Ji Feng and the others' mouths were twitching, but words weren't coming out. Senior, head of the Yu clan, don't you think the way you are treating the Wanshou sect's juniors is a bit exaggerated? At that moment, a voice resonated from far away in the atmosphere. The crowd turned around and saw that nobody was there. That made people shiver. It meant that that person was still extremely far from them and could not yet be seen. Finally, a hurricane emerged from the atmosphere. The ground and the sky were transformed. It became extremely stormy, and in the distance, something appeared in the sky. In the sky, the first thing people saw was a terrifying ferocious beast. It looked extraordinarily ferocious and sanguinary. It also had a pair of gigantic wings flapping through the air and creating gale-force winds below. On the back of that ferocious beast, there were 2 silhouettes. The first was a middle-aged man who looked majestic. By his side, there was another person who looked cold and detached. When Lin Feng saw the second person, he frowned. He had already this person when the Yunhai sect had been annihilated. It was the vice-patriarch of the Wanshou sect, Teng Wushan. Lin Feng remembered when Ren Yan's teacher, the old woman, who had sacrificed her life to kill the ferocious beast, a flying python, which he was riding, that had allowed Protector Bei to successfully secure Lin Feng escape. Surprisingly, it was the vice-patriarch of the Wanshou sect. There was no doubt about it. The middle-aged man on that beast must be the patriarch. The 9-sword mountains had collapsed, the evil sword had disappeared, and now the members of the Yu clan and the members of the Wanshou sect were gathered there. If I wanted to bully your juniors, would they still be alive? Asked the old white-haired man without sparing a glance at the approaching figure. He had already guessed that these people would arrive sooner or later, so what if they came? For many people, a vein of the earth was a fantastic and priceless treasure, but in his eyes, it wasn't invaluable at all. In comparison with the evil sword, that was insignificant. What the old man really wanted to know was, who had the evil sword merged with? Nobody contradicted the old man. If the head of the Yu clan wanted to kill a few juniors, it was very easy. He just despised them and didn't feel like wasting the effort. Wu Qing, why not try against Yu Tianming? He is the second strongest high official. Let's see if his name matches his reputation, said the patriarch of the Wanshou sect indifferently. Wu Qing was ranked third amongst the high officials. He was just above Duan Wuya. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377, Kill Lin Feng. Two of the 8 high officials, the second-ranked Yu Tianming, and the third-ranked Wu Qing, had appeared in the same place at the same time. That was extremely rare. Many people were looking at them with impatience in their eyes. All the 8 high officials were extraordinary geniuses, and at that moment, 2 of the high officials were in front of them. Wu Qing was wearing a black cloak. He was extremely ugly. He had a mouth that stuck out and a chin like an ape. He looked particularly bestial, especially when he was staring at Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming looked calm and serene. He wasn't like Wu Qing, who looked like an animal. Wu Qing almost seemed like he wanted to tear Yu Tianming apart. What is the cultivation level of the second and third best high officials? Thought Lin Feng. Duan Wuya was the 4th-ranked official, but was already monstrously strong. These 2 people had to be even stronger than Duan Wuya. Besides, according to the rumors, the mysterious crown prince Duan Wu Dao was unbelievably strong. Since you want to see if Yu Tianming's reputation matches the reality, how could a single attack be enough? Let's make it a battle to the death. When one of the fighters die, the battle is over. If Yu Tianming is the loser, I will not intervene. If Wu Qing is the loser, you, members of the Wanshou sect, cannot intervene either, said the white-haired old man, looking completely expressionless and sounding indifferent, which astonished everybody. He wanted Yu Tianming and Wu Qing to fight to death? How confident! The white-haired old man had absolute faith. He was convinced that Yu Tianming could easily kill Wu Qing without any risk. Would the members of the Wanshou sect dare or not? Everybody looked at the patriarch of the Wanshou sect. His mouth was twitching. How cruel, surprisingly asking for a battle to death. Even though he admired Wu Qing's strength, he thought that Wu Qing's talent was much more incredible than his own and wanted to make him the future patriarch of the Wanshou sect. Wu Qing was indeed really an incredible and prodigious beast cultivator. He didn't know precisely how strong Yu Tianming was. He only knew that he hadn't been in Shuiyu. Nobody knew what cultivation level he had after returning. Nobody dared gamble. Tang Wuyao, will you dare or not? Said the white-haired old man while looking at the patriarch of the Wanshou sect for the first time, Tang Wuyao, with his white hair fluttering in the wind. Tang Wuyao, will you dare or not? Tang Wuyao, will you dare or not? The sentence was resonating through the atmosphere. It was incredible. Tang Wuyao looked glum. He really didn't dare. He had been bringing Wu Qing to the beast forest since his childhood to help him gain experience. He had become almost like a son to him. He had raised him since he was young. He couldn't put Wu Qing's life at stake and let him battle to the death against Yu Tianming. The situation in Shuiyu is constantly changing. The 8 high officials' rankings will change as well. What is the point in trying to know who is stronger between Wu Qing and Yu Tianming? Why would I gamble with you? Said Tang Wuyao slowly, which made people suddenly look disappointed. It seemed like Yu Tianming and Wu Qing's battle wouldn't happen. The old man turned his head and stopped looking at Tang Wuyao. He then said indifferently, that vein of the earth is near my clan, the Yu clan, I want it. When he finished talking, the members of the Yu clan gradually started moving and stood at every corner of the vein of the earth as if it already belonged to the Yu clan. Nobody else could have it. He was calm, domineering and introverted, but his voice was filled with sharpness. That was the head of the Yu clan. The Yu clan was mysterious. They rarely revealed themselves to the outside and rarely fought against other people, but the fact that they didn't fight didn't mean that they couldn't fight. When they fought, they didn't retreat from anyone, including the patriarch of the Wanshou sect. Even if the Wanshou sect had discovered the vein of the earth before the Yu clan, what could they do? The Yu clan didn't care about their opinion. Lin Feng looked at the old man's white hair fluttering in the wind inside. That was strength. If Lin Feng had been stronger than the Yu clan and discovered the vein of the earth, who would have dared to say the vein wasn't his? As the discoverer of the vein, who would have dared to attempt to steal it? Because he was weak, everybody that discovered the chi well after him tried to steal it from him. On top of that, the members of the Wanshou sect even tried to make him hand over his ring along with all his items and told him to get lost, otherwise they would kill him. That was the only choice they were giving him, a ridiculous choice. All that mattered was strength. Each and every single member of the Wanshou sect looked furious. How detestable! The members of the Yu clan were really abominable. They had completely ignored the Wanshou sect. Yu Qing Shan. said Tang Wuyao while staring at the old man with the white hair. People who knew the old man's name were rare. I already said it, that vein of the earth is near my clan, it is thus ours, do you need me to repeat it over and over again? Said Yu Qingshan, who didn't care about Wu Tangya's feelings. He rolled up his sleeves and, even though he was usually calm, released a powerful energy. The atmosphere became deathly silent. Nobody spoke and the silence was oppressive. Lin Feng smiled. The members of the Wanshou sect had thought that they would be able to steal the vein of the earth, but the Yu clan was stealing it from them. That was definitely due to their bad karma. Qingshan, brother, what a temper! At that moment, a voice spread through the air. It came from far in the distance. Immediately after, another group of people walked through the sky. They were all walking on condensed pure qi. They all had the strength of the Xian Qi layer and were moving in perfect formation. The Yu clan had arrived. It was suddenly becoming bustling and lively. 3 powers of influence had arrived. They constituted some of the most influential groups in the Imperial City. They could turn the Imperial City upside down. Very quickly, the Yu clan arrived in the air above the well of pure qi. When Lin Feng saw these people, coldness invaded his eyes. The Yu clan and Lin Feng had a deep hatred. He had killed Yu Tianxing, and the 3rd elder of the Yu clan had died because of him. Those days, the Yu clan really wanted to kill Lin Feng. This time, the people of the Yu clan who had come were all extremely high-ranked members. Their leader was a middle-aged man. He looked majestic. He was the head of the clan, Yu Lushui. Back in the past, when people talked about Yu Lushui and Yu Qingshan, they used to call them Qingshan and Lushui, but those days, they rarely came out, so people who addressed them that way were extremely rare. Lin Feng sensed that Yu Lushui accidentally glanced at him and revealed his killing intent. But in the end, Yu Lushui smiled indifferently. Tang Wuyao, brother, you're wrong. The Yu clan lives near this vein of the earth. They found it before you. Since it's that way, it belongs to the Yu clan in its entirety, said Yu Lushui while smiling, which stupefied everyone. Yu Lushui was making Tang Wuyao even more furious. The Wanshou sect had discovered that place before the Yu clan. My sect, the Wanshou sect, found it in the first place, said Tang Wuyao in an ice-cold way. He looked furious. Ha! Yu Lushui looked extremely surprised, then, with a shaking smile, added, I made improper remarks. Yu Qingshan smiled coldly, glanced at Yu Lushui and Tang Wuyao, and then said, I will repeat it once more, for the last time. From now on, the vein of the earth belongs to the Yu clan. Yu Lushui then carelessly said, we arrived too late. We cannot steal the vein of the earth. Qingshan, brother, don't worry about that, but there is someone I want to kill here. Yu Lushui looked glum. He had arrived too late and couldn't steal the vein of the earth, but he was indirectly suggesting that if Tang Wuyao had the opportunity to do so, he should. Whom do you want to kill? Asked Yu Qingshan. Him, said Yu Lushui while pointing at Lin Feng with killing intent in his eyes. That person killed my 5th son and my 3rd brother. I have to kill him, said Yu Lushui while looking at Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan frowned. It seemed like Yu Lushui had a few idea about Lin Feng's identity, but with the power and influence of the Yu clan, finding the clues wasn't too difficult. He's Lin Feng? When Tang Wuyao heard Yu Lushui, he was astonished. Those days, in the Imperial City, many people were talking about Lin Feng. Indeed, said Yu Lushui while slightly nodding, which made a cold expression appear on Tang Wuyao's face. What a coincidence, he also killed some of my member. I want him dead too. 2 old monsters wanted to kill Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, Who Wants to Kill Him? Lin Feng really was unlucky. He had managed to provoke 2 huge spheres of influence. In Shuiyu, if the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect wanted the same person to die, that person rarely continued breathing. Those days, Lin Feng had enmity with them both. It seemed like this time, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. On Lin Feng's side, the 4 cultivators of the Xian Qi layer looked at Lin Feng with a deep and profound expression in their eyes. They were just starting to understand that the young man who was fighting with them was famous in Shuiyu. He was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already extremely strong, to the extent that he could even easily kill a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer. He was amazing. But at that moment, Lin Feng was in a critical situation and they would be unable to help him. Yu Qingshan suddenly frowned, but immediately regained a calm and detached facial expression. Even though he had lost contact with his daughter, and even though he hated the man whom his daughter had fallen in love with, even though he was unwilling to announce that Lin Feng was one of his direct descendants, blood was still thicker than water and Lin Feng was still his grandson. All the members of the Yu clan had meticulously come to see how strong his grandson was. The Yu clan would help them achieve their aim. Yu Lushui, you're talking about Yu Tianxian and Yu Qiu, right? Said Yu Qingshan indifferently. Yu Lushui nodded and said, indeed. Your 5th son was neither talented nor strong, he only knew how to use the power and influence of your clan. If his family name hadn't been you, he would have died many times over. Now, he's dead and it could be said to be karma. Concerning your brother, he rushed into the lovesick forest for a fight. Did you really have no idea that he would be punished? That's not surprising at all. Now, you have come personally here to take it out on a young man? How majestic and prestigious, said Yu Qingshan, sounding which stupefied everyone. His words conveyed his meaning. Yu Tianxing and Yu Qiu were supposed to die because they were foolish. The most majestic and prestigious thing about your sect, the Wanshou sect, is that a group of core disciples came to steal the vein of the earth that other people discovered and failed to seize it from them. Besides, a few of your beasts and members were killed by a young man in the process. How humiliating. These pitiful creatures died. It doesn't matter, but you Tang Wuyao, the patriarch of the Wanshou sect, personally came here. You're really shameless. You have no limit to your humiliating actions. Ha! The crowd was astonished. The head of the Yu clan was surprisingly insulting Yu Lushui and Tang Wuyao because of Lin Feng. Yu Lushui's facial expression slightly changed. Yu Qingshan surprisingly spoke for Lin Feng. It seemed like the old man still had some affection for a relative. Tang Wuyao looked cold and detached. After all, Tang Wuyao was the patriarch of a sect and Yu Qingshan dared to humiliate him. How detestable. Could it be that the head of the Yu clan wants to prevent us from killing him? Said Yu Lushui, trying to figure out the truth. Juniors' affairs should be handled by juniors themselves. Why would a bunch of seniors intervene? If you want his life, there is no problem, just send a junior to kill him. If they kill him, that's life, but if you encircle him, use the numbers from your sect or have a senior interfere, don't blame me for getting involved. Said Yu Qingshan indifferently. That's all he could do to help, the rest was up to Lin Feng. He's an insignificant kid, nothing more. Of course we, the elders, will not attack him personally. The outstanding disciples of the Wanshou sect are all incredible and extraordinary, one of them could kill him very easily. Said Yu Lushui indifferently, handing the token over to the Wanshou sect once again. He was now sure that Lin Feng was her son. The Yu clan could obviously kill Lin Feng very easily, but the problem was, would it be worth it for the Yu clan to get involved? If the Wanshou sect attacked, that would be much better. Guys, who can kill him? Asked Tang Wuyao to the disciples behind him in a cold and detached way. He was going to take care of Lin Feng. Earlier, Lin Feng had killed some of his disciples, therefore, making a disciple of the sect kill Lin Feng was also an opportunity to regain their prestige. Therefore, Tang Wuyao didn't even think about shifting the responsibility elsewhere and immediately accepted the job of killing Lin Feng. I will kill him, said Wu Qing, looking like a ferocious beast. A moment before, he hadn't fought against Yu Tianming. He was slightly scared to fight Yu Tianming, but killing Lin Feng would be easy. No need, why would we need you to kill Lin Feng? Said Tang Wuyao, immediately forbidding Wu Qing from fighting. He disdained Lin Feng, so for Wu Qing, killing Lin Feng wouldn't regain their prestige at all, it would even be a bigger humiliation for them. Wu Qing, the patriarch is right, we don't need you to kill him, even I can handle this task. Said a disciple of the Wanshou sect at that moment while taking a step forwards. That person had very thick arms and legs, he looked extremely strong, he was at least 2 meters tall and it seemed as if every part of his body was filled with immense strength. Tang Wuyao glanced at him and nodded. Alright, Du Yan, you can kill him. Alright, said Du Yan while walking forwards. It seemed like the entire atmosphere was shaking under his footsteps. His gigantic body then rose into the air, so he could better look down on Lin Feng. Die, said Du Yan without adding any superfluous words. He then swooped straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Du Yan and had the impression that a ferocious beast was charging through the atmosphere towards him. His feet looked like they belonged to a beast and were releasing a wild qi. How quick! The crowd was astonished. Du Yan was extremely robust and looked clumsy, but he was extremely quick. Move! Shouted Lin Feng. Immediately the 4 cultivators who were with him moved out of the way. Besides, a pure qi sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Without attempting to dodge or avoid fighting, Lin Feng's sword energy invaded the atmosphere. It immediately started to pierce through the air towards Du Yan. Boom! Du Yan's huge body collided with the whistling sword energy, the atmosphere vibrated and the pure qi sword started to crack. It seemed like it was unceasingly being dominated and started to crack before finally breaking apart. What a monstrous strength! The crowd was astonished. The pure qi sword had been broken by Du Yan. What a terrifying explosive power! Hooves! Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Du Yan's feet. Actually, they already couldn't be called feet anymore. They looked like the hooves of a ferocious beast. They were dark and covered in thick hair. They looked horrible. Lin Feng's body shook and he abruptly moved backwards. Boom! Du Yan's huge hooves collided with the ground and a huge crevice appeared in the ground which started to split and break apart. Du Yan didn't stop moving. Lin Feng, who was moving backwards in Du Yan's hand, was closely chasing him while creating a hurricane as it moved through the air. How quick! It's like his movements are illusionary. Lin Feng was flying backwards and the hurricane brushed past him and the wind hurt his eyes. Not only did Du Yan's feet look like hooves, but his hands had transformed too. However, his senses were still as sharp as a human. The crowd was gasping in astonishment. The Wanshou sect, as expected, had a great deal of amazing disciples. Du Yan just seemed like a simple and rough fellow, but he was actually incredibly strong and intrepid. Tang Wuyao was smiling coldly. Du Yan wasn't extremely talented, but his hooves were really powerful. He had been unceasingly practicing his cultivation for many years in order to achieve his current cultivation level. Amongst the disciples of his level, he was older than most of them already, but he had always relied on himself and his determination to finally break through to the third Xin Qi layer. His cultivation was very solid and stable. Because of this, a regular cultivator of the third Xin Qi layer wouldn't be his match, thus Lin Feng was even less likely to survive. "You ought to run away," shouted Du Yan in an ice-cold tone when he saw Lin Feng move back. His gigantic hand was moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. It looked simple and ordinary, but it created an extremely strong wind which greatly oppressed Lin Feng's, and his clothes were fluttering violently under the wind. "That person has broken through to the third Xin Qi layer, 2 more layers than me. He is much stronger than me, and on top of that, he is extremely quick. He has a clear advantage. If I want to defeat him, I fear that I will have to use my Black Lotus," thought Lin Feng, but his Grim Fire Black Lotus was his last resort. Lin Feng wasn't willing to use it yet. At that moment, he still didn't know if he could defeat the opponent or not. If he used his Black Lotus to kill Du Yan, he would have no pure Qi left. If someone else wanted to fight against him, it would become extremely dangerous. Therefore, the Black Lotus was his last resort. A purple light emerged behind him which filled the atmosphere. A myriad of purple tentacles rose into the air. It seemed like there was an endless amount of purple tentacles. In a flash, Lin Feng was surrounded by an army of purple snakes. "That's his spirit?" Yu Qingshan's eyes flashed when he saw Lin Feng's purple spirit. Even though it felt like a beast spirit, it didn't look like a beast spirit. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't inherited his spirit from his mother, the blood spirit of the Yu clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379, The Ability. The purple snakes rose into the air. The myriad of purple tentacles then wrapped around Du Yan's gigantic body. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He quickly used his full power to block the majority of the tentacles and move backwards. Using the tentacles still on Du Yan's body, Lin Feng catapulted himself towards Du Yan's body like an arrow released from a bow. "Sword!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He quickly condensed a sword of pure Qi into his hands, which thrust towards Du Yan at full speed like a needle. Raya! Du Yan unleashed a furious roar. He put all of his strength into his hand and destroyed the purple tentacles which were around his hand. After his gigantic hand continued its momentum towards Lin Feng's sword. CRR. The pure Qi sword slightly pierced into the gigantic hand but then abruptly stopped and could no longer move. Du Yan's hand started to transform. It became extremely dark and thick. Raya! Roared Du Yan furiously with his huge mouth wide open. His face had become absolutely hideous, just like that of a beast. At the same time, behind Du Yan appeared a ferocious wild beast illusion. It was a huge black beast, a one-eyed rhinoceros ferocious beast. Du Yan's name even corresponded to the spirit he was born with. Roarar! At the moment when the spirit appeared, Du Yan roared loudly and it seemed like his body was growing larger. His body was now the size of a mountain. His 2 hooves stomped onto the ground and the ground started to crack as 8 very deep crevices appeared. It was an incredible power. Besides, his extremely loud roar was so powerful that it sent Lin Feng flying backwards. Boom! 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 The ground was trembling as Du Yan was walking forwards. Each of his steps made the ground shake. Besides, with each step he crossed a distance of 10 meters. He looked like he was moving slowly, but in fact he was moving with incredible speed. It almost seemed unreal. Die! Du Yan was not far from Lin Feng when he started to punch through the atmosphere with his gigantic hand. The Qi from his hand created the illusion of a black hand that was half the size of Lin Feng's entire body. If this struck Lin Feng, if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. The sound of flowing water spread through the atmosphere. The purple snakes turned into a purple lake which flooded straight towards the gigantic Du Yan. Lin Feng used the counterforce from his attack to move back at full speed. Lin Feng was swiftly forced down to the ground by the attack and quickly jumped through the air. He raised his head and gazed at the sun on the horizon. On his body, pure sun Qi started to grow stronger and the flames grew more intense. What a monstrous pure Qi! If he was on the same level as Du Yan, then Du Yan wouldn't even be his match, thought the crowd when they sensed how scorching flames from Lin Feng's pure sun Qi. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's opponent was the terrifying Du Yan. Boom! Du Yan slammed his foot onto the ground and charged towards Lin Feng. He was becoming faster and faster. Lin Feng raised his head and looked towards the sun. He started to focus on his Cosmos Burning Sun skill. The sun started shining its sunlight down onto Lin Feng. Ray after ray of sunlight started to warm Lin Feng's heart, and on Lin Feng's body, a dazzling sun pattern started to illuminate the atmosphere. What kind of skill is that? Many people in the crowd were gasping in amazement. He could attract sunlight onto his body. That skill was awesome. Yu Shan and a few other extremely strong cultivators were astonished as well. The skill that Lin Feng had learned was probably an extremely powerful lower sun skill. Attracting sunlight could only be done using sun skills. This type of skill was extremely rare, yet Lin Feng had managed to learn it. The sword made from pure chi was broken a few times, but this time when it condensed, it was more dazzling than ever. Scorching sword, die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His pure chi sword and his sun chi combined into a scorching hot sword. His sword then started to descend from the sky. Flames were pouring from the edge of his sword, leaving a trail of fire as it moved. Raya, Du Yan opened his gigantic mouth and started to roar furiously. His beast spirit also opened its gigantic mouth. It looked hideous as it then roared violently. Suddenly, multiple one-eyed rhinoceros illusions were pouring from the spirit's mouth, and they formed a stampede towards Lin Feng. The dazzling scorching sword fell onto the stampede. Endless roars of agony filled the air. The roars of agony were continuously sounding when Du Yan and his rhinoceros spirit both opened their mouths again, and more rhinoceros illusions poured out from the spirit's mouth. The people in the crowd all started to cover their ears. The sounds of their roars were horrible. Boom! The ground started to crack. That dazzling sword was still descending, but at some point its radiance started fading, and eventually the radiance could no longer be seen. The rhinoceros illusions were still rushing towards Lin Feng from every direction, which made some people start to worry about Lin Feng. They also didn't know what kind of trick Du Yan was using, but it seemed like he could create an army of spirits to attack for him. Du Yan finally closed his mouth, but the roars were still resonating through the atmosphere. When he saw that the great dazzling sword had lost its radiance, he smiled coldly. However, when the scorching sword lost its radiance, the sensation of a sunset could be felt. Lin Feng looked calm and serene. He then said in a low voice, "Sword of the setting sun?" His sword started to pierce through the atmosphere. It didn't look as dazzling as the scorching sword, but it contained the power of the setting sun, which also gave his sword a unique beauty. The sun could be dazzling, but at some point it had to lose its brightness. The scorching sword was incomparably dazzling, but after the sun needed to set, a uniquely beautiful sword descended from the sky, and the rhinoceros illusions started to disappear one after the other as if they were disappearing with the light of the sun. Lin Feng's sword pierced through everything in its path and immediately arrived before Du Yan. The crowd was astonished. That dazzling sword had lost its brightness, but this was still part of Lin Feng's sword attack. It was unlike anything they had seen before. That sword resembled the setting sun. Du Yan was stupefied as well. He was preparing to kill Lin Feng when he saw the light from the sword fading. He hadn't thought that the sword would still have the power to attack him. Normally, the more powerful the sword, the more dazzling the sword became. Raya! Du Yan raised his gigantic hand, which caused the air to tremble. When the sword and the hand collided, cracking sounds filled the air and a thread of blood appeared. Du Yan's hand had been injured. Die! When Du Yan sensed that he had been injured, he burst into rage and threw himself at Lin Feng. Pierce! Lin Feng put his entire strength into his sword and attacked the gigantic hand which was heading towards him. At the same time, Lin Feng started to condense the flames that were burning around his body. Black flames suddenly burst out from the pure chi sword which collided with the gigantic hand. Du Yan pulled a long face. He was unwilling to give up, but at that moment, black flames burst out from the sword which pierced further into his wounded hand. At that moment, an incredible pain surged through his body and his entire body was twitching in pain. It was painful. It was incredibly painful. Flames were burning on the palm of his hand. His entire body was covered with cold sweat. The pain was unbearable. CRRRRR. CRRRRR. The wound was emitting some subtle crackling sounds. Du Yan could see that his hand was being burnt black and he could feel his hand burning. Roared Du Yan extremely loudly. In the end, he refused to surrender. He used his other hand to bombard the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's pure chi sword was continued to pierce deeper into the wound on his other hand and burning his flesh. He only retreated at the last minute and propelled himself backwards. Du Yan had landed onto the ground. He was covering his wound with his other hand. His facial expression was absolutely hideous. Lin Feng was still standing in the air looking down at Du Yan in an ice-cold way. "Kill me? Do you have the ability?" joked Lin Feng, which astonished the entire crowd. Lin Feng was making fun of Du Yan. Du Yan had an absolute advantage when it came to his cultivation level, but in the end, he was defeated and was injured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that it was because he had voluntarily come to fight in front of such a large crowd that Du Yan hadn't taken it seriously and held himself back. He didn't use his full strength from the start and instead used flashy moves, in order to look even more outstanding to the crowd. The members of the Wanshou sect all had hideous expressions on their faces. He had lost. Du Yan couldn't kill Lin Feng and was even been injured by Lin Feng, and on top of that, he even had to release his spirit. Du Yan had lost, but how was it possible? That was a guaranteed victory, otherwise, the Wanshou sect would be humiliated. Next to Tang Wuyao, Tang Wushan was staring at Lin Feng, his facial expression drastically changed. Back when the Yunhai sect was being annihilated, he had personally seen Lin Feng, but at that time, he had only broken through to the Ling Qi layer. He was just a tiny little insect. However, at that moment, Lin Feng could already look down on the majority of the most outstanding disciples from the Wanshou sect. He was really extremely gifted, he was a true genius. If they didn't kill Lin Feng, there would be no end to the trouble in the future. Yu Qingshan's facial expression was unfathomable. Once in a while, he heaved a sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380, Beast Metamorphosis. Between a cultivator of the first Xin Qi layer and the third Xin Qi layer, there was a difference of 2 layers. The difference between the amount of pure Qi they could use was colossal. Normally, a higher-leveled cultivator could kill the lower layer in the blink of an eye. But Lin Feng could rely on his strength of the first Xin Qi layer to hurt Du Yan, who had broken trough to the third Xin Qi layer. Lin Feng's sword attacks were already so incredible that Du Yan didn't have the required understanding to fight against them. Even if Lin Feng used all his strength, when facing an opponent who was 2 layers higher, even the difference in skills would not be enough. If Lin Feng was able to achieve such things, it was because he had penetrated into a special cultivation dimension such as the sword fusion dimension. It was the only plausible explanation that anyone could think of for his incredible battle power. Lin Feng was only 18 years old and already understood the sword fusion dimension. In the history of Shuiyu, even Wu Qing, when he was 18, could only carry out energy attacks. He hadn't understood sword fusion until he was 21 years old. Lin Feng was an incredible genius when it came to swords. He had already surpassed the Wu Qing of the past, the emotionless sword. If he was born in the same period, he could have called himself his father. Of course, only Yu Qingshan and a few others could see just how incredible Lin Feng's skills really were. The others only knew that Lin Feng was a genius who could defeat a cultivator of the third Xin Qi layer. Du Yan looked at the wound on the palm of his hand. He then raised his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Lin Feng. Rahsh! Du Yan was roaring while looking towards the sky. His spirit was growing larger and larger. It was gradually enveloping his entire body. His entire body was also becoming larger. 4 meters. 5 meters. His eyes were closed, but between his eyes open they were the eyes of a beast. Very quickly after, Du Yan and his rhinoceros spirit seemed to have merged into a single entity. Du Yan had transformed into a very strange beast. What astonished people the most was that Du Yan's arms and legs had entirely transformed. He really looked like a black demonic beast. A moment before, it was just an illusion from using his spirit, but at that moment his body had actually transformed. Beast metamorphosis. The crowd could not believe their eyes. There were rumors that said the Wanshou sect had a unique skill which allowed those who had a beast spirit to merge with it. It seemed like this rumor was true. At that moment, Du Yan had transformed into an evil one-eyed rhinoceros. Lin Feng was also fixedly staring at Du Yan. He only saw his opponent walking on all fours across on the ground with his head raised, looking directly at him. His head looked half human and half beast. It was disgusting. It looked like he wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Beast metamorphosis? Lin Feng whispered. He shook a little bit. In a flash, his purple spirit started to roar, just like an enraged ocean of purple blood. In front of Lin Feng, an incredible quantity of purple light was condensing and forming a shape. Roar! The sound of that roar was echoing through the atmosphere. It was incredible. The crowd could see the purple lights were transforming into a ferocious beast, a gigantic purple dragon, which seemed to be alive. Could I be wrong? Is that a beast spirit? Yu Qingshan was frowning. That purple energy was strange. It seemed to be taking the shape of a beast and becoming real. If that really is a beast spirit, it would mean that he might have inherited the celestial Feng spirit of the Yu clan. Thought Yu Qingshan, whose thoughts were circulating at full speed, but the probability was extremely low. If Lin Feng had inherited the celestial Feng spirit, why would he care about being surrounded by members of the Wanshou sect? The celestial Feng spirit could put the entire Wanshou sect in a very critical situation, which was one of the reasons why they feared the Yu clan so much. Of course, there was another possibility. Maybe Lin Feng didn't know how to use his celestial Feng spirit. Du Yan, who had the gigantic form of an evil one-eyed rhinoceros, and the gigantic purple dragon looked at each other with very different looks. Du Yan's eye was bloodshot and he was releasing a brutal killing intent. However, the dragon looked down at the evil one-eyed rhinoceros with its eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. The purple dragon spirit may have seemed to be weaker than the rhinoceros spirit at that moment, but there was one significant detail: the purple dragon spirit was the blood that Lin Feng had absorbed from a Zun-level dragon. A Zun-level ferocious beast, how majestic! Die! Shouted Du Yan, and immediately after, his feet slammed into the ground, creating a horrifying explosion in the earth under his feet. The ground caved in and a crater was created beneath him. At that moment, the rhinoceros was flying through the air and was releasing a colossal amount of beast-like chi. Orowa Arayer, the purple dragon roared furiously, its gigantic body hovered in the air and it started to breathe out monstrous quantities of purple energy from its mouth. The ground started to shake as the purple dragon and the rhinoceros collided. It seemed like time had stopped. All that remained was the tremors in the atmosphere. The purple spirit is extremely powerful, thought the crowd. Du Yan's beast metamorphosis was amazing. It was very powerful, but that attack, which was supposed to defeat the purple dragon, failed to disperse the purple dragon spirit. The two ferocious beasts refused to back down from one another. The rhinoceros roared furiously as it landed on the ground, then immediately shot back into the sky towards the dragon. Boom! The ground and the atmosphere shook again. The purple dragon continued to sway through the air. However, Lin Feng was starting to look pale. If you want to suffer before you die, I can arrange that, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. Pure sun chi burned around his body and flames burst out from the air around Lin Feng's body. It was incredibly beautiful. The rhinoceros jumped towards the dragon again, and at that moment Lin Feng shouted, "Disperse!" Immediately after, the purple dragon immediately transformed into an endless lake, but the rushing water sounds of the purple lake only lasted for a second before it completely submerged the body of the rhinoceros. Ha! The crowd was stupefied. What was Lin Feng doing? Did he think that a lake could stop a rhinoceros? But they only saw Lin Feng rush forward surrounded by scorching pure sun chi as he immediately jumped into the purple lake. He then disappeared from their field of vision. The chi had disappeared. That purple lake was huge enough to cover everything that was happening inside. The crowd had no idea of what was happening inside as they couldn't sense any energy. The area was filled with a deathly silence. Suddenly, something broke the silence. There was a small wave on the surface of the purple lake. Lin Feng dived into the purple lake, but could a lake fight against the rhinoceros? Die, said Tang Wuyao while smiling coldly. Lin Feng had surprisingly said that he would kill the rhinoceros, but with the current strength of the rhinoceros, Lin Feng wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, he had dived into the purple lake. He can only blame his death on his own foolishness. All the members of the Wanshou sect were relaxed and confident. They were all smiling coldly as if Lin Feng's fate was already sealed. Re-ia! A beast roar could be heard. Many waves started rolling across the purple lake. The roar was a roar of pain. Ha! The people of the Wanshou sect no longer looked confident when they heard that roar. An enormous deadly chi burst out from the purple lake. That deadly chi was scorching hot and demoniac, which intrigued the crowd. They were wondering what could release such a devastating energy. Re-ia! Re-ia! The beast roars could be heard again. It sounded like it was terrified and in agony. What's going on? The members of the Wanshou sect were shaking. At that moment, their confidence was completely shattered. They were all looking anxious. The beast gradually stopped crying out. That endless lake of purple gradually became extremely calm again. It was silent and motionless. The crowd were all staring at the lake. It was abnormally peaceful. What had happened inside the lake? Finally, the purple lake started dispersing and then completely disappeared. The crowd was staring at it as the purple lake was slowly fading. Very quickly, the crowd saw a silhouette appear, a handsome young man. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was calmly standing in the air looking cold and indifferent. The purple lake continued to be absorbed back into his body until it completely vanished. The crowd was astonished when they saw Lin Feng. They were all fixedly staring at him. What about the evil one-eyed rhinoceros? It had disappeared. That gigantic rhinoceros was gone. What was going on? What happened? Everybody was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. They were astonished. He had died. Du Yan had died. Incredibly, he was mercilessly slaughtered, to the extent that not even a trace of his body was left to bury. How terrifying! Many people looked at handsome young man with an incredible respect in their eyes. Lin Feng had destroyed such an incredibly large beast without leaving a trace. At that moment, the members of the Wanshou sect couldn't believe their eyes. What was going on? But that was the harsh reality. While Lin Feng and Du Yan were inside the lake, Lin Feng had mercilessly butchered Du Yan. Lin Feng had already said it, he was going to make Du Yan suffer before he killed him, he would pay for his actions with his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, The Shaman Spirit. How could Lin Feng do that? Nobody knew what had happened. They had only sensed some deadly qi, and when the purple lake had disappeared, Du Yan, who had fused together with his rhinoceros spirit, had disappeared. Everybody remained silent, and an oppressing deathly silence reigned over the atmosphere. The members of the Wanshou sect were staring at Lin Feng with killing intent, their eyes were burning with fury. "I'm going to kill him," said Wu Qing at that moment. He took a step forwards, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Wait, said Tang Wuyao aggressively, making Wu Qing stop and turn his head. "We don't need you to go and kill him," said Tang Wuyao while shaking his head. He had to prevent Wu Qing from going to kill Lin Feng. Du Yan had already been killed. If Wu Qing, who was the third-ranked high official, went to kill Lin Feng, everybody would believe that apart from Wu Qing, the Wanshou sect didn't have any other talented and outstanding disciples. They would all believe that Wu Qing was the only person who could kill Lin Feng. Tang Wuyao turned his head and looked at a young man. That young man looked like a younger Tang Wuyao. It was precisely because it was his own son, Wu Zhen. Tang Wuzhen, even though he wasn't one of the 8 high officials, he should be able to become one according to what the people in the sect believed. There were rumors that he held an extraordinary strength. What amazed people even more was that Wuzhen had inherited from his father's powerful spirit. "Wuzhen, go and kill him," said Tang Wuyao indifferently, which stupefied everybody. With Tang Wuzhen going up, Lin Feng was extremely unlucky. "All right," said Wuzhen while nodding. He took a step forwards and looked at Lin Feng. Bestial eyes. Lin Feng looked at Wu Zhen's eyes, they looked extremely bestial. Are Wanshou men's disciples going to fight one after the other? Are they planning on taking turns? Joked Yu Qingshan mockingly. Wu Zhen's strength is similar to that of Du Yan, he has also broken through to the 3rd Xian Qi layer. Lin Feng was able to kill Du Yan, so I told Wu Zhen to go and kill him. Could it be that you have a problem with it? Said Tang Wuyao in a cold tone. Yu Qingshan groaned coldly and was about to speak when Lin Feng, who had remained silent, opened his mouth. "If he wants to kill me, let's see if he has the ability." "Ha!" When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they were stupefied. He was really audacious. He had killed Du Yan and still wanted to fight against Wu Zhen. Even though Wu Zhen and Du Yan's cultivation levels were the same, Wu Zhen was certainly much stronger than Du Yan, otherwise, Tang Wuyao wouldn't have asked him to fight against Lin Feng. Yu Qingshan silently looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's temperament was similar to that of his grandfather. Wu Zhen took a step forwards and arrived in front of Lin Feng. His eyes were diffusing a bestial light which could make a person's soul shiver. It felt like Lin Feng's soul was being sucked out. His eyes looked so bestial. Lin Feng frowned. At that moment, he really thought that Wu Zhen's eyes looked like those of a beast, and he felt a sense of danger from those eyes. He had to be careful. "You're quite strong, you managed to kill Du Yan, but you have offended the Wanshou sect, so even if you're strong, you are still doomed to die," said Wu Zhen calmly. His black Chang Pao was fluttering in the wind. Immediately after, a hurricane formed behind him. He didn't have a strong build and did not look like a strong person, he actually looked much weaker than everyone. "Come," said Lin Feng. He didn't need to add anything superfluous, he only had the battle in mind. Wu Zhen's body shook, his weak and fragile body then started to glide on the wind, and he quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. He said, while staring at Lin Feng, "Look at me." Lin Feng looked at Wu Zhen and started to shake. It was as if his soul was no longer tied to his body, as if it wanted to break free and go to Wu Zhen. Lin Feng felt a monstrous strength rushing towards him, and his facial expression drastically changed. Just like an illusion, Lin Feng quickly retreated backwards. A violent wind blew past his face and an evil coldness invaded his entire body, causing him to shiver. How cold! He retreated over 100 meters and stared at Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen looked sinister and ruthless, and his eyes looked even more dangerous. He was much more of a threat than Du Yan. "Wu Tongyao, your son is much stronger than those other disciples. His shaman spirit is incredible, it can influence the souls of other cultivators, and it can be used to control ferocious beasts." Having sent Wu Zhen to kill that young man really means that you have confidence in his ability, said Yu Qingshan indifferently, sounding like he was flattering Tang Wuyao, but in fact, he was just warning Lin Feng about the spirit. The shaman spirit was the best spirit of the Wanshou sect. It could entice the opponent's soul and even absorb it. When an opponent was struggling to regain control of his soul, it was easy for Wu Zhen to kill them. A moment before, Lin Feng had struggled and barely managed to escape from Wu Zhen's attack. Luckily Lin Feng's soul was stronger than most, otherwise he would have died. "Humph." Tang Wuyao coldly glared at Yu Qingshan. He obviously understood that Yu Qingshan had said these words so that Lin Feng could hear them. Lin Feng looked at Yu Qingshan with an appreciative look. Lin Feng didn't understand why the old man continued to help him. When Lin Feng saw that Yu Qingshan was looking at him, he gave a warm smile and nodded in thanks. That move made Yu Qingshan's heartbeat accelerate and his eyes light up. Blood is thicker than water. Lin Feng was, after all, the son of his dear and beloved daughter. No matter how much hatred he held in his heart, he couldn't blame Lin Feng. This was the reason he warned Lin Feng. He hated Lin Feng's father, Lin Hai, because he caused his own daughter to cut him off, but his grandson Lin Feng was still his grandson. Lin Feng probably didn't know these things. With a simple expression, he had made the heart and soul of the old man shiver, and had even caused the old man to go deep into thought. Lin Feng wasn't the only who didn't know about these things. Apart from some members of the Yu clan and 2 members from the Yu clan, nobody understood why the head of the Yu clan was helping Lin Feng. Wu Zhen looked at Yu Qingshan and smiled coldly. Warning Lin Feng was useless. He would still kill him regardless. Lin Feng, look at me, said Wu Zhen confidently. However, at that moment, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to him. He immediately closed his eyes and his perceptions and senses became much clearer. Everything around him was clear and distinct in his mind. He was in fusion with the earth. Ha! Wu Zhen frowned and smiled. Do you think that will help you? Wu Zhen then started walking slowly towards Lin Feng. A mysterious energy started moving towards Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng start to shake. As expected, even if he could perceive everything in his surroundings thanks to the earth fusion, he could still be affected by the shaman spirit. If you want to kill me, just come, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. His body rushed into the sky and transformed into an arrow which whistled through the air towards the horizon. That move astonished everybody. Lin Feng wanted to escape? Chase him. Some members of the Wanshou sect started moving. They wanted to chase Lin Feng, but Teng Huiyao said in a detached way, "Don't worry about it, stay here." Patriarch? Said some people. They didn't understand. Lin Feng wanted to escape and he didn't care. He can't escape. Wu Zhen will come back with his head, said Teng Huiyao, sounding extremely confident. Wu Zhen's silhouette flickered and he also moved into the horizon. He was chasing Lin Feng to kill him. When the members of the Wanshou sect heard Teng Huiyao, they nodded. Indeed, Wu Zhen would definitely kill Lin Feng. He would soon return with Lin Feng's head. Since the patriarch says so, my clan, the Yu clan, will also stay here and wait for Wu Zhen to come back with Lin Feng's head, said Yu Lu Shui with an indifferent smile on his face. Besides, the middle-aged man next to Yu Qingshan glanced at Yu Qingshan and only saw that the old man was lost in thought. A moment later, Yu Qingshan looked in Lin Feng's direction and calmed down. Yu Qingshan didn't move. Lin Feng had to rely on himself to survive. The larger groups of influence weren't moving. No one was following him. They were just waiting for Wu Zhen to bring Lin Feng's head back. At that moment, Lin Feng had already crossed a distance of a few hundred kilometers. His silhouette was still unceasingly flickering as he was rushing into the distance. Besides, Wu Zhen was closely following behind him. He wasn't slow at all and was running through the sky with ease. Lin Feng penetrated into a beast forest. Was he trying to fight him there? Was he just looking to die? Wu Zhen had a shaman spirit. He would be able to control any beast there as long as they weren't too strong. After a long time, Lin Feng finally stopped. He had finally traveled far enough. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he landed on a tree. He looked at Wu Zhen's approaching silhouette coldly. Lin Feng looked calm and serene, yet his facial expression still contained cold, killing intent. No matter how you looked at it, he was showing absolutely no signs of fear. Wu Zhen landed on a tree facing Lin Feng. When he saw that Lin Feng looked calm, he was surprised. He then immediately laughed and said, "You really don't fear death, do you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 382, Beast Control. Obviously you don't fear death either, replied Lin Feng, which astonished Wu Zhen. The bestial look in his eyes suddenly reappeared. Lin Feng's eyes also changed. 2 expressionless pitch-black eyes appeared. Lin Feng hadn't used his celestial spirit for a long time and thus had not viewed the world in darkness for a long time. Lin Feng could clearly perceive everything that was happening around him. The earth fusion and the world of darkness were similar, yet they caused Lin Feng to experience completely different sensations. At that moment, he was no longer in the same world. All his eyes could see was a world of darkness, a dark world that belonged to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at Wu Zhen with his pitch-black eyes. This time, he wasn't trying to escape. At that moment, his brain could perceive everything clearly. It felt like nothing could influence him whatsoever. Wu Zhen noticed Lin Feng's eyes were completely black. It made him shiver. Lin Feng's eyes seemed even more monstrous than his eyes. Some bestial lights emerged from Wu Zhen's eyes and rushed towards Lin Feng. However, these two black eyes looked emotionless. They didn't even flicker, they were just filled with the sensation of endless darkness as they stared at Wu Jin emotionlessly, which made him frown. Surprisingly, his eyes had become useless and were unable to influence Lin Feng. Not bad, but... So what? Said Wu Jin in a cold tone. He took a step forwards and abruptly disappeared. In a flash, he had arrived in front of Lin Feng. A dark and cold wind was blowing as a monstrous ice chi rose and rushed towards Lin Feng. It was a surprise attack. Lin Feng sensed the ice chi and calmly moved back. Lin Feng was wondering what skill Wu Jin was learning to produce such a cold chi. Retreating? Said Wu Jin with a cold smile on his mouth. His silhouette flickered again. He was closely chasing Lin Feng. Everywhere where the cold wind passed, a layer of ice would form on the trees. As the wind blew back and forth, the trees were quickly covered in multiple layers of ice which slowly began to kill all vegetation in the area. How quick! Wu Jin was so moving quickly that Lin Feng was feeling the pressure. That cold wind was extremely dangerous and moved at incredible speed. Lin Feng condensed a pure chi sword and flames burst out from around his body, but at that moment, the pure sun chi wasn't as dazzling as when he was fighting against Du Yan. When you killed Du Yan, you must have used a great deal of your pure chi already. Said Wu Jin while smiling when he noticed that Lin Feng's pure chi had lost some of its power. You don't need to try and hide it. I practice a lower moon skill. I perfectly understand your sun skill. You cannot fool me. Continued Wu Jin answering himself. Wu Jin then suddenly attacked again and punched through the atmosphere, creating a hurricane which blasted towards Lin Feng. When it collided with Lin Feng, his pure sun chi and his sword instantly dispersed. Lower moon skill. No wonder, Lin Feng seemed like he suddenly understood. Meng Qing practiced a lower moon skill. The moon and sun skills were able to nullify each other. Besides, Meng Qing had also told him that his cosmos burning sun skill currently only had the power of a lower sun skill. Wu Jin was practicing the lower moon skill, but his cultivation level was higher, so his attacks were stronger, but that was to be expected. Another ice-cold wind started to blow and another hurricane crashed onto Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt like he was going to be frozen alive. How cold! Lin Feng tried to move back, but it didn't seem like Wu Jin was willing to give him any chances. He had been closely following him the whole time, using the cold wind to increase his speed. Even though Lin Feng's perceptions were extremely acute when using his world of darkness, and even though he could perceive every movements of Wu Jin, he still was unable to escape from the large area the cold wind was affecting. Lin Feng couldn't even dodge the wind, therefore, even if he could see the opponent's moves, it was still useless. Meng Qing's lower moon skill also created ice chi. Besides, Wu Jin's lower moon skill was weaker but more viscous. The coldness contained within his attacks was no comparison with Meng Qing's, but it was extremely difficult to dodge. Lin Feng's eyes were pitch black as before and his thoughts were extremely clear. Wu Jin's attacks were all aiming at his head. Lin Feng feared that sooner or later, he would be struck by the fist as well as the hurricane it created. It seems that if I don't use my full power, I will not be able to escape today, thought Lin Feng. Wu Jin was extremely strong. Also, Lin Feng had consumed too much pure chi when he fought against Du Yan. Inside his purple lake, he had used his black lotus to kill Du Yan. He had burned him alive until there was nothing left but ashes. However, the problem was that he was now fighting against someone much stronger than Du Yan. Another dazzling sword appeared. Lin Feng then abruptly turned to escape. If he had to kill Wu Jin, it would be better to do it as far from the Wanshou sect as possible so he would have a head start when they started to chase. If Lin Feng managed to go far enough and kill Wu Jin, he would then have enough time to safely escape. Wu Jin's fist created another hurricane and rushed towards Lin Feng's sword. Wu Jin still had a mocking smile on his face. Lin Feng wanted to escape? Lin Feng still thought that he could escape from here. They could continue their battle through depths of the Nine-Dragon Mountain chain, and Wu Jin would use the chase to see if he could find any appropriate ferocious beasts to tame. He could kill two birds with one stone and find a beast which suited him. Wu Jin was neither quick nor too slow, he was just closely following Lin Feng. He had the feeling of complete control. To him this was a joke. Lin Feng was already dead, he was a dead man walking, there was no need for Wu Jin to rush. Lin Feng could guess what Wu Jin was thinking. In his world of darkness, he smiled coldly. He also stopped moving at full speed. Lin Feng started running on the tips of the trees, so he could continue to move at high speed but without using pure chi. He was able to recover his pure chi while doing this. Wu Jin was acting cocky and overconfident. Aren't you sick of running farther and farther away? You can't escape me. The two people were above a dense forest. Wu Jin said these words in a cold mocking tone. Lin Feng was still running swiftly through the trees and started to slow down until he finally stopped. He turned around, his eyes were black and emotionless. Indeed, you're right, this should be far enough, said Lin Feng indifferently before adding, but I'm not trying to escape from you. You're not escaping from me? Wu Jin glanced around and saw a few wild beasts on the ground which were moving towards them. It seemed like they had noticed that two people had approached their domain. These beasts' eyes looked ice-cold. "Before you die, I will show you the power of the shaman spirit," said Wu Jin in a cold and detached way. Immediately after, his spirit appeared in the air. His spirit looked like an evil spirit, it was floating majestically in the air. It didn't look like anything living, but with the extremely cold chi which it was releasing from its eyes, it looked bestial and evil. A ghost. That was the first word which came to Lin Feng's mind. That shaman spirit looked like a ghost, it looked weak as if a strong gust of wind could blow it away. However, its ice-cold eyes looked monstrous and terrifying. "Look at it clearly, now that you have seen the power of the shaman spirit, you can die happy," said Wu Jin in an evil tone. Immediately after, his mouth shook and he said while sounding cold and detached, "I introduced you to my shaman spirit, now it's time to die." When Wu Jin finished talking, his spirit rose into the air, then strange and evil threads of chi started to emerge from the spirit which stupefied Lin Feng. That shaman spirit seemed like it had its own life. Glancing at it gave Lin Feng the feeling that his soul would weaken until it was sucked away. But the shaman spirit only glanced at Lin Feng for a second, immediately after, it swooped down towards a ferocious beast. Just like a ghost, it descended from the sky with an evil white light which enveloped the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast's vision blurred and then its eyes slowly became relaxed, it had quickly submitted. "What an incredible spirit, it's quite scary," thought Lin Feng stupefied. That shaman spirit was terrifying, it could easily control ferocious beasts. Roar! The surrounding ferocious beasts started to run away, that shaman spirit was terrifying to them. Ling-level ferocious beasts were extremely smart, Xian-level beasts even more so, how could they not have noticed how terrifying that shaman spirit was? Whoa! Whoa! A few howls which felt like they had emerged from the depths of hell filled the atmosphere. The shaman's silhouette flickered and it landed on a Xian-level ferocious beast which was trying to escape but was too slow. That ferocious beast immediately stared at the shaman, and in a flash, that Xian-level beast became obedient. Very quickly, its eyes became like those of the first ferocious beast, it had been possessed as well. In the blink of an eye, two Xian-level ferocious beasts had ended up under the shaman's control. The shaman spirit comes from an ancient lineage, it is an honor for you to witness its abilities, you can die happy," said Wu Jin. Lin Feng was watching him and shaking his head. "The problem is that your spirit can only control beast souls, and just like an enticement technique, your spirit is useless against people with a strong soul," said Lin Feng after thinking for a few seconds and then said while smiling, "I think now should be perfect, I will show you my spirit too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 383, Celestial Fangs. Useless? How audacious! Groaned Wu Jin while looking angry. What Lin Feng had just said was the harsh reality. He had pointed out the weak spot in Wu Jin's spirit. All the shaman's power resided in its ability to entice an opponent's soul and absorb it. This was how Wu Jin could control ferocious beasts. Even though the level system of ferocious beasts was similar to that of humans' cultivation layer system, an ordinary ferocious beast's soul, even if it was very strong, still couldn't match with that of a human soul. Ferocious beasts could easily be controlled. The shaman spirit could control ferocious beasts and absorb their souls, but it could only entice people's souls, it didn't have the power to control human cultivators. Of course, just to be able to control ferocious beasts was already incredible. "I really want to see what kind of spirit you plan on showing me," said Wu Jin while staring at Lin Feng. At that moment, the shaman spirit moved back to Wu Jin and the two ferocious beasts under its control also rose into the air. There was a winged tiger beast and a condor lion. The two ferocious beasts' eyes looked bloodthirsty, they were fixedly staring at Lin Feng while looking extremely ferocious. "Ferocious beasts? If you're not scared of them, why would I be?" said Lin Feng indifferently. An endless stream of purple lights emerged and turned into an endless stream of purple snakes which instantly constricted the two ferocious beasts' bodies. The winged tiger and the condor lion started to shake, the purple snakes continued to add more and more pressure, the two ferocious beasts were being crushed. "Is that the spirit that you want to show me? I've already seen it," said Wu Jin sounding indifferent. Lin Feng's pupils were still pitch black. "Didn't you say that I could die happy because I saw your shaman spirit? I will show you my spirit, it is the first time that I will release it while using the purple spirit." When Lin Feng finished talking, a dragon roar filled the atmosphere. Behind Lin Feng there was a dragon with 6 heads. Its gigantic body with 6 heads then steeply rose into the air behind Lin Feng, while looking up at the sky, it let out a powerful roar. Lin Feng had another spirit, and it was the first time that he was releasing them both at the same time. Dual spirit. When Wu Zhen heard the dragon roar, he started shaking in fear. Lin Feng had been hiding his strength the entire time. He was surprisingly the host of a dual spirit. Besides, at the moment when the sixth dragon raised its head and roared into the sky, Wu Zhen had started to panic. He was fixedly staring at the six dragon heads, his face drastically changed and his heart started brutally pounding in his chest. How's that possible? How is that even possible? Wu Zhen couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Feng couldn't have that spirit. It was the celestial Feng spirit, the blood spirit of the Yu clan. Only direct descendants of the Yu clan bloodline would inherit that spirit. Lin Feng's family name was Lin. How could he have the spirit of the Yu clan? When Lin Feng saw Wu Zhen's facial expression drastically change, he was very surprised. Even if he had a dual spirit, Wu Zhen was also a monstrously strong cultivator. Why would he be so shocked to see a dual spirit? He probably had already encountered a dual spirit user before. Is your family name Yu? Or is it Lin? Asked Wu Zhen while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Yu? Lin Feng frowned. Like the Yu clan? He didn't understand what Wu Zhen meant. It seems like you don't know, said Wu Zhen when he saw Lin Feng's facial expression. His eyes were twinkling. He suddenly remembered that a moment before Yu Qingshan was helping Lin Feng. Besides, he had persuaded the seniors of the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect not to attack Lin Feng. Also, why were the Yu clan constantly avoiding killing Lin Feng directly and instead shifted the responsibility to the Wanshou sect? At that moment, Wu Zhen suddenly had countless questions. What was going on? He had also heard that the third elder of the Yu clan, Yu Qiu, had had his cultivation crippled by the owner of the lovesick forest. After that, one of Duan Wuya's faction killed him. Why did Duan Wuya choose to offend the Yu clan because of Lin Feng? Immediately after, Wu Zhen had the feeling that he was understanding the situation much better. Besides, he was growing more surprised as he thought about it. 18 years old, at that moment, Lin Feng was 18 years old. Could it be a coincidence? Wu Zhen had the feeling that he had been tricked and was just a pawn for the Yu clan who had persuaded the Wanshou sect to kill Lin Feng. If his conjectures were right, Lin Feng was her son. Under such circumstances, could he kill Lin Feng? If he did, wouldn't she come and kill him? It had been 18 years already and nobody knew what cultivation level the four most dazzling geniuses had. Wu Zhen had heard that the one from the Imperial clan had already reached the peak of cultivation and that nobody could rival him in Shuiyu. As far as she was concerned, she had always been considered as the second strongest cultivator of Shuiyu. 18 years had passed, nobody knew how terrifying her cultivation had grown. On the path of cultivation, age didn't matter. The stronger a cultivator became, the older they would live. Natural abilities weren't always enough to progress. After reaching a certain cultivation level, there was a bottleneck. It became more and more difficult to move higher. Sometimes, a few years or even a few dozen years were necessary to break through to the next layer, step by step. However, those who had extremely high natural abilities had a higher chance of breaking through those layers than others. Therefore, the biggest spheres of influences attached a great deal of importance to juniors. Even if they were much weaker than the elders of the clans and sects, the disparity in strength between them and the elders was growing smaller and smaller with each day. At some point, the juniors would surpass the elders. That moment meant the beginning of a new era for the clan or sect. The more gifted the juniors were, the faster the differences between the juniors and seniors disappeared. For example, in the Wanshou sect, there was one disciple who was one of the 8 high officials. 3 years previously, he was much weaker than the seniors of the sect, but after 3 years passed, he was much stronger than some of the elders, because some of the seniors had already stagnated on their path of cultivation. Therefore, nobody dared to look down on those 4 outstanding disciples who had disappeared from sight 18 years ago. The fact that they almost never appeared caused people to be scared. They were so mysterious. At the moment when Lin Feng's dragon appeared, the 2 ferocious beasts, the winged tiger and the condor lion, suddenly looked terrified. The dragon roar seemed like it was attacking the hearts of the 2 ferocious beasts. What is the real name for your spirit? Asked Wu Zhen while staring at the 6-headed dragon. It's called Celestial Fangs, said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent, which made Wu Zhen's heart twitch. His last hope had just been crushed. Celestial Fangs, one of the 9 dragons. As expected, the blood of the Yu clan was flowing in Lin Feng's veins. That spirit was a blood spirit. We do not need to fight today. Let's put all of this behind us. What do you think? Wu Zhen remained silent for a moment and then suddenly said these words. He no longer wanted to fight against Lin Feng. No matter who the stronger person was, he believed that his father would understand. Killing Lin Feng for the prestige of the sect because of a few worthless disciples wasn't worth it. If the Wanshou sect killed Lin Feng, they would have to deal with her. Not fight? Put this behind us? Lin Feng was astonished. He didn't understand why Wu Jin would suddenly say such things. However, he had already released his two spirits and his battle energy was burning all around him. After being pushed into such a desperate state, was making peace an option? Wu Jin, no matter whether he wanted to fight or not, would have to fight. Lin Feng, I have the strength of the third Xian Qi layer and possess a shaman spirit, and I practice lower moon skill. Even though you have a dual spirit, if you fight you are doomed to lose. I am also giving you a way out, said Wu Jin when he saw that Lin Feng didn't want to accept. Wu Jin was speaking like he was giving Lin Feng an incredible opportunity. Well, thank you very much for your opportunity, said Lin Feng, whose eyes grew cold and emotionless. He then added, however, I don't need it. When he finished talking, his six-headed dragon rushed towards the two Xian-level ferocious beasts, the winged tiger and the condor lion. Roar! Roar! The two ferocious beasts were insanely struggling and managed to break free from the purple snakes. However, immediately after, more purple snakes wrapped around the bodies of the beasts, which had delayed them enough for the dragon to arrive and devour them. The celestial Feng spirit, as I thought, it can swallow any sort of ferocious beast, thought Lin Feng. His eyes were glowing with a dangerous light. Then, his dragon spirit moved back to his side. Multiple threads of pure qi started spinning around him, and in a flash, Lin Feng could feel how powerful his pure qi had become. That was the celestial Feng spirit. It could swallow ferocious beasts and absorb their pure qi. Celestial Fangs, Wu Jin's pupils shrank. Even though he was a disciple of the Wanshou sect, it was also the first time that he had actually seen the power of the celestial Feng spirit. His shaman spirit could control beasts, but the celestial Feng spirit could swallow them and absorb their qi. Therefore, was his beast control useful? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384, Devour. How comfortable, sighed Lin Feng. After the celestial Fang spirit devoured the beasts, it restored all of his pure qi. Lin Feng tried to recall the previous times when the celestial Fang spirit had appeared. He had absorbed qi from the evil illusion, then the ice energy, then the purple lake, and each time he had penetrated into a strange dimension, each time his spirit would change. It was extremely strange. Each time the celestial Fang spirit devoured a beast, it would also absorb its qi. The celestial Fang spirit would also grow larger. At the same time, it also created a new spirit for Lin Feng. The surplus amount of pure qi could help him break through to the next layer. Now, my spirit has grown even bigger. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at Wu Jin with unadulterated killing intent. Since he had led Wu Jin all the way here, Lin Feng had already decided that he was going to kill him. Lin Feng, you really want to fight? Said Wu Jin while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's battle energy was growing more and more powerful, but Wu Jin was becoming more reluctant to fight. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. Of course he wanted to fight, he had brought Wu Jin here to kill him. Wu Jin remained silent for a moment and then released an ice-cold and evil qi. Since Lin Feng really wanted to fight, Wu Jin wouldn't refuse. The problem was that he already didn't feel like killing Lin Feng anymore. If he killed Lin Feng, he would make her furious. It wasn't worth it. Defeating Lin Feng and beating him into submission would be enough. The two of them were facing each other in a stare down. One was emotionless and cold, the other looked bestial and cold. These two both had eyes that looked dangerous, neither of them looked human. Die! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The purple lake started to roar once again and rushed straight towards Wu Jin. At the same time, the six-headed dragon moved through the air above Lin Feng. It looked terrifying. Wu Jin looked like a ghost. He retreated backwards. He really didn't look human anymore. It was as if he had transformed into an evil spirit. Lin Feng flew through the air. His purple lake rushed towards Wu Jin. It suddenly increased its speed in an attempt to surprise Wu Jin. Wu Jin started to retreat. He couldn't understand what Lin Feng was planning. You said that I was running away from you. What are you doing now? Said Lin Feng in a mocking tone while moving forwards. Wu Jin was moving through the air using his shaman spirit. He was extremely fast, as if he had become a spirit in the wind. Lin Feng couldn't compete with Wu Jin in terms of speed. After all, the difference of their cultivation played a huge factor. Wu Jin looked cold. The dangerous bestial eyes of the shaman were staring at Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was looking in front of him and didn't seem to be scared at all. He wasn't affected by the shaman's eyes at all. His two dark eyes were like monoliths that were impossible to move. His eyes were like black holes. The shaman couldn't influence his soul. Wu Jin was becoming frustrated. His shaman could attack the soul of his opponent, but it was useless against Lin Feng. Wu Jin could also control ferocious beasts, but against Lin Feng it was useless. Lin Feng seemed like he had become the shaman's worst nightmare. Wu Jin raised his hand and an ice-cold white light condensed in the palm of his hand. On the shaman spirit, some threads of light were also condensing and the light was growing colder. Cold. How shockingly cold. Wu Jin had managed to make Lin Feng shiver. Lin Feng looked at Wu Jin's hand, however, Wu Jin wasn't trying to hide the fact he was gathering power for an attack, he wanted Lin Feng to witness his power. Lin Feng, since you definitely want to fight, I'll show you my Dark Devil Strike. Shouted Wu Jin while moving through the air like a ghost. Not only did he stop running away, but he was charging in Lin Feng's direction again. That ice-cold energy made a few of the purple snakes freeze and shatter into small pieces. Roar, the six-headed dragon roared and then the six heads rushed towards Wu Jin. However, the eyes of Wu Jin's shaman were still releasing a dazzling light which enveloped his body, then the six-headed dragon attacked the ball of energy and the dragon was actually immediately frozen. Wu Jin is more monstrously powerful than I thought. When Lin Feng sensed that piercingly cold ice energy, he moved back. Wu Jin merged with his spirit and rushed forward with his ball of cold energy to attack. The dragon broke free from its prison of ice and roared while moving towards Wu Jin, joined by the purple spirit. Wu Jin ignored everything around him, his ghostly body was still moving forwards, in his eyes, there was only Lin Feng. Ha! Lin Feng frowned. Wu Jin was ruthless, he was forgetting about defending and focusing on his attack. He was using his spirit to increase his speed to attack first. I offered you peace but you didn't listen to me and insisted on fighting, since it's that way, Lin Feng, you will have to suffer my fury. Wu Jin was glaring at Lin Feng. He raised his hand filled with ice-cold chi and it seemed like it was moving closer to Lin Feng. Inside that ball of ice-cold energy, there were many threads of white chi, which looked like writhing snakes. You want to risk your life, I will play with you then, said Lin Feng, whose eyes were still emotionless. Suddenly, an explosion burst out, flames violently burst from Lin Feng's body, and pure sun chi bombarded the atmosphere. The lower sun skill and the lower moon skill were both being used in close proximity with the other. The burning sun chi started to condense. Lin Feng and Wu Jin both raised their hands. In Lin Feng's hand, there was a ball of pure sun chi. The flames then gradually turned black. In Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes, it seemed like a black fire was suddenly ignited in his eyes. What a terrifying fire! This time, it was Wu Jin's turn to make a move. He started to condense more of his pure chi into his dark evil strike. That strike had the power to completely destroy Lin Feng. That strike could kill him instantly if it landed with its full power. But he hadn't thought that Lin Feng would do the same. He was also condensing all of his pure chi into a ball of black flames in his hand. Those flames gradually turned into a lotus flower, a black lotus in blossom. That must be how Du Yan died, said Wu Jin while frowning. He couldn't sense the power contained within the black lotus, however, he still felt the danger when looking at it. That black lotus was definitely extremely powerful. I have the strength of the third Shin Chi layer. My dark evil strike uses the full power of a lower moon skill. Lin Feng has broken through to the first Shin Chi layer and can use a lower sun skill and can condense its power into that black lotus. It can't be stronger than my dark evil strike, which has the power of the third Shin Chi layer, thought Wu Jin. He wanted to see how strong the black lotus that killed Du Yan really was. Dark evil strike, destruction. After spitting out these words, Wu Jin raised his hand and it slammed it down, bombarding the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng also punched through the air and the black lotus shot forward to meet Wu Jin's attack. CRRR. CRRRRR. The dark evil strike and the black lotus collided and a cracking sound filled the air. An incredible quantity of deadly energy burst out and rose into the sky. The deadly energy burst out in each direction and the atmosphere started to shake. The black lotus had penetrated into the dark evil strike and was burning it, which made Wu Jin frown. He had broken through to the third Shin Chi layer while Lin Feng had broken through to the first Shin Chi layer. How could Lin Feng's pure sun chi be stronger than his pure moon chi? However, was the black lotus really just pure sun chi? The grim fire of Lin Feng's celestial spirit had also merged with the sun chi to create the black lotus. It had incredible destructive power. A deadly energy invaded the skies. Lin Feng and Wu Jin's facial expressions gradually changed. The deadly energy created from the collision of attacks was incredible. The trees beneath their feet were gradually disintegrating and turning to dust. Both of them looked unmoving and determined at that moment. There was nothing to be said, only the sounds of destruction filled the air. Back! Lin Feng suddenly realized that the deadly energy was going to destroy everything, including him. Wu Jin had the same idea. He couldn't control that much deadly energy. Lin Feng and Wu Jin retreated backwards at the same time. Their souls were shaking from the near-death experience. However, Lin Feng hadn't given up. He still wanted to kill Wu Jin. His celestial Fang spirit roared and descended from the sky behind Wu Jin. The six-headed dragon and the purple spirit moved in synchronization towards Wu Jin. Die. Lin Feng's emotionless eyes were releasing a cold killing intent. Nothing could prevent him from killing Wu Jin, and the desire to kill him was raging in his heart. The shaman spirit released a white dazzling light. It wanted to stop the six-headed dragon as well as the purple snakes rushing towards Wu Jin. Roar! The shaman moved into the bright light, which seemed to make the dragon and the snakes furious. At the moment when Lin Feng was watching in the distance, the purple spirit and the dragon started to fuse together, which made the sky tremble. Meanwhile, their roars were also merging into a single roar as they attacked towards the shaman spirit. With a single bite, the shaman spirit was gone. With another bite, Wu Jin was devoured by the dragon as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, The Dragon's Heads. At Mount Sword, the Wanshou sect was still silently waiting for Wu Jin to return. The Yu clan had seized the vein of the earth. The Wanshou sect and the Yu clan were not attempting to fight over it. Even if they fought, they probably wouldn't be able to get it. Nobody dared to gamble when it came to the strength of the Yu clan. At that moment, the crowd was gazing into the distance with impatience in their eyes, especially the members of the Wanshou sect. They all looked terribly impatient. Hidden in their impatient facial expressions was a ruthless coldness. However, after a long time passed, a few members of the Wanshou sect started frowning. How come Wu Jin hadn't returned? These core disciples knew how strong Wu Jin was. Killing Lin Feng wouldn't be a problem for him. However, did killing Lin Feng require so much time? Wu Jin had been gone for a long time already. Maybe Wu Jin killed Lin Feng and is now trying to tame some ferocious beasts which he come across, thought Tang Wu Yao. He also had a strange feeling. Why hadn't Wu Jin returned after so long? However, because he had absolute faith in Wu Jin, he didn't think too much about it. Besides, the others were also impatient to see Wu Jin come back with Lin Feng's head as a trophy. Time passed slowly and the members of the Wanshou sect grew more and more impatient. They couldn't bear it anymore. Wu Jin and Lin Feng had disappeared from sight. They couldn't remain calm as they all wanted to know the result. I should go and see, whispered Tang Wu Shan in Tang Wu Yao's ears. Tang Wu Yao glanced at him and thought of the Yu clan, then immediately shook his head while saying, "No need, Wu Jin is more than capable. Nothing will go wrong." Tang Wu Shan slightly nodded and moved back half a step. He didn't add anything else, he just continued waiting calmly. Time felt like it was passing extremely slowly. Tang Wu Yao, I think that you won't need to wait anymore, said Yu Qing Shan indifferently. Maybe Lin Feng had managed to escape and Wu Jin hadn't come back because he was still searching for him. When Tang Wu Yao heard that Yu Qing Shan was making fun of them, he pulled a long face and immediately said, "Could Lin Feng escape from Wu Jin even if he wanted to?" Even though he was saying the word, he was no longer confident with what he was saying. He rolled up his sleeves and looked in the direction of the depths of the mountain chain. He then started walking and followed the chi left by Wu Jin. "We'll come too," said Yu Lu Shui indifferently. His silhouette flickered and the entire Yu clan started following closely behind the members of the Wanshou sect. They then penetrated into the depths of the Nine-Dragon mountain chain. They also wanted to know if Wu Jin had killed Lin Feng or was still searching for him. Yu Qing Shan's eyes twinkled. He then moved forward and said indifferently, "Let's go." The Yu clan followed the group. After that, the other people remaining also followed that large group of people. They could follow the great powers of influence of the country along the road. That way they didn't have to be afraid of ferocious beasts on the way. It would be a great opportunity to explore the depths of the mountain chain that they had never seen. Besides, they were also very curious to see the result of Lin Feng's battle. The four cultivators of the Xianxi layer who were with Lin Feng were staring at each other. They could finally relax. They took a deep breath. They were finally safe from being killed. Perhaps the members of the Wanshou sect wanted to kill them, but the person they wanted to kill the most was Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't been here, we would be dead by now, thought the four cultivators. They were very grateful to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, they would have been killed by Ji Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng had been strong enough to protect them during the battle. At that moment, Lin Feng was standing in the air and looked like he was lost in thought. At that moment, under Lin Feng's feet was a scene of destruction. The area around him looked desolate and apocalyptic. Everything living in the area had been destroyed and nothing but rubble was left. The area was empty of life and not a sound could be heard. The collision between the grim fire and the dark evil strike had had such incredible destructive power. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart was still pounding with fear and astonishment. His black lotus was too terrifying. At the same time, Lin Feng was also dumbstruck because of his spirit. His celestial Fang spirit and his purple spirit had surprisingly merged and had become so monstrous. The combined spirit swallowed the shaman spirit and even swallowed Wu Jin whole. Wu Jin and his shaman spirit were eaten, the only one left at the scene was Lin Feng. The celestial Feng spirit had 6 heads and was surrounded by purple energy. It looked incredibly powerful. Can spirits merge? Thought Lin Feng, his heart abruptly started pounding. He had suddenly realized that there was a problem. People who had dual spirits were geniuses on the path of cultivation. Could it only be because of the dual spirit giving a stronger soul? If someone had 2 spirits and one of them was useless in battle, what was the point of having 2 spirits? Lin Feng knew that the spirit was a part of the soul. People with dual spirits had extremely strong souls, but was that the only reason that dual spirits were so revered? Lin Feng suddenly realized that he knew almost nothing about spirits and souls. On the path of cultivation, there was a vast amount of knowledge for a person to acquire. The many paths of cultivation were unfathomable. In the continent, everybody was trying to become a strong cultivator, but in the end, who was really attempting to reach a complete understanding of the many paths of cultivation, to stand at the very peak of power? For example, in Shuiyu, a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer was already considered strong. Besides, those who were above the 5th Xian Qi layer could be considered as the most incredible cultivators of the entire country. They were regarded as deities. Lin Feng had never heard of anyone who had broken through to the Tian Qi layer. But in the continent, cultivators of the Xian Qi layer were considered the same as cultivators of the Qi layer in Shuiyu. They were just like insects compared to the other cultivator on the continent. How many people remained a big fish in a little pond their entire lives? How many people only had a superficial idea of cultivation? There were many questions about spirits. Why were cultivators born with a spirit? And why did some spirits awaken before others? Lin Feng didn't understand any of this. Lin Feng slightly shook his head as he emerged from his thoughts. He had only broken through to the Xian Qi layer. He had no right to be proud of himself. He didn't have the strength required to wander the continent. What I need now is to become stronger. I still need to break through to the Tian Qi layer and be able to look down on Shuiyu, then who will dare to bully me again? Whispered Lin Feng. Everything was happening because he was too weak. Lin Feng had been bullied and looked down on. He discovered a vein of the earth which was immediately stolen from him by force. What upset Lin Feng the most was that at the moment when the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect were fighting over the vein of the earth, Lin Feng, who had discovered the vein of the earth in the first place, wasn't even been qualified to say anything or intervene. He had no strength and no power supporting him, so he didn't have the right to speak. He needed to become stronger than anyone. That was Lin Feng's innermost desire, and he was absolutely determined to make it a reality. He wanted to look down at the world from the heavens, so he needed to become extremely strong. He could only rely on his personal power to reach the heavens. Divide! Shouted Lin Feng in a low voice. He saw the celestial Feng spirit and the purple spirit separate. The 6 heads of the dragon were looking to the sky and the purple dragon formed. Its eyes looked ice cold. They both once again looked like separate entities. The chi of my spirit has become weaker, but when the different spirits merged, it seemed like an incredible change was about to happen. Thought Lin Feng. A moment before, his desire to kill Wu Jin had reached an extreme. He subconsciously forced the 2 spirits to combine, which abruptly increased their strength. The mixture of the purple spirit and the 6-headed dragon spirit was extremely powerful. It was able to swallow Wu Jin and his shaman in an instant. How terrifying! Ha! At that moment, Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Immediately after, the celestial Feng spirit started to writhe. An evil bestial chi started to rise into the air as the 6-headed dragon started to roar. On the body of the celestial Feng spirit, a long tentacle was slowly rising into the air. Gradually, that long tentacle transformed into another head on the dragon. The celestial Feng spirit only had 6 heads before, but at that moment a 7th head had formed. This is the shaman. Lin Feng abruptly frowned. The 7th head and the 6 other heads were different. The new head of dragon looked ice cold and bestial. One of its eyes was black and the other was white. Amazingly, it was the shaman spirit. The shaman spirit had been swallowed by the dragon and was transformed into another head. It had become the dragon's 7th head? Lin Feng's heart was violently pounding. How incredible! Before, with his celestial Feng spirit, he had been able to absorb some ferocious beasts and Meng Qing's ice chi. They were all things that granted him an extra spirit. The evil illusion spirit, the ice spirit and the purple lake were all created after the dragon consumed chi and replaced the previous spirit. This time, his celestial Feng spirit had swallowed the shaman spirit, but it didn't replace the other spirit. Instead, it had become a head on the dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, Ancient Ferocious Beasts. The shaman spirit had become one of the dragon's heads. Lin Feng remained silent for a while as a radiant smile appeared on his face. Before, he was relying on his celestial Feng spirit or his purple spirit to kill any ferocious beasts he encountered. But at that moment, if he used the shaman spirit, he would also be able to control ferocious beasts. What a coincidence! I am in need of a ferocious beast which can fly, said Lin Feng while smiling innocently. With his strength of the Xin Qi layer, Lin Feng could also fly through the air, but he had to consume pure qi to do so. He couldn't continue to fly for long periods of time. His speed would also begin to slow over time as his pure qi diminished. If he had a ferocious beast which could fly, he would be able to fly through the sky as much as he wished, and at a fast speed. It seems like I should be grateful to Wu Jin. Lin Feng walked forwards and gazed into the distance. Immediately after that, his silhouette flickered and he rushed deeper into the Nine-Dragon Mountain chain. Wu Jin hadn't returned yet. The Wanshou sect would probably come to see what had happened. He killed Wu Jin, so he should avoid encountering the Wanshou sect again, otherwise, they would try to kill him. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't head back to the vein of the earth. Besides, he also had to remove all traces of his qi before leaving. The Wanshou sect specialized in hunting and taming ferocious beasts, so they probably had a way to track qi. In fact, Lin Feng's guess was correct. Tang Wuyao and the others could track Wu Jin's qi to find the location of the fight. The members of the Wanshou sect and the other powers all arrived at the scene of the battle. When they saw the destruction and huge crater that was created, people frowned. Deadly energy, they could still feel traces of a monstrously powerful deadly energy. Everything in that area had been turned into ashes. It looked like some kind of natural disaster or huge battle had occurred. It's Wu Jin's qi, said Tang Wuyao while frowning. What an apocalyptic landscape! How could Lin Feng have the power to fight against Wu Jin and create such destruction? The members of the Wanshou sect all looked extremely tense. Was this really the result of Wu Jin and Lin Feng's battle? So many doubts filled their hearts, they just couldn't believe their eyes. They had all hurried to see the results of the battle, but in the end, they could still only guess, because Wu Jin and Lin Feng were nowhere to be found. No matter if it was Wu Jin or Lin Feng, all traces of their qi had been erased. It was extremely strange. Patriarch, there's some sun qi and some ice qi which comes from Wu Jin's lower moon skill, said Tang Wushan to Tang Wuyao, who nodded when he noticed. The sun qi probably belonged to Lin Feng and the lower moon skill was definitely the one which belonged to Wu Jin. They were sure that Lin Feng and Wu Jin had fought here, but it was possible for other people or ferocious beasts to have joined the battle. Lin Feng isn't dead, thought the crowd. Wu Jin hadn't been able to kill Lin Feng, otherwise, Wu Jin's qi wouldn't need to erase his qi and he would have returned to the vein of the earth by now. Since Lin Feng wasn't anywhere to be found and Wu Jin's qi was gone, it was very likely that Wu Jin was dead. The members of the crowd were all coming to the same conclusion. Immediately, their hearts started pounding. The members of the Wanshou sect were particularly shocked. They also came to the same conclusion as everyone else, but they didn't even dare to think about it. But why else would the qi of both fighters disappear? If Lin Feng killed Wu Jin and then erased all traces of qi before leaving, it would explain the situation, but they didn't dare believe that such a thing was possible. It would be too shocking. If Lin Feng hadn't been killed by Wu Jin, it obviously meant that he had luck on his side, but did he have the strength to kill Wu Jin? Move forwards, let's keep searching, said Tang Wuyao in an ice-cold tone while pulling a long face. Even though his voice didn't tremble, the crowd could still sense that he was feeling extremely anxious. Maybe Wu Jin had really been killed by Lin Feng. Otherwise, why would his qi just disappear? When the members of the Wanshou sect heard Tang Wuyao, their hearts were racing. Immediately after, they nodded and their silhouettes started to flicker and they moved deeper into the depths of the Nine-Dragon Mountain chain. The members of the Yu clan all looked perplexed. Lin Feng was surprisingly alive. The person they had deemed an insect, a nobody, did he really have the power to shock them? Yu Qingshan's white hair was fluttering in the wind. He was drowning deep into his memories, so many similar events had occurred in the past. Back then, Lin Feng's father, Lin Hai, was a tough young man just like Lin Feng. He had gone through many dangerous situations where his life was at stake, but in the end, he was sealed by the Duan clan. Yu Qingshan would see Lin Hai whenever he looked at Lin Feng. They looked very similar. The following day, Lin Feng didn't even know how far he had traveled. He only knew that the place he was at looked like the very depths of the Nine-Dragon Mountain chain. It was a very remote area. Lin Feng was being extremely cautious while moving forwards. He was using his earth fusion, so he kept his head clear and remained observant. He could perceive everything around him and sense every movement. He had already come across ferocious beasts as he traveled through the mountain chain. Besides, some of them had been incredibly horrifying. He didn't dare to approach it. He decided to take another way and remain as far away from the beast as he could. A place filled with ferocious beasts could be a paradise for cultivators, but it could also be hell. There were incredible opportunities, but danger was lurking in every direction. Nobody dared to come into such a place and act recklessly. If Lin Feng hadn't been able to use his earth fusion, he wouldn't have dared to come so close to such strong ferocious beasts. Ferocious beast, three-eyed evil wolf. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed three bloodthirsty eyes were glowing. The wolf had three evil-looking eyes on its head. The three-eyed evil wolf was an extremely rare ferocious beast, and it was also extremely strong. His third eye was particularly sly. It could unleash an attack to confuse its opponents. However, Lin Feng, in the depths of the mountain chain, had already seen a lot of three-eyed evil wolves. Unfortunately, the three-eyed evil wolf doesn't have wings. Otherwise, I would have loved to tame him, thought Lin Feng. At that moment, the three-eyed evil wolf had stopped and glanced around as if it had noticed that something was observing it. Its senses are very sharp. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he was not looking at it anymore. After a while, the wolf finally walked away. Lin Feng smiled, and when he was about to move forwards, he came to an abrupt stop. Impossible, thought Lin Feng while frowning. Someone was spying on Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng had the sensation that he was being watched. How could it be? How could my senses be wrong? Lin Feng frowned. When he was in fusion with the earth, his senses were extremely acute. He then searched into the distance, but he could only sense grass in the extremely thick and dense jungle. Nothing? Lin Feng was surprised. His senses were extremely well developed. When using his earth fusion, his feeling of being watched on couldn't be wrong, but when Lin Feng tried to search, he sensed every blade of grass and gust of wind, but found nothing. He hadn't discovered anyone watching him. Besides, the feeling of being watched had also disappeared. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng's facial expression returned to normal. He slightly shook his head and continued moving forwards as if nothing had happened, but he was traveling with more vigilance than ever. The feeling of being watched invaded Lin Feng's heart again. He frowned and stopped. He slowly looked around. He had surprisingly forgotten to search deep into the ground. A moment before, he had the feeling that something deep in the earth was watching him. Come out, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. Not far away from Lin Feng, the ground trembled, and immediately after, a silhouette burst out. When Lin Feng saw the silhouette, he started to frown. It was a ferocious beast. It looked extremely strong and majestic. It had a fire-red fur and its hair looked like sharp needles. On its back, there was a set of red wings which had then spread through the air. That beast looked extremely dangerous. That ferocious beast looked similar to the demonic fire lion, but it looked much more majestic and more impressive than the demonic fire lion. Lin Feng searched his memories about ferocious beasts and frowned. The people feared and worshipped the demonic fire lion for two reasons. Apart from its monstrous strength, it also had the blood of an ancient ferocious beast. They were a subspecies of an ancient ferocious beast. Rumors said that these ancient ferocious beasts were not extinct, but no one knew exactly how many were still in existence. It was extremely rare to see one. Ancient ferocious beasts were priceless. Its fur was like an armor of needles and its body was fire-red and looked like the body of a muscular ox. Its back possessed a pair of majestic fiery red wings that seemed to contain fire chi. It looked incredible and dangerous. And it appeared in front of Lin Feng. What a rare occurrence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387, The Silhouette in the Mountains. It was an ancient ferocious beast, more precisely a winged tiger. Lin Feng was surprised. The demonic fire lion was just a subspecies of this ancient beast. With its potential, the winged tiger could easily reach the Tian level. How strong was it? The winged tiger had the blood of some ancient ferocious beasts. Its strength had to be monstrous. At that moment, when Lin Feng glanced at the winged tiger, the beast was also staring at him. Its eyes were filled with brutality. It was dangerously looking at its prey. A fire-red illusion suddenly surprised Lin Feng. He took a step backwards and his body was suddenly sent spinning through the air. PSSSH. Blood splashed through the air. Lin Feng's clothes were ripped apart and a huge wound appeared on his chest. That attack tore deep into his flesh. He was covered with blood. A cold sweat started to form on his back. Lin Feng wasn't even able to avoid the attack. He was fixated on the winged tiger. How terrifying. Lin Feng was just realizing what a huge mistake he had made, a terrifying mistake. Lin Feng was so excited to see the winged tiger that he had forgotten to remain vigilant. He couldn't play around when dealing with an ancient ferocious beast. The beast immediately attacked him and Lin Feng was wounded. Oh whoa! Howled the beast, as if it had come from the depths of hell. It looked extremely cold. It looked like a tiger and a wolf at the same time, which made Lin Feng raise his vigilance and release a cold energy. PSSSHH. An illusionary fire suddenly appeared. This time, Lin Feng reacted quickly enough and immediately dodged. However, at the moment when the silhouette of the winged tiger flickered next to Lin Feng, it abruptly opened its wings and rushed towards Lin Feng with its gigantic body. Its attacks were perfectly synchronized, every attack was planned perfectly by the beast and left no escape. That beast was extremely cruel and aggressive, its senses were also more acute than those of human cultivators. Lin Feng was stupefied. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. The speed and acute senses of the winged tiger were terrifying. Even if Lin Feng knew how and where the beast was going to attack, he couldn't dodge without encountering another attack. Some pure sun chi suddenly emerged from Lin Feng and rushed towards the winged tiger. However, it seemed like the winged tiger ignored it and immediately dove into the flames. Lin Feng quickly rushed back in retreat. Boom! The sound of something breaking and cracking filled the air. Blood gushed from Lin Feng's mouth and his body was smashed through multiple tree trunks until he finally came to a halt. Lin Feng slammed his feet into the ground to stop himself from flying back. He was fixedly staring at the winged tiger while slowly walking towards him. At that moment, Lin Feng was sure that the winged tiger was much stronger than him. It was a Shen-level beast, but no matter if it was in speed or strength, it far outmatched Lin Feng. It had a monstrous speed which made Lin Feng feel hopeless. Lin Feng couldn't fight against such speed. It also made Lin Feng realize that he was seriously lacking in agility, but it made him want to tame that winged tiger even more. A purple light illuminated the atmosphere and his purple spirit appeared. It turned into multiple purple snakes which started rushing towards the winged tiger. Lin Feng wanted to see how strong that winged tiger really was. The winged tiger was walking very slowly and staring at Lin Feng as if he was eyeing up his next meal. The situation looked quite ominous. The purple snakes quickly reached its body. CRRRR. CRRRR. The fire in its wings started to flicker and unleashed its power, destroying the purple snakes on its body. The winged tiger hadn't been hindered at all, it was still moving towards Lin Feng with a hungry look in its eyes. What a monstrously strong beast! After the purple snakes were destroyed, they lost all their power. Usually cultivators could restrict a beast's movements, but in the case of the winged tiger, it was useless. You're mine, thought Lin Feng, looking excited. The more powerful the winged tiger was, the more excited Lin Feng became. His celestial Feng spirit appeared and each dragon head let out a terrifying roar. Behind Lin Feng, his dragon had a head which didn't look like the 6 others, it looked dangerously cold and bestial, it was the shaman spirit. The winged tiger looked at the dragon and looked extremely surprised. Its feet then immediately stopped moving and it abruptly moved back. Whoosh! The body of the winged tiger looked like an illusion as it opened its wings and went to dive back into the ground, it looked magnificent. Roarar! The dragon heads were roaring, then the 6 heads suddenly started to rush towards the winged tiger. In a flash, the 6 dragon heads had all sunk their teeth into part of the beast's body. Roar! The winged tiger roared and it suddenly looked much more ferocious and wilder than before, it was incredible. Its needle-like hair then rose and transformed into extremely sharp blades which pierced into the dragon. At the same time, scorching hot flames ignited on its body. Whoa! The winged tiger uttered a long shout while looking at the sky. Its voice echoed into the distance. Some fire then separated itself from its gigantic body and burst into the air. The dragon wouldn't be able to stop that attack. Oh no! That's bad, thought Lin Feng. The shout of the beast would probably attract a great deal of extremely strong ferocious beasts. Ancient ferocious beasts were terrifying. Lin Feng had never encountered such a cunning ferocious beast. It also seemed like Shen-level beasts were particularly scary. The 7th head of the dragon whistled and moved towards the winged tiger. The shaman spirit started to glow which made the winged tiger start to panic. It was as if its soul was being consumed. Its huge eyes were gradually becoming more docile, as if that evil bestial blow was forcing it to submit. Could an ancient ferocious beast submit that easily though? Oh woo-woo. The winged tiger raised its head to the sky and howled. Its prey, a human being, was trying to control it. How could it not be enraged? A terrifying light invaded the atmosphere and the winged tiger suddenly spread its wings as wide as possible. They were so sharp that they sliced their way through the mouths of the dragon. Then, it immediately threw itself towards Lin Feng. Boom! The dragon tried to stop the attack but was unable to withstand the strength of the winged tiger. When Lin Feng saw that, he was dumbstruck and his pupils started to shrink. That winged tiger was monstrous. Lin Feng recalled his spirit back into his body and jumped through the air. The winged tiger spread its wings, its silhouette flickered as it tore through the air like a meteor. Lin Feng couldn't beat it, his celestial Feng spirit coupled with the power of the shaman spirit was not enough, the winged tiger's strength was too terrifying. Little one! Who made you so furious? At that moment, a voice spread through the air which surprised Lin Feng. A moment before, he had been so focused on the winged tiger that surprisingly a silhouette had appeared without him noticing. Lin Feng looked to the horizon and saw a middle-aged man in white clothing who was slowly walking towards him. That person was smiling, but that smile looked evil. The winged tiger, when it saw the silhouette, lowered its head and immediately moved towards the middle-aged man. The winged tiger, after arriving next to the middle-aged man, started to wrap around his legs, as if it submitted before that man. "Little one, you ran away again," said the middle-aged man while smiling and shaking his head. The winged tiger lowered its head even lower. Then, the middle-aged man crouched down to pet the winged tiger in a soft and gentle way. His speech was very warm and affectionate, as if he was talking with a friend. Lin Feng was standing in his original position and frowning. There were humans in the very depths of the Nine-Dragon mountain chain. Surprisingly, there were even humans in this remote location. Besides, that person even seemed to be the master of the winged tiger. It was too amazing. Lin Feng looked extremely perplexed. He wasn't able to fully understand the middle-aged man's intentions from the warm expression in his eyes. He had absolutely no idea why the middle-aged man would appear in the depths of the mountain chain. Besides, the middle-aged man almost seemed like he had always been there and Lin Feng was trespassing into his home. "Little one, next time, don't run away and cause trouble," said the middle-aged man. Immediately after, he raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with a friendly smile. He looked like a person who was easy to get along with. "My friend, do you come from the outside?" asked the middle-aged man indifferently. Lin Feng nodded. "Do you like my little one?" asked the middle-aged man and then added, "My friend from far away, if you want to see what the Nine-Dragon mountain chain had to offer, then you can come with me, but this little one is my best friend, he will not leave my side." "I acted without thinking, I didn't know it was yours," said Lin Feng while slightly shaking his head. "No problem, I will show you around the Nine-Dragon mountain chain," said the middle-aged man while shaking his head and smiling. Surprisingly, he wasn't offended at all. Lin Feng couldn't read the man at all. Lin Feng, of course, didn't know what kind of spirit his interlocutor had or how strong he was. But if his pet was a winged tiger, he was definitely an amazing cultivator with an incredible strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388, Astonishing. When Lin Feng heard the man's invitation, he was a bit surprised. Did he live there? Did the bestial-looking middle-aged man live in the depths of this mountain chain? What about his own safety? Besides, he was proposing to show Lin Feng around the mountain chain as if it was a normal thing. He sounded like he knew the mountain chain. Could a human walk around in the depths of the mountain chain as they pleased? "Where do you live, sir?" asked Lin Feng in a very polite tone while remaining vigilant. The situation could turn very dangerous. Lin Feng didn't feel reassured at all. "Near here, come with me, we can talk and play some chess," said the middle-aged man with a beast-like smile, yet it also looked like a very warm smile. He was nodding while looking at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he turned around and started walking. Lin Feng remained speechless and irresolute for a moment and then followed the man. A moment before, the winged tiger roared so loudly that it wasn't safe to stay there anymore. Maybe there were many dangerous ferocious beasts who would rush there. The beast and the man lived together in a forest of stone. There were gigantic monoliths resting against each other. Everywhere and under a few of them, the man had established his residence. Everything was made of stone there. There were stone tables and chairs as well as wine cups made completely of stone. What gave Lin Feng a strange impression was that these tables and chairs made of stone didn't feel real. "Do you want to drink some wine and play some chess? It's not easy for me to get these things all the way out here," said the middle-aged man while walking towards Lin Feng and smiling indifferently. He also sounded quite proud of himself. The beast also followed him, but it wasn't enraged anymore and was just like a docile pet. Lin Feng was more and more surprised with each second. Everything was so weird. That middle-aged man was so unconventional, he was wild and unreserved. Another astonishing thing was the winged tiger. It was shockingly obedient to him. The ancient ferocious beast had become docile and affectionate around him. It didn't look like it had the tiniest bit of wrath. "My honored guest, please come in," said the middle-aged man, sounding extremely attentive and polite. He was inviting Lin Feng into his home. Lin Feng approached the residence created by several monoliths. The inside looked very spacious, it even looked like a palace. The middle-aged man started walking and his body suddenly disappeared. In a flash, he appeared on an elevated throne on the other side of the palace. His hands were on the armrests. He looked domineering, looking down on everything from such a high spot. He looked majestic. "Honored guest, don't you think that my home is majestic and awe-inspiring?" asked the middle-aged man while spreading his arms out wide. He looked extremely majestic, which made Lin Feng's eyes twinkle. At that moment, the bestial-looking man looked extremely powerful, like a king. Indeed, very majestic and imposing. nodded Lin Feng. The palace really looked like it was fit for a king. There were many flights of stairs all around the main hall. Everything was extremely vast and imposing. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Feng nod, he smiled as if he was really happy to hear Lin Feng's opinion. He then stood up and immediately arrived next to Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng's pupils shrink. How quick! A moment before, Lin Feng wasn't sure, but at that moment, he was sure that even when looking directly at the middle-aged man, he still couldn't see him move. He moved so fast that Lin Feng could not sense it. The winged tiger was already monstrously quick, but that middle-aged man seemed to be several times quicker than the winged tiger. As expected, he's incredibly powerful, thought Lin Feng, who was also wondering who this person was. Have you always lived in this mountain chain? Asked Lin Feng. He couldn't help but ask. Indeed, I've always been here. Well, it's been so many years that I don't know how long exactly, said the middle-aged man calmly while nodding. Why not go outside? Asked Lin Feng curiously. Go outside? Asked the middle-aged man with a mysterious smile on his face. I want to go outside. I want to go soon. When the winged tiger saw the middle-aged man smile, it slightly frowned. It acted extremely brutal before, but at that moment, it seemed like it was docile and was curled into a ball at their feet. Xian-level ferocious beasts could understand human conversation, so it was very clear to the winged tiger what Lin Feng and the middle-aged man were saying. You want to go outside? Lin Feng frowned when he heard the middle-aged man. It seemed like he wanted to go outside but couldn't for some reason, as if something was preventing him from leaving. Lin Feng had a strange feeling building. Of course I want to leave here. Do you know how boring it is to stay here? Even if I have the little one with me, said the middle-aged man while hugging the winged tiger, which made the eyes of the beast look a little bit warmer again. The ancient ferocious beast could also be warm and affectionate. It wrapped itself around its master's body and slightly closed its eyes. That move made Lin Feng grow speechless. Was it still the monstrously violent and brutal beast from a moment before? At that moment, it had become so obedient and docile that it seemed like a house pet. But it's all right, I have a guest now. You can stay with me until I am able to leave, said the middle-aged man while raising his head and smiling at Lin Feng, which stupefied Lin Feng. Stay with him? Lin Feng didn't have time to stay in the middle of the mountain chain. He had many things to do. If you want to leave, let's go together and we can go now, said Lin Feng. The middle-aged man looked at him with a smile yet not a smile on his face and shook his head. Well, I may have to leave before you, said Lin Feng. How was he supposed to spend all his time there until the man decided to leave? If it was for a few days, that would be alright, but what if the middle-aged man wanted to leave in a year or longer? How could Lin Feng stay with him? No, you will stay here, said the middle-aged man while shaking his head, which made Lin Feng frown. Are you threatening me? Lin Feng sounded dissatisfied. There was something fishy about this. My dear, honored guest, I am not threatening you, but you must stay here. Do you know how long I have waited to finally have somebody else to talk to? Said the middle-aged man while contradicting himself. He was saying that he wasn't threatening Lin Feng, but at the same time he was also forcing Lin Feng to stay and keep him company. I have matter that I need to attend to, so I must leave. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will come back and visit you, said Lin Feng, forcing himself to remain calm and not grow angry. His interlocutor's strength was unbelievable. If he made him angry, it wouldn't be beneficial. The middle-aged man ignored Lin Feng and walked past Lin Feng while groaning. Leave? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, said the middle-aged man while shaking his head. Do you know how long it has been since I entered the depths of the Nine-Dragon Mountain chain? 100 years? 1,000? I don't even remember clearly, but it was a long time ago, a very, very long time ago. 100 years? 1,000 years? Lin Feng frowned. 100 years, that was credible, but 1,000 years, how could that be possible? A cultivator of the Xian Qi layer could live 200 years, and even a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer could only live 500 years. 1,000 years. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of cultivators could live for 1,000 years. It had to be at least a Zun Qi layer cultivator. In the mountain chain, apart from the kill or get killed atmosphere, there is nothing interesting, said the middle-aged man who ignored Lin Feng's suggestion. He sounded like he was talking to himself. It's nothing like your world outside where you can drink, play chess and court beautiful women. Here, there is only myself. I am sick and tired of living in the mountain chain where there are only wild beasts. I want to go outside. Go outside. These words were resonating in Lin Feng's ears. At that moment, the middle-aged man spread his arms wide and the winged tiger moved down to the ground. Then, he raised his arms towards the stone ceiling and shouted as if he was venting his frustration. The entire mountain started to rumble and shake. but it quickly became calm again. The middle-aged man had calmed down as well. I want to go outside. It won't be that long now. It's not easy to find someone with whom I can chat and play chess. How could I let you leave? How great would it be for us to enjoy each other's company? Said the middle-aged man with a husky voice. He sounded like an animal. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also looking at him, and had the feeling that his head was going to explode. He only saw that at that moment the middle-aged man's pupils had turned red like blood. They were filled with bestial flames. Millions of veins had started to explode in his eyes and looked like a myriad of red threads. He looked ferocious and wild. His eyes and his face didn't even look like that of a human anymore. It was a beast. Lin Feng was speechless. That middle-aged man wasn't a man, but a ferocious beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389, The Transformation. No wonder that he lives in a place filled with such powerful ferocious beasts and nothing happens to him. No wonder that the winged tiger is so afraid of him. Lin Feng suddenly understood a lot of things when analyzing what his interlocutor was saying. If he had already been there for a few hundred years, even 1,000 years, he would feel extremely lonely. Indeed, ferocious beasts could live much longer than human cultivators. Their lives were much longer than that of humans, especially powerful beasts such as the middle-aged man. After reaching a level where he could transform into a human, how could he not feel lonely by himself? These stone chairs, tables and the chessboard was probably a sign that he wanted to become more like a human. He wanted to have a normal human life and be part of the human world. The palace didn't stop shaking. Very quickly, the middle-aged man returned to normal. The palace also stopped shaking, as if nothing had happened. The middle-aged man was staring at Lin Feng with a cold and detached smile. That smile made Lin Feng feel very uneasy. It was said that only Tian-level ferocious beasts could transform into a human form and speak the language. The one in front of Lin Feng could do all these things, which meant that he was at least a Tian-level beast. If he entered the world of human beings, he would easily be able to create chaos in a weaker country like Shuiyu. Only a cultivator of the Tian-Chi layer would be able to fight against him. Lin Feng didn't understand why his interlocutor said that he was going to leave and wanted to go outside soon. Why couldn't he just go at that moment? Lin Feng calmed down and looked calm again. He then asked, Sir, since you already transformed into a human form, why do you have to wait before going into the human world? Why would you have to stay here? Lin Feng didn't have time to stay there, he needed to leave. Lin Feng didn't criticize the world of ferocious beasts either, they had their own culture and forms of wisdom. Besides, Lin Feng didn't think that humans and ferocious beasts were that different. Ferocious beasts were very cruel and brutal, but weren't cultivators bloodthirsty and cruel as well? Because I am still a ferocious beast. If people find out that I am a ferocious beast, they will try to kill me or make me into their pet whom they will use as a pet. I would become a pet and forced into slavery, said the man slowly, which surprised Lin Feng. Indeed, if a Tian-level ferocious beast appeared in the outside world, wouldn't there be even stronger cultivators who would want to capture him? The world of cultivators was large and didn't lack extremely strong cultivators. But you said that you would be able to leave soon, why? Asked Lin Feng, who didn't understand. When the beast heard Lin Feng, he smiled in a particularly bestial way. He then glanced at the winged tiger on the ground. The beast just glanced at him while looking scared and remained motionless. It knew how monstrously powerful that middle-aged man was. You really want to know? Asked the beast while turning around and looking at Lin Feng again. His smile was becoming more and more bestial. Lin Feng didn't understand what his interlocutor meant, but he slightly nodded. I will tell you, there's no harm in doing so. I've been sick and tired of being a ferocious beast for a very long time. Now, I am about to obtain a human form and become a normal human, said the beast with twinkling eyes. His voice was husky. I will finally be able to get rid of my bestial body and obtain an authentic human body. Ha! Lin Feng frowned. He would become an authentic human being? Could ferocious beasts become real authentic humans? My honored guest, you still don't understand? Humans will always reign over the continent and everything in creation. Even though ferocious beasts have a body more suitable for fighting than a human, humans can rely on their understanding, and then outstanding cultivators who are stronger than ferocious beasts appear. The potential of human cultivators is almost infinite, whereas ferocious beasts are doomed from their birth. Their talent and natural abilities never change, they can only rely on the destiny they were born with. Lin Feng calmly listened to his interlocutor. It was the first time that he heard about these things because he had never considered these things before. Actually, things were really like the man was describing them. Humans were able to cultivate to a higher level. Even though there were incomparably strong ferocious beasts with terrifying strength, the continent didn't lack extremely strong cultivators. Therefore, no matter how strong a ferocious beast was, there would always be an even stronger cultivator out there to defeat them. Therefore, humans reigned over the continent and not ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts were already doomed from birth and could only rely on their bloodline. Human beings had unlimited potential. It all depended on how much effort they were willing to invest into cultivation. However, there are always opportunities. When ferocious beasts reach the Tian level, we have a decisive decision to make: partial or full transformation into a human. But the human transformation is divided into two possibilities. One can keep one's beast body and temporarily turn into a human being. It's a bit like putting on a human disguise, but the chi that one releases is still bestial. However, the second possibility is to completely transform into an authentic human and leave one's animal body behind. At that moment, one doesn't have the intelligence of a beast anymore, but that of a human. One would lose the fighting power of a beast to gain the understanding of a human cultivator. Lin Feng was astonished. Two possibilities: one was to stay as a beast and the other one was to become a human. That was the first time that he heard that ferocious beasts could become human. So the human transformation process has already started for you? Asked Lin Feng. The Tian level beast nodded. He had already started transforming. Reaching the Tian level is like dipping your toe into the human world without being truly accepted by humans, right? Asked Lin Feng, trying to find an explanation. The Tian level beast was astonished and staring at Lin Feng with an evil smile. He then immediately continued, "You are very smart, but even if I tell you these things, what can you do? The first choice is very easy. Any ferocious wild beast can do it, but becoming human is another story. During the transformation process, the natural power of a beast body is removed. In other words, it means that I won't have the strength of the Tian level any longer. Besides, it is not guaranteed that the transformation will succeed. If it fails, my level will still be reduced. It's a once-in-a-lifetime risk." As expected, whispered Lin Feng. The man had chosen the second option. While he was going through the transformation process, his strength was reduced. He wouldn't be able to increase his level during that period of time. On top of that, if it failed, his strength of his body would never return. Only ferocious beasts could understand how large of a risk it was. "Well then, how can you increase the chances of success?" Asked Lin Feng, looking lost in thought. "Having contact with humans," replied the Tian level beast, which astonished Lin Feng. "Which is the reason why you want me to stay here, right?" "Indeed, during the transformation process, you will stay here with me. We will have fun and talk together. It will be great," said the Tian level beast, whose voice didn't sound husky anymore. He looked determined and evil. Lin Feng remained silent. The Tian level beast had told him so many secrets, so he wouldn't be able to leave. If he left, Lin Feng could tell other humans who would come and kill him. Lin Feng didn't beg the Tian level beast either. The man looked calm but kept his evil instincts and was as bloodthirsty as any beast. If Lin Feng infuriated him by accident, the consequences could be disastrous. At that moment, Lin Feng wanted to know something. After the ferocious beast finished its transformation process, what strength would it have? And what would its fighting ability be like? Ancient ferocious beasts are monstrously strong. He can make that winged tiger become as docile as a cat. Besides, he has told me everything already. Even if his level has been reduced, he still seems like he's monstrously strong, otherwise he wouldn't have shared the secrets with me. I can't afford to act recklessly," thought Lin Feng, warning himself. "Is there anything else you want to ask me?" "I will happily tell you," said the Tian level beast with a husky voice while smiling in a more and more evil way. His eyes were turning red again. "No, there isn't," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He had the feeling that he knew what the ferocious beast was going to say, so he didn't ask. "Are you sure?" When the ferocious wild beast saw Lin Feng's eyes, he said in an evil way, "Don't you want to know if I will kill you when I'm done with the transformation?" Lin Feng was stupefied. What an intelligent ferocious beast. Lin Feng really wanted to ask that question but didn't need to, as he already knew the answer. "I will tell you now. I will kill you. When I am a human, every human and ferocious beast who knows that I am a ferocious beast will need to die. I want to become a real human being," said the Tian level beast while raising his head at the sky and slightly closing its eyes. His voice was still husky. Once he was a human being, beasts and humans who knew he was originally a ferocious beast would have to die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, Convincing the Winged Tiger. When the winged tiger, which was lying down on the ground, heard the Tian level beast, it raised its head. What it was thinking wasn't clear though. It also knew that if the Tian level beast became an authentic human of the Tian Chi layer, he would kill the winged tiger. It knew that this was the case for a while. But what could it do? Even though it was an ancient ferocious beast, its strength was still inferior when compared with the Tian-level beast, so what could the tiger do? Its gigantic eyes twinkled and it just continued lying on the ground, as if it hadn't heard the Tian-level beast at all, its body curled into a ball. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the winged tiger, he was only silently looking at the Tian-level beast. The Tian-level beast had immediately told him that once the transformation process finished, he would kill him. Honored guest, let's not talk about such useless things. You are here now, so you are my guest, you also have to stay within 50 kilometers. During this time, we can chat, you can also play with the little one, it can even show you around the mountain chain and show you all the ferocious beasts. Besides, you will personally witness the transformation of a Tian-level beast into a human. Said the Tian-level beast, not paying attention to Lin Feng and or the tiger's emotions, otherwise he wouldn't have told them he was going to kill them. 50 kilometers, whispered Lin Feng. Indeed, 50 kilometers, that's your new home. If you leave that area, honored guest, I will be forced to kill you, said the beast in an evil voice. Lin Feng nodded and immediately started walking. He walked past the Tian-level beast, he wanted to leave the palace. The Tian-level beast was stupefied and then smiled evilly. He also didn't try to stop Lin Feng had already followed them here, how could he escape? But if he tried to leave, he would just end up dead. The winged tiger was quicker than Lin Feng, but the Tian-level beast always managed to capture it when it tried to escape, and by acting dominant towards the tiger, its nature had become more docile than in the past. Lin Feng just walked around randomly. 50 kilometers was big area and small area at the same time. In that area, there was nobody apart from the Tian-level beast and the winged tiger, as if it was a forbidden area. Ferocious beasts had a much more developed senses than human beings and marked their territory. How could such a monstrously strong ferocious beast accept other beasts entering its territory? These ferocious beasts didn't dare enter its territory anyway. In that mountain chain, the Tian-level beast could really be considered as the king. Lin Feng arrived next to a waterfall and then immediately sat down cross-legged. He calmly sat down next to the water and closed his eyes. He entered into a state of meditation and it was as if the outside world had nothing to do with him any longer. Lin Feng sat there for 3 days, apart from taking out purity stones and putting them around him. Lin Feng remained motionless for 3 days, absorbing the pure chi of the purity stones. At the top of the waterfall on the cliff, there was a beast and a man. The waterfall was under their feet, they were also standing there, motionless, looking at Lin Feng. Obviously, it was the Tian-level beast and the winged tiger. Human beings can absorb the chi of heaven and earth, and by relying on purity stones, they can increase their cultivation speed, increasing the reserves of pure chi in their body. At the same time, they can use their heart and their power of understanding to increase their cultivation level, said the Tian-level beast while looking at Lin Feng. Since he was going to become a human, he had to be familiar with their practices and habits. He had to understand what drove humans and needed to be in constant contact with humans. This was the only way he would be able to increase the chances of success during his transformation. Also, being in contact with humans didn't necessarily mean that he had to be in close proximity to them. Observing their behavior was enough. For the Tian-level beast, the most important was to understand what it meant to be a human. They practice cultivation much quicker with their high natural abilities. They are indeed much quicker than ferocious beasts. For beasts to progress, it's much slower. The Tian-level beast turned around and started walking, slowly leaving Lin Feng to practice. The winged tiger turned around and looked at the Tian-level beast. It waited for the Tian-level to leave and then suddenly jumped and landed in front of Lin Feng. It then started walking around Lin Feng, slowly, while looking pensive. What an idiot! Thought the winged tiger while suddenly stopping and crouching in front of Lin Feng and crushing a purity stone with its paw. Gotcha! The purity stone broke. It seemed like the winged tiger sensed something, he was just staring at Lin Feng. You noticed it, didn't you? Said Lin Feng, and immediately after, he opened his eyes and looked at the winged tiger. The winged tiger was staring at Lin Feng, and slightly nodded. It could indeed see that Lin Feng wasn't practicing his cultivation, it was just a facade. In fact, Lin Feng had already broken through to the next layer. You noticed, but you didn't tell him because you secretly despise him and want him dead, right? Said Lin Feng while smiling. The ancient ferocious beast was cruel and proud, but the Tian-level beast had made him into a docile pet. It was going through hard times. The winged tiger had to act docile, friendly, and even hug the Tian-level beast. How could it not be filled with wrath? Lin Feng was almost sure that the winged tiger hated the Tian-level beast. The eyes of the winged tiger were filled with hatred. It was an ancient ferocious beast with a sacred bloodline, whereas the Tian-level beast was an absolutely ordinary ferocious beast. It had just been alive for a much longer time. It was thus monstrously strong and was able to capture the winged tiger as a pet. Who could understand how monstrous the pressure in the tiger's heart was? Who could understand how furious it was? However, it couldn't release that fury. Even if it tried, it was useless. You hate him, but you don't dare to say it. You have to act as a loving and docile pet. You thirst for freedom, but you are tied down, just like a house cat. You must be constantly looking for new opportunities to leave or kill him," said Lin Feng in a soft and gentle voice while trying to arouse the wrath of the tiger. The winged tiger looked more and more ferocious, cruel, and was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's words gave the beast the feeling that its heart was being pierced with needles. "You don't need to get enraged. You are an ancient ferocious beast, a winged tiger. However, you are doomed to be docile your entire life. Until the day you die. His transformation process will come to an end soon. Maybe you will be lucky and it will fail, but can you be sure that he will not kill you before seeing the result? Therefore, the day of his transformation will be your last. You will never be able to live like a real ferocious beast." When the winged tiger heard Lin Feng, it slightly opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth looked like they could tear Lin Feng into pieces. "What's the point of being furious? If you don't want to die, there is only one solution," said Lin Feng while looking at the winged tiger's expression. He then continued slowly, "You must kill him. It's your only chance to regain your freedom. Only then will you have the opportunity to regain your freedom." "Gore!" The winged tiger growled in a low voice. Of course, it knew all these things. It could understand everything that Lin Feng was saying, but could it kill the Tian-level beast? If it had been able to kill the Tian-level beast, it would have done so much earlier. "We need to act together," said Lin Feng. "You need to tell me how strong he is now, and how advanced is his transformation process." Lin Feng's spirit emerged and one of the head of the dragon slowly moved from Lin Feng's back towards the winged tiger. It was the shaman spirit. Grrrr, a bestially dangerous light spread over the tiger and in a flash, it moved back and growled while looking at Lin Feng. Its eyes were filled with hatred and seemed like they could swallow Lin Feng. Lin Feng's shaman spirit was trying to control the soul of the winged tiger. "You can't kill him, the only thing you can do is wait and die. We have hope only if we act together. Therefore, I need to know everything you know, so you need to let me control you for the time being. If we don't act together, we will not be able to escape and we will both die." Lin Feng was trying to convince the winged tiger, which looked ferocious and was coldly staring at Lin Feng. "I have a solution to deal with him, but I need to know everything about him. If you trust me, we can win. If you don't, we will lose everything. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, otherwise, you will continue to be a pet for the rest of your short life. Isn't that tragic for an ancient ferocious beast to die as a pet? Die as a pet." When these words pierced through the ears of the beast, its eyes grew even colder. Wasn't being a pet humiliating for an ancient ferocious beast? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, Control. Would the winged tiger believe Lin Feng? Obviously, the winged tiger couldn't trust Lin Feng. How could it trust a human? The winged tiger had no choice but to admit that Lin Feng was right. If they didn't kill the Tian-level beast, they would definitely die. As an ancient ferocious beast, it had never had the opportunity to go through the most glorious period of its life. It was captured, humiliated, and would soon be killed. The winged tiger wanted to fight, but Lin Feng wanted to control him. The tiger couldn't really understand the dangerously bestial chi that Lin Feng was releasing. The winged tiger looked like it was struggling. If Lin Feng really had a way to control him, wouldn't it make Lin Feng the same as the Tian-level beast? Wouldn't Lin Feng make it become his pet as well? If you are not resigned to do it, I will not bother. You should clearly think about the situation. Even if I control you, we will be equals. I will not treat you as a pet like that guy. I am not the same as him. What I need is your strength. You are an ancient ferocious beast. I need your power to defeat him," said Lin Feng when he saw that the winged tiger was starting to look irresolute. The winged tiger agreed deep in his heart. Lin Feng and the Tian-level beast weren't the same. If Lin Feng really controlled it, it wouldn't stay as a glorified pet, and it could show his power as an ancient ferocious beast. Some steam shot from the beast's nostrils and it slightly shook its body. "If I don't fight against him, then we will both die. Even if I control you, it doesn't mean anything if we are both fated to die. If I can really kill him, at least you will still be alive. Joining me is the safest option and you will no longer be forced to live in humiliation." Lin Feng knew that the winged tiger was already affected by his words. He needed to continue to convince him by slowly riling him up. After all, forcefully controlling an ancient ferocious beast was extremely difficult. "Gore!" The winged tiger looked at Lin Feng while growling. It still looked vigilant, but it didn't look as cruel as it did a moment before. The shaman spirit slowly released a black and white energy which moved towards the winged tiger. Let's work together, let's make this gamble together. You don't want to die and I don't want to die either. At the moment when the shaman spirit started staring at the winged tiger, the latter looked like it wanted to resist, but after Lin Feng's words, it just lowered its head and didn't put up any resistance. The black and white light enveloped its body, and quickly moved towards its soul to take control of it. When Lin Feng saw that the winged tiger wasn't struggling anymore, he finally smiled. That plan was a success. Lin Feng didn't need to invest more energy into convincing the beast, he had managed to gain control of the ancient ferocious beast with a few words. The shaman spirit could control ferocious beasts by controlling their souls. The light enveloped the body of the beast. The black and white eyes looked dangerous. Lin Feng could distinctly sense that the soul of the winged tiger was slowly weakening. It then shook and entirely submitted itself to the shaman spirit. Lin Feng could sense that he was now in complete control of the beast. It was such an intriguing sensation. What a powerful spirit, whispered Lin Feng. It could weaken the soul of a beast and control its soul. If a beast wasn't strong enough, it was easy to gain control over it. The shaman spirit enabled a cultivator to control ferocious beasts with impressive speed. What a terrifying power. Of course, Lin Feng didn't realize that the reason that he managed to control the winged tiger so easily was because he had practiced the surplus souls technique and had a powerful soul. Lin Feng's extremely strong soul and powerful technique were two essential factors in controlling a beast. The winged tiger gave a low purr and then lowered its head. It looked sad. My friend, come with me. You will not feel sad for much longer. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and started to pet the winged tiger's head in a solemn way which made a feeling of determination rise in the heart of the beast. It suddenly felt extremely determined and its heart was filled with the desire to kill. Then, the winged tiger raised its head and stared at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. The Tian-level beast is called Lei Yen Mao. It's a thunderflame cat. He is currently transforming into a human being. His level has been restrained but he still has the strength of the 5th Shen level. Lin Feng was extracting information from the beast's brain about the Tian-level beast, Lei Yen Mao. Surprisingly it was a cat beast. However, that cat had made the winged tiger, an ancient ferocious beast, into its pet. How humiliating was that for the winged tiger? It was so furious that it had accepted Lin Feng and submitted itself. 5th Shen level, it's similar to a cultivator of the 5th or 6th Shen Qi layer. He is monstrously strong. Lin Feng slightly blinked. Perhaps what the winged tiger knew wasn't the entire truth. Maybe Lei Yen Mao hid the truth to protect itself and it was actually much stronger than what the winged tiger imagined. After all, maybe the winged tiger had never seen him use his full strength. Even if I assume that he only has the strength of 5th Shen level, I fear that I have only one option. Lin Feng had many doubts. He had been escaping from the members of the Wanshou sect and hadn't anticipated that he would come across such a terrifying Tian-level beast. You know how strong I am, so what do you intend to do now? Said an indifferent voice which made the winged tiger shiver. It looked at the sky above the waterfall and suddenly seemed terrified. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the top of the waterfall and saw the silhouette of a beast. Just a stupid animal, said the Tian-level beast in the tone of a joke which made the winged tiger feel terrified. Against all expectations, you are quite smart. You surprisingly managed to fool an ancient ferocious beast into submitting. I initially thought that you were both simply complaining about needing to remain here, but you ended up plotting against me. The cat was smiling as if he found the situation amusing. He was looking at Lin Feng and the winged tiger in an evil way. What Lin Feng and the winged tiger were doing was absolutely pointless. Did Lin Feng really plan on killing him? That was too ridiculous. I don't even need to think it over. Lin Feng, might die at any time. I would never become your pet. I don't have time to play around with you. What you mean is that you didn't intend to stay here with me at all? In the end, you've just been delaying until this moment? Asked the cat. You can put it that way, yes. Nodded Lin Feng. How idiotic. Since you want to die, I will play with you a little, said the cat in a husky voice while releasing some evil qi. It immediately took a step and swiftly jumped through the air. It moved so fast that it looked like an illusion. Suddenly, a painful sensation invaded Lin Feng's body. He hadn't even had the time to think and his body was sent flying backwards. Immediately after, a rumbling noise spread through the air and a cloud of dust rose. The cat was now standing where Lin Feng was previously standing and there was now a small crater beneath the cat's feet. How quick! Lin Feng felt cold from head to toe. The cat's speed was terrifying. Initially, you were my guest. I let you go where you liked within my territory and tried to be a good host. I wouldn't have thought that you would end up disrespecting my kindness. You are courting death, but I will not kill you. I will make you suffer so much that you will wish that I would kill you. The cat looked even more evil and cruel. His face looked more and more bestial with each second. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392, The Battle Against the Tian-Level Beast. A beast will always be a beast, it can never change its bestial nature, even if it transforms into a human. Joked Lin Feng, when he saw that the cat was looking more bestial, which caused the cat to look even more ferocious. It then said in a husky voice, "So what? Wait until I transform into a human and possess an authentic human body. Relying on my strength, I will be able to kill whoever I want in the human world. I will make it my territory and kill anyone inside." Basically, you don't want to become a human, you are just bored of having been a beast for 1,000 years. You want to experience something new, but your desire to slaughter those weaker than you will never change. Strong cultivators will never allow you to enter the human world and needlessly slaughter. Lin Feng was shaking his head while talking. That cat initially didn't really want to be human, it was only because he had lived for such a long time and was extremely bored, he grew tired and lonely, thus he wanted to enter the human world and cause mayhem for its own enjoyment. He was not arrogant and proud like a human cultivator, he was cruel and bloodthirsty like a beast. "Maybe what you're saying is true, but I advise you to think carefully," said the cat, looking ferocious and with a grin that unveiled his sharp teeth. He looked like a hideous monster. In a flash the cat was standing mid-air above them. Roar, the winged tiger let out a roar. It then threw itself at the cat. Its body started to grow larger, the tiger's heart was filled with hatred and wrath. "Animal! Get lost!" shouted the cat in a sharp voice. The cat immediately turned around and streaked through the air. Its hand transformed into a claw and slashed through the air, leaving only a trail of blood behind. The winged tiger's body was sent spinning through the air. The claw had torn into the tiger's flesh. The winged tiger's mouth was open, it was furiously roaring towards the cat. Its face looked extremely ferocious and its heart was filled with hatred. It didn't want to be humiliated by the Tian-level beast anymore, it had been suffering for too long. It had even lost its bloodthirsty temperament from being docile for so many years. "It seems like you feel too lonely, too pitiful, to the extent that you just want to die," said the cat in a husky voice. At that moment, he was standing tall and his hands had completely transformed into extremely terrifying claws. "Don't attack him alone, come here," shouted Lin Feng to the winged tiger. The sun was shining upon his body, diffusing a dazzling light. Pure sun chi was transforming into flames which surrounded Lin Feng's body. "As expected, you broke through to the second Xian Qi layer," said the cat in a husky voice when he sensed how powerful Lin Feng's pure qi had become. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He had, indeed, broken through to the second Xian Qi layer. His fighting potential was becoming more powerful over time. In a short time, Lin Feng had fought against Xiong Bai Luo, Yu Qiu, Jifeng, Du Yan, and Wu Jin. He had used his Black Lotus frequently, which forced him to use the majority of his pure qi. After, he managed to use his spirit to absorb some Xian-level beasts, the shaman spirit in Wu Jin's body, to restore his pure qi. When Lin Feng ventured into the depths of the mountain chain, he was looking for a place where he could safely break through to the next Xian Qi layer. That is when he encountered the winged tiger. Therefore, he was forced to constantly use his pure qi reserves and in monstrous amounts. However, his body had become much more resilient because of it. He needed to condense massive amounts of pure qi into his body to break through, and only when those conditions were met, could Lin Feng succeed in breaking through to the next Xian Qi layer. In fact, the day before, he had already broken through to the second Xian Qi layer, which was why the winged tiger had thought that the Tian-level beast was stupid. Lin Feng had stopped practicing his cultivation, he was only attracting the pure qi towards him but was not using it to cultivate. The winged tiger didn't know what Lin Feng was doing. "But even achieving that cultivation layer is useless," said the cat in a husky voice while slowly walking towards Lin Feng. The winged tiger roared and moved next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had said that he had lots of ideas to deal with the Tian-level beast, even though the tiger didn't really believe Lin Feng, it still had some hope. "Let's see if it's useless." Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black and emotionless. In these black eyes, once in a while, a dangerous light would flash, it looked incredibly dangerous. "Ha!" The cat frowned. A moment before, a dangerous light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes and he had the feeling that it was attempting to control him. Lin Feng started condensing some pure sun qi and black flames started to flicker. When the pure sun qi was condensed, it slowly turned into more black flames. The sun qi was being transformed into grim fire. Finally, the black flames formed into a black lotus made completely from grim fire. It looked incredibly captivating. "What's this?" The cat was staring at the black lotus. Those black flames seemed like they contained an extremely strong deadly energy. The cat hadn't ever thought that such a thing could exist. The winged tiger was also staring at the black lotus in Lin Feng's hand. Its confused face indicated that it didn't understand either. Was that the solution that Lin Feng was talking about to deal with the Tian-level beast? Interesting. The cat was staring at the black lotus and smiled in an evil way. It was walking slowly. Surprisingly, it wasn't using its speed and was being cautious. Cat beasts were extremely dangerous and Lei Yen Mao was of the most powerful of the category of cat beasts. Besides, he was at the Tian level, which meant he had plenty of battle experience. Even if he was extremely arrogant, he was also extremely cautious, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed inside the mountain chain for all these years. Because he was extremely careful, before transforming into a human, he couldn't afford to make a single mistake. If the incredible Tian-level beast encountered an accident before becoming a human, how tragic would that be? But I won't try and prevent you from playing with fire. The cat stopped walking while saying these words in a husky voice. His body was suddenly surrounded with flames which fluttered in the air. The flames looked like they contained the power of lightning and caused thunderclaps to sound. It looked magnificent. Lei Yen Mao could use thunder flames. That kind of fire was extremely destructive. It could cause devastation. Go! The cat raised its claws and in a flash, a crackling sound filled the atmosphere. Thunder flames were rushing through the air towards Lin Feng. How quick! The thunder flames moved as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already entered into his world of darkness and his perception was extremely acute. At the moment when the thunder flames appeared, he had already started moving and immediately moved his black lotus in front of him. The magnificent red thunder flames collided with the black lotus and a thunderclap filled the atmosphere. After a while, the flames dispersed but the black lotus still remained. It looked incredible. The cat was surprised. Such a strong thunder flame had surprisingly been destroyed by the black lotus. It was obvious that the black lotus was terrifyingly dangerous. The cat had underestimated Lin Feng's ability. That black lotus contained all the pure sun qi in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's pure sun qi had absorbed the fire essence from the seven-tailed fox. This made it grow even more powerful. Then, the pure sun qi was combined with deadly energy to create grim fire, which was then condensed it into a black lotus. How terrifying! The winged tiger looked at Lin Feng and its eyes were filled with hope. Maybe Lin Feng's lotus could really defeat the cat. The cat glanced at the winged tiger indifferently. It was looking more and more evil. It then smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can defeat me with fire?" The winged tiger was surprised. It was looking at the cat with its sanguinary eyes. Indeed, could Lin Feng defeat such a terrifying creature using fire? The winged tiger was losing faith. "Don't forget that I am a monstrously powerful Tian-level beast," said the cat in a cold and husky voice while raising his hand. Thunder flames were fluttering through the atmosphere and a fire dragon formed in the air above him. "Now, prepare to become the victims of my fury." When the cat finished talking, just like an illusion, it disappeared from its original position. Lin Feng was stupefied. He immediately moved back and a white light streaked through the air in front of him. It had been so quick that he didn't even see it clearly. Boom! The thunder flame dragon bombarded the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng slammed his foot into the ground and jumped through the air. However, at that moment, even more thunder flame dragons were rushing towards him. They were incredibly quick and there were more than Lin Feng was able to dodge. He raised his hand and the black lotus blocked the incoming thunder flames. A resplendent light started to illuminate the atmosphere. Lin Feng hadn't even got the chance to attack yet. He narrowed his eyes and only saw the claws of the cat falling from the sky and aiming at his head. These claws were absorbing an incredible quantity of terrifying beast qi. If these claws reached Lin Feng's head, he would certainly die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393, Unsheathing the Evil Sword. Lin Feng moved back while raising his hand. His black lotus then rose up and diffused a dark light filled with deadly energy. Boom! Thunder flames emerged from the cat's claws and surrounded the black lotus. After that, the Tian-level cat disappeared again. Lin Feng, in his world of darkness, could distinctly sense that its claws were approaching him from behind. The eyes of the cat looked incredibly sanguinary. What a sly and vigilant beast, thought Lin Feng coldly. That cat was a Tian-level cat beast. Even though his cultivation was restricted, he was still extremely strong. Besides, even though he was extremely strong, he was still avoiding any direct contact with Lin Feng's black lotus. He was using his advantage in speed to attack from behind. He would continue to use sneak attacks until one eventually killed Lin Feng. After all, it could injure Lin Feng with one strike if it successfully landed a blow. Good thing that my perceptions are extremely acute. thought Lin Feng while moving away. The claws of the cat streaked through the afterimage of Lin Feng. The whole thing seemed like an illusion. The cat wasn't hurrying at all. It turned around and his claws moved towards Lin Feng, which made him quickly raise the lotus to block. When facing the cat, even if Lin Feng managed to dodge the cat's attacks, he was unable to attack because he was unable to keep up with his speed. The eyes of the winged tiger looked sanguinary and ferocious. It was watching the fight very closely. It was gradually losing hope as it had the impression that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to defeat the Tian-level beast. Even though the Black Lotus was monstrously powerful, the cat's speed was too much for Lin Feng. Lin Feng had absolutely no opportunity to attack, so he had no hope of killing him. The winged tiger was silent. It looked like it was thinking of all the possibilities. It was thinking about how to kill the cat. The tiger had already suffered too much because of him. Boom! At that moment, a sound emerged from the atmosphere. Lin Feng had received an attack from the cat. His body was blown away and crashed heavily into the cliff. On his chest, there was a set of bloody claw marks. The Black Lotus was still in Lin Feng's hand. His heart started to beat faster, and the Black Lotus transformed itself back into pure qi and was absorbed back into Lin Feng's body. The Black Lotus was useless against the cat. Of course, Lin Feng also understood that if he didn't have the Black Lotus, the cat would have killed him already. He wouldn't have been so cautious when attacking. Lin Feng coughed some blood and his body was trembling. From the hole created in the cliff where he had crashed, his black eyes still looked emotionless. "Please accept my most sincere apologies for having injured you, my honored guest," said the cat, whose face kept switching between its human shape and its cat shape. His voice still sounded husky. Lin Feng took out a pill and an incredibly refreshing sensation invaded his body. Then the bloody wounds on his chest started to heal. Lin Feng was still staring at the cat with his emotionless eyes. Lin Feng then said in a cold way, "Since you want to kill me, let's see who will die first." "Who will die first?" The cat smiled in a particularly bestial way. The cat thought that it was funny to even suggest that Lin Feng still had the strength to fight against him. But the cat only smiled for a second, because after that he noticed that Lin Feng was releasing an energy that was filled with an air of cruelty. He was releasing a terrifyingly evil energy. A few seconds later, sword energy spread through the atmosphere. "What's going on?" The cat was astonished. Lin Feng was surprisingly releasing a terrifyingly powerful sword energy-filled cruelty and determination. How could that be possible? The winged tiger was also astonished and fixedly staring at Lin Feng and at the sword energy. Its heart also started beating faster. She-ink. The cat and the winged tiger were stupefied. A sword was slowly emerging from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was shockingly hiding a sword inside his own body? At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes were still pitch black. He was focusing on only one thing, his sword. Lin Feng didn't act immediately after breaking through to the second Qian-Qi layer. He had been studying the 9 swords which seemed to have merged with his body. Lin Feng had managed to isolate the 9 swords from the rest of his body by using his determination and soul power, but at that moment, he needed something to increase his power, so he was forced to bring them into play. Lin Feng could also clearly sense that he didn't need to do anything to these 9 swords. They already had their own will, thus he only needed to release them. The sword in his hand seemed like it wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul and replace Lin Feng as the owner of the body. Therefore, Lin Feng had to be overcautious, which was why he was releasing the sword very slowly and with the utmost care. A terrifying black cloud started to envelop Lin Feng's body. It seemed like Lin Feng had drowned himself in a sea of evil sword qi. The most powerful thing about that evil sword qi wasn't that it felt emotionless and bloodthirsty like normal sword qi. Instead, it gave the feeling of resentment and hatred. That sword seemed like it had a life of its own, and it was filled with resentment and wrath. It felt only hatred against the world, against the ones who sealed it away. The evil black cloud was expanding through the atmosphere. It was becoming more and more violent as it expanded. The cat and the winged tiger were absolutely shocked. They had never thought that such a terrifying power could have been contained in Lin Feng's body. So that's what he meant. He wasn't trying to trick me. He really had a way to defeat him, thought the winged tiger while fixedly staring at the evil sword emerging from Lin Feng's body. The cat, however, after being surprised for a moment, a smile slowly appeared on his face again, a particularly evil smile. "I don't believe that you can control such a powerful sword. That sword is mine," yelled the cat evilly. A tidal wave of energy then started rolling through the atmosphere. The ground beneath them started to shake. Mu-oh-oh. It was the first time that the cat was using its full power. His body transformed into a blur which moved straight towards Lin Feng at full speed with its claws ready to strike. In a flash, the cat arrived in front of Lin Feng. "Come out!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. A rumbling sound spread through the air and the terrifying evil qi moved straight towards the cat. The cat spun through the air using its claws to become a deadly hurricane that cut through the evil chi. Lin Feng quickly dodged and the cliff behind him started to burst apart as the cat's claws tore through the cliff. In order to control such a powerful weapon, one must develop their soul strength and only then can one use its power, otherwise communication between the soul and the weapon is impossible, thought Lin Feng. At that moment, the sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand, which made his entire body shake as evil chi in the form of black clouds started to pour out from the sword. How terrifying, thought Lin Feng, whose heart was racing. He had already anticipated this kind of situation, but he hadn't thought that the evil sword would release such a cruel energy filled with hatred. The endless evil chi was making his mind spin. It seemed like the sword was attempting to taint his body with evil chi, as if it wanted a body with evil chi to take possession of. That sword clearly wanted to take over Lin Feng's body and consume Lin Feng's soul. But how could Lin Feng accept such a thing? His dark and emotionless eyes were filled with determination. At that moment, with Lin Feng's emotionless calm, the evil chi was unable to penetrate into his soul. How could someone like Lin Feng let a sword to defeat him and take control of his body? The evil sword was shaking, which caused Lin Feng's arms to shake. However, Lin Feng was still firmly holding the hilt. Whistling sounds spread through the atmosphere. The sword was creating a tremendous pressure. The evil sword was shaking so much that Lin Feng's entire body was affected. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and blood started to flow from his mouth. Nonetheless, his black eyes looked as determined as before. "Ah!" Lin Feng furiously shouted. His voice resonated through the sky, and then he raised his hand and pierced through the air with his sword. A terrifying sound consumed the atmosphere. There was a shocking black evil energy shooting into the sky. It looked incredible. It looked like a black hole being sent into the sky. Lin Feng had lacerated the atmosphere with the sword and his face was covered with cold sweat. He was holding the sword horizontally and finally it had stopped moving. Then, suddenly, on Lin Feng's face appeared an extremely strange and evil smile. Finally, he managed to gain a fraction of control over the evil sword. It was only a sword, but what a powerful hatred and willpower it contained. That evil energy was so brutal. If Lin Feng had released all 9 swords at the same time, his soul would have been consumed by these terrifying swords. At least, at that moment, Lin Feng didn't dare release more than a single sword at any time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, Removing the Restriction. Lin Feng didn't even dare to think anymore about it. Just now, if he had chosen to release the 9 swords at the same time, the evil swords would have immediately consumed his soul and taken over his body. Lin Feng would have died and the evil sword would have been reborn into his body. The cat remained alert and was looking at Lin Feng, or more precisely at the evil sword in his hand. This time, his evil and bloodthirsty smile had disappeared from his face. At that moment, he even looked somewhat scared. That sword had its own will. If Lin Feng was able to gain control of that monstrously powerful sword, who would be able to stop him? The Tian-level cat would definitely fall beneath the full power of that sword, even if he was at the peak of his power before he started the transformation. If that sword had its own cultivation, it would be even higher than the Tian-level cat. Fear was spreading through the cat's heart. But compared with his fear, his greed was spreading much quicker. Even though he was only a ferocious beast and didn't use a sword, in the future, if he managed to become a human cultivator of the Tian-chi layer, he would be able to go anywhere he wished if he killed Lin Feng and stole that powerful weapon. At that moment, Lin Feng couldn't see himself, but his pitch-black eyes looked even colder, and even more expressionless and heartless, as if he had come from the depths of hell. Only one glance from those eyes sufficed to make the cat's heart start to pound. "You want to kill me?" said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that the cat would be filled with killing intent at that moment. He hadn't given up and now wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's hands, which were holding the sword horizontally, slowly rose into the air. At that moment, evil clouds were unceasingly rolling through the atmosphere, causing the very air to shake. Above Lin Feng, black evil clouds started to gather and cover the sky. It looked apocalyptic and sinister. Wherever Lin Feng moved, the black evil clouds would follow. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously, and his sword descended. The evil clouds started to emit loud noises as they rolled through the atmosphere. In the vast atmosphere, all of the chi of heaven and earth was separated into 2 parts which moved in different directions. It was as if Lin Feng's sword parted the sea of chi contained within the atmosphere. The empty space in the middle of the parting was filled with the evil sword, which was releasing an evil sword chi. The sword had gone into a frenzy. It was filled with intense wrath and wanted to take revenge against the world that sealed it. Whoosh! The cat shot into the horizon like an arrow. That sword could lacerate anything. The sword was filled with evil energy and its own willpower. The cat wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack. Dodging was the only option. Boom! A mountain that was far in the distance was split apart. The cat did not stop moving higher into the sky. He had the feeling that he was in grave danger. He was monstrously quick, but that sword attacked across such a large area. Lin Feng was able to attack as he pleased. That sword would be so powerful that it was almost unbelievable. At the moment when the cat jumped into the air, Lin Feng gave chase. His evil sword emitted a whistling sound as it cut through the air. It was filled with an evil energy. The atmosphere was filled with another black evil energy. The pupils of the cat went rigid when he saw the evil energy. He started to push himself beyond his limit. He was moving so fast that he was almost invisible, as if he had reached the speed of light. It was incredible. Die. Lin Feng's face was filled with killing intent. At that moment, even though he had gained a fraction of could control over the sword, his cultivation was still too low, so the sword was starting to influence him and his actions. His entire body was filled with evil qi and his mind was plagued with murderous intentions. Lin Feng's entire body transformed into a black cloud and shot through the sky. The evil cloud rushed through the air. It was moving with extreme speed and the evil sword was leading the chase. The entire atmosphere was filled with evil clouds. Rumbling noises spread through the atmosphere and it felt like the apocalypse had come to the mountain chain. Lin Feng's body was being followed by the evil clouds. There seemed to be a beam of light trying to escape the evil clouds in the sky. It was the cat. Meow! A meowing sound spread through the air. The cat's eyes were filled with endless flames of rage. He felt a cold sweat forming, and before Lin Feng he felt powerless. All he could do was dodge again and again, just like Lin Feng was a moment before. He was in an extremely dangerous situation. Now that Lin Feng could control the evil sword, he had a clear advantage over the cat. The cat was a Tian-level beast, a monstrously powerful Tian-level beast. Surprisingly, a human that was weaker than him was putting so much pressure on him. At that moment, the face of the cat had become rabid. He had flames in his eyes and looked incomparably ferocious. He was staring back at Lin Feng in the hopes of spotting an opportunity. He couldn't believe that Lin Feng could attack with the sword as he pleased. Even if the cat was backed into a corner, he still wanted to kill Lin Feng. He was an incredibly strong Tian-level beast. Even if he was in a weakened state, could a tiny little human have the power to kill him? Lin Feng also knew what the cat was thinking. The evil sword was extremely powerful, but with his cultivation, he couldn't control the power. Also, he was much slower in comparison with the cat. Otherwise, the cat wouldn't have continued to fight. He would have run away a long time ago. At that moment, the cat was looking for an opportunity to kill him. He wanted to kill him and steal the sword. Lin Feng's emotionless and bloodthirsty eyes started to look like they were filled with wrath and hatred, as if his thoughts and feelings were being influenced by the sword. Lin Feng smiled coldly and then attacked with the evil sword again. Evil clouds continued to spread through the atmosphere. But the evil sword energy didn't move towards the cat this time, which stupefied him. Immediately after, he smiled in an ice-cold way. The cat's silhouette flickered and he threw himself at Lin Feng with incredible speed. It seemed like the cat had been gathering all his qi to carry out this powerful attack in an attempt to kill Lin Feng. He moved like lightning. His face looked extremely ferocious. It was horrible. Lin Feng didn't even pay attention to the cat who was moving closer. Lin Feng's eyes looked as emotionless as before. He looked absolutely unaffected. The sound of waves crashing emerged in the atmosphere. Lin Feng's purple lake appeared and started to move. An endless stream of purple snakes then moved towards the cat and tried to restrict his movements, but at that moment, the cat's body was surrounded by thunderflame. Besides, it was also monstrously quick. The purple spirit could only slightly slow the cat's movements. In the end, it wasn't very useful. The cat was moving closer to Lin Feng and his face was becoming more and more animalistic as well. The cat's sharp claws were slicing towards Lin Feng at full speed. The beast was moving through the sky like an unstoppable meteor. Celestial fangs! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. His voice was ice-cold. A dragon with 6 heads appeared behind Lin Feng. It then grabbed the cat with its mouth and wrapped its body around the cat, restraining his movements. Meow! The cat was meowing in panic. Lin Feng raised his sword and immediately attacked. His speed was incredible. Die! Said Lin Feng in an evil and cold voice. The celestial fang spirit disappeared. Lin Feng recalled it back into his body. It seemed like there was nothing else but an evil sword filled with wrath and hatred left in the atmosphere. The cat frowned, his face drastically changed. It was astonished, a dual spirit cultivator, an evil sword. At the moment when Lin Feng's sword was not aimed towards the cat, he thought that he had enough time to attack and kill Lin Feng, but it seemed like he had underestimated the power that human cultivators were capable of when their life was in danger. Besides, that dual spirit was enough to slow his movement for a few seconds. During these few seconds, the cat's fate had been decided. The evil cloud rolled through the air along with the monstrously powerful sword. Meow! A loud meowing sound resonated through the atmosphere, then his face became entirely animal. The energy which was restricting his power emerged from his body, as if the transformation had been broken. The evil cloud made the entire atmosphere vibrate. Lin Feng sensed the power surge under his sword and a strong wind started to blow. Lin Feng had the impression that his body was going to be blown away. The restriction has been removed. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. The cat was releasing qi which was at the Tian level. While the cat was undergoing the transformation process, his strength was reduced. Besides, the restriction was extremely hard to remove, but at that moment, the evil sword had struck against the cat's body and when its life was threatened, it returned to an authentic Tian-level beast again. The winged tiger looked extremely excited. Lin Feng had succeeded in attacking the cat. Surprisingly, he almost killed him and forced him to remove the restriction. Transforming into a human was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was given to the beasts of the world by the heavens. Going against it was the same as going against fate. If the restriction created by the transformation process was removed or broken, the ferocious beast would regain its initial strength and become a ferocious beast again. From that moment on, the Tian-level beast would be forced to remain as a beast. Unless a miracle happened, it would remain a Tian-level beast its entire life. At that moment, the Thunder Flame Cat's transformation process had been ruined. It was now trapped as a Tian-level beast. All of its dreams were crushed. The winged tiger slightly shook. This noble and ancient ferocious beast would finally regain its freedom. The nightmare was finally over. It was sick and tired of being hugged and petted by the cat for such a long time. It was sick of acting docile and gentle. It had already lost its bestial nature because of it. The winged tiger's eyes looked extremely ferocious. It looked pensive. It was filled with hope that the cat would be completely annihilated. The best thing would be if Lin Feng managed to slaughter it. The cat meowed loudly. It raised both of its paws in the air. Its 10 sharp claws looked like 10 dazzlingly sharp swords. The claws were much longer than normal swords. Die! Lin Feng's black eyes were filled with an unparalleled determination. He condensed his entire strength into another sword strike. A slicing sound filled the air as the 10 claws reached the sword and were sliced apart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, Scared. Two terrifyingly powerful qi collided in the air. One belonged to the evil sword, the other to the Tian-level beast. The sword qi was filled with a murderous and hateful evil energy. It was cold and filled with wrath. The qi of the beast was brutal and evil. It contained an endless bloodlust. Both energies were piercing through the atmosphere. The sword had cut through the cat's 10 claws which were still falling to the ground, but in a flash, 10 new claws replaced the damaged claws. At the same time, the cat started to retreat at the speed of lightning. Moo! The cat meowed loudly and released a monstrous energy. The evil sword fell from the sky followed by the evil cloud which crashed into the cat's body. A wound appeared on the cat's body, but the bestial blood was absorbed back into the wound. However, the cat's qi wasn't as strong as a moment before. It had been weakened a lot. That evil sword energy was filled with incredible wrath and it penetrated through the flesh and into the bones. Tian-level beasts are really tough. Lin Feng had attacked with the evil sword but it hadn't been enough to kill the cat. Lin Feng looked at the beast before his eyes. He looked disappointed. Lin Feng was much too weak. Even if the evil sword was monstrously powerful, it needed someone extremely strong to control it. Lin Feng couldn't control it properly. Besides, the cat was also much stronger than him, therefore, that sword which definitely should have killed him had, in the end, failed. The winged tiger was astonished as well. Disappointment was visible in its eyes. The beast hadn't died. In the end, Lin Feng wasn't able to kill the cat. The restriction had been broken and Lei Yen Mao had regained its power. The winged tiger was also thinking about how great it would be if it managed to become a Tian-level beast in the future. In the mountain chain, nobody would dare to bully it anymore. It would become the king of the area. It would never be treated as a pet ever again. The cat let out a shriek, which didn't sound like that of a cat, while looking at the sky. How ridiculous. The cat was normally so prudent and cautious, but it had been so impatient to become a human being that it fought with Lin Feng and Lin Feng's sword broke the restriction and crushed the cat's dream. Its only desire was now unachievable. The cat had become a Tian-level beast again but it wasn't happy at all. The restriction had been broken which meant it was forced to remain in beast form for its entire life. How miserable. It was doomed to remain as a beast, a simple cat. It wouldn't be able to act like a human anymore. It would remain a simple cat. Maybe it would even be captured and domesticated. Of course, it would do anything to prolong its life. When the cat thought about his cruel fate, his eyes looked monstrously evil. It was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had destroyed its bright future. It would not even be allowed to take the form of a human. It seems like the restriction is extremely complex, thought Lin Feng when he saw how miserable the cat looked. Breaking the restriction would have terrifying consequences, otherwise the cat wouldn't have been overly cautious and stayed within the mountain chain the whole time. It very rarely left the area of 50 kilometers which it confined Lin Feng to. Its sharp claws attacked again and it released a terrifying chi. The cat wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng had ruined its life. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously before the cat could unleash its attack. Lin Feng raised his sword, it was filled with wrath and a shocking evil chi. The evil cloud was following closely behind the evil sword. Meow! The cat meowed loudly and a bestial chi filled the atmosphere and crashed against the evil cloud. At the same time, thunder flames surrounded its body and bombarded the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Boom! 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 The sky seemed like it was exploding. Between Lin Feng and the cat, a hurricane was forming in the air. A Tian-level beast is way too terrifying, I can't even fight against it with the evil sword. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated that such a thing would happen. The beast had regained its Tian-level strength and it was already able to fight back against the evil sword. A point of no return had been reached, Lin Feng had to act now or he was doomed. If Lin Feng didn't manage to kill the Tian-level beast, he would lose his life. There was absolutely no doubt about that. Lin Feng saw the Tian-level beast rushing towards him and once again the air was filled with explosions. An incredible deadly energy invaded the atmosphere and clashed against the terrifying bestial chi. Lin Feng started to retreat. The Tian-level beast would have already killed Lin Feng if he didn't have the evil sword. Lin Feng didn't even have the opportunity to attack him. At that moment, he was using the full power of the evil sword that he was able to control, but it was still very difficult for him to defend himself against the Tian-level cat. A Tian-level beast's strength was similar to a cultivator of the Tian Chi layer. Lin Feng didn't even know if there were any cultivators of the Tian Chi layer in Xueyu. Lin Feng had already managed to injure the cat, he could be proud of himself for accomplishing that. Thanks to his determination and willpower, he had managed to gain control over one of the 9 evil swords. The evil sword had a monumental destructive power that could be unleashed. Thanks to the power of the sword, Lin Feng had already accomplished incredible feats. If the restriction hadn't been broken by the cat's desire to live, and if the cat hadn't regained its strength of the Tian level right away, Lin Feng would have killed it using the evil sword already. Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. At that moment, he only knew that the cat was shockingly strong. Lin Feng didn't understand why the cat was attacking so aggressively, the evil sword was still able to put the cat in a terribly dangerous situation. You need to delay him. After breaking the restriction, it has temporarily regained the power which was restricted within its body, but its power can no longer be contained as the body was weakened by the transformation. Its power will continue to decrease over time and then you will be able to kill it as you wish, said a voice transmitted into Lin Feng's mind which stupefied him. Lin Feng was controlling the winged tiger, so they could use their souls to communicate. The winged tiger didn't need to speak out loud, it could just transmit its thoughts to Lin Feng. Its power will continue to decrease over time. So that's how it is. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as if he had suddenly understood something. He then continued to retreat. Die! Shouted the cat furiously. Lin Feng had to die. Meow! The cat started to coil its body and immediately after it disappeared from sight, in a flash, it appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was truly a ferocious beast, it pounced at him like a fire-red cat. However, that cat was much bigger than an ordinary tiger, it looked particularly monstrous. What seemed like an endless stream of bestial chi was leaking from the cat's body. Its sharp claws slashed through the atmosphere. This time, the cat didn't care about dodging Lin Feng's sword, its claws immediately clashed against the evil sword that was rushing towards it. Surrounding these terrifying claws, there was a dazzling white light. These claws were much harder and sharper than a steel blade, they could no longer be compared with a normal sword. Even though the claws clashed against the evil sword and blocked it, the evil cloud continued moving and an incredible quantity of evil sword chi penetrated into the cat's body which made its eyes turn even more sanguinary. Chi-ink! A shocking sound suddenly emerged in the air. Behind Lin Feng there was another evil sword, it was slowly emerging from Lin Feng's back. It was astonishing, the energy of that sword was even more terrifying. There are other swords inside Lin Feng's body. The cat looked astonished and ruthless at the same time. That evil sword was already so terrifyingly powerful and Lin Feng still had more evil swords. He was a monster, Lin Feng was a terrifying monster. The winged tiger was also shocked and was fixedly staring at the sword emerging from Lin Feng's body. How amazing! Lin Feng wasn't lying, he really had a way to deal with the cat. Lin Feng's hidden power was astonishing. He had broken the transformation restriction and was even able to fight with a Tian-level beast. "Rise!" shouted Lin Feng furiously, and the evil sword rose into the air. Monstrous evil clouds started to cover the sky. It was incredible. 2 swords. The cat looked uncertain. Could it fight against 2 evil swords? But while the cat was thinking, a terrifying chi filled with fury started to emerge. From Lin Feng's back, another sword slowly started emerging. That was a 3rd evil sword. Lin Feng had already unsheathed 3 of the evil swords. At that moment, the cat and the winged tiger were speechless. 1 evil sword was already monstrously powerful, but 3 evil swords. How powerful would 3 evil swords be when attacking? At the moment when the 3rd sword started emerging, the entire atmosphere was being overwhelmed by the evil chi. The cat suddenly looked desperate. Actually, when it thought things couldn't get worse, a 4th sword started to slowly emerge from Lin Feng's body. Meow, the cat meowed while looking to the sky. Its claws that were still blocking the evil sword started to shake. Immediately after, the cat shot towards the horizon at full speed. In an instant, it had disappeared from sight without a trace. It was so scared that it immediately ran away. It didn't dare to stay any longer. Even though it was going to lose its cultivation level, at least, it still had its life. If it had stayed to fight against Lin Feng, the 4 swords would have definitely killed him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, Tong Wuyao's Fury. The cat managed to escape. It disappeared in a flash. The Tian-level beast reigned over that territory as a king, then it suddenly found itself in a dangerous situation, and in time, it would become an ordinary Shen-level beast. He had to find a place to hide. Roar. After having remained silent for a while, the winged tiger started to roar while looking to the sky and running around in a frenzy. It also started releasing its chi into the air. Its roars echoed through the atmosphere and caused the air to vibrate. The winged tiger was venting all of its anger that it held inside all of this time. It had been suffering for 10 years, the cat was humiliating it for 10 years. And the tiger finally had its freedom. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's eyes were still pitch black, just like 2 black holes. His eyes looked emotionless and ice cold. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't control the power of 4 swords. At that moment, 2 of the swords were emitting whistling sounds in the atmosphere. They were chaotically rushing through the air and evil clouds had covered the sky. Lin Feng couldn't do anything to stop them. He could even feel that the swords were slowly gaining control over his body. "Return!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The sword which was still emerging from Lin Feng's body was forced back inside and disappeared. It returned to Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng then quickly isolated it from his soul and stopped that sword from influencing him. However, Lin Feng looked deathly pale. "Return!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Then the strength of his soul burst into the atmosphere, enveloping 2 of the swords. However, these 2 evil swords were shaking and emitting whistling sounds. They were refusing to return to Lin Feng's body. On the contrary, they wanted to consume Lin Feng's soul. At the same time, an evil chi penetrated into Lin Feng's body, which made his emotionless eyes suddenly look furious. Those evil swords were polluting his body with evil chi. "Return!" roared Lin Feng while raising his head. The strength of his soul was divided into an endless number of small pieces which rushed towards the evil swords to restrict them. At the same time, it started to drag the swords towards his body. While being dragged through the air, the swords were shaking and struggling against the power of Lin Feng's soul. Even though Lin Feng's body was now filled with evil chi, he was still clear-headed. A light started to illuminate the atmosphere through the evil clouds as the 2 evil swords were slowly dragged back into Lin Feng's body. They soon disappeared as if nothing had ever happened. "You too," said Lin Feng to the sword that he was holding. He then easily returned it to his body. It was the sword with which Lin Feng was the most familiar. It was also the only sword he was able to control. The 4 swords had disappeared as if nothing happened, and the evil clouds also slowly dispersed. A thread of black blood suddenly flowed from Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng's body had lost all of its power and his body was now falling powerlessly to the ground. Whoosh! A light flashed towards Lin Feng. It was the winged tiger. It immediately caught Lin Feng, who was plummeting towards the ground. It then laid Lin Feng delicately on a huge rock next to a waterfall. Lin Feng continued to lay there. He left the world of darkness created by his celestial spirit and gradually regained his consciousness. His brow was covered with sweat. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Simply unleashing the evil swords was terrifying. When Lin Feng unleashed them, he had to resist the evil chi and wrath which was constantly invading his heart. With his strength, Lin Feng was only able to use the power of a single sword. He had the feeling that he had used all of his pure qi reserves. The evil swords required more pure qi than Lin Feng's body could provide. Besides, if he used the evil swords too often, he would have his body polluted by the evil qi which tried to invade his heart. It would invade his heart and slowly take control of his soul. His body would become nothing but a tool. He would be transformed into a tool for the evil sword to use to unleash its wrath on the world. The evil swords were filled with their own willpower and determination and seemed to have a life of their own. Lin Feng couldn't unleash the power of more than one sword at a time. I wonder when I will be able to control more than a single sword. If I could, I would be able to slaughter Tian-level beasts, whispered Lin Feng to himself. If, one day, he was able to control those swords, Lin Feng would be the unstoppable king of Shuiyu. With a slight movement, a large amount of purity stones appeared beside Lin Feng. He closed his eyes and immediately started to absorb the pure qi without holding back. At that moment, Lin Feng was extremely greedy as he consumed the pure qi. He needed lots of pure qi to recover. He had used every ounce of his strength. The winged tiger was standing next to Lin Feng and was staring at him with its large eyes. It seemed like he was lost in thought. The cat had run away, but now Lin Feng was his master. However, Lin Feng had said that he wanted the tiger to be his equal, not his pet. During the battle against the cat, the winged tiger had seen that Lin Feng was a courageous and trustworthy person. He would never behave like the cat to trick and humiliate the tiger. While thinking, the winged tiger slightly crouched down and looked towards the sky. It was an ancient ferocious beast and its destiny was in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng and the tiger were tied together by the threads of fate. There was nobody around to bother Lin Feng and the winged tiger. They were in a very isolated location in the Nine-Dragon mountain chain. Human cultivators never came this deep into the mountain chain. The ferocious beasts had all run away from the area when they saw the evil cloud and sensed the qi of the Tian-level beast. They didn't even dare to go near that territory any longer. The ferocious beasts of that area were extremely wise and intelligent. They wouldn't foolishly go there out of curiosity. But, the winged tiger and Lin Feng didn't know that 50 kilometers away from them, some people had arrived. The evil cloud and the bestial qi had invaded the entire atmosphere across 100 kilometers into the distance. People could still sense the powerful qi, they could even still see the qi covering that area. Those people were the members of the Wanshou sect. They were still looking for Lin Feng and Wu Jin. Even though they had gradually lost hope and understood that Wu Jin was probably dead, they still refused to give up. Before sensing the bestial qi and the evil clouds, they were about to give up and return. Patriarch, that evil qi must belong to one of the evil swords. Maybe an extremely strong cultivator found one and is hunting in the depths of the mountain chain, said the vice patriarch of the Wanshou sect, Tang Wushan, in a low voice while approaching his elder brother Tang Wuyao. Tang Wuyao slightly nodded. That evil cloud also contained a terrifying sword energy. It indubitably belonged to one of the evil swords. Surprisingly, someone had managed to obtain it. Moreover, they even knew how to control it and were using it to fight. What they didn't know was that the extremely strong cultivator who had obtained the evil swords was Lin Feng and that he actually couldn't control them properly and only revealed a fraction of their power. Nobody would even think about that possibility. Even at the moment when the Nine Sword Mountains were destroyed, Lin Feng was there, but nobody who knew about the legend of the evil swords had thought that Lin Feng was the one who had obtained the evil swords because he was far too weak. How could he attract the evil swords? How could he have the power to break the seal? Therefore, nobody would ever consider that possibility. They obviously thought that an extremely strong sword cultivator had obtained the evil swords. There is not only evil qi, there is also the qi of a Tian-level beast, whispered Tang Wuyao. If only they could obtain a Tian-level beast, how terrifying would that be? Unfortunately, it was impossible. They could only dream about achieving something like that. Patriarch, should we go and take a look or should we leave? Asked Tang Wushan in a low voice. Tang Wuyao remained silent for a moment. He looked uncertain. Immediately after he said coldly, let's go back. Whether it's the extremely strong cultivator who obtained the evil swords or the Tian-level beast, either one could kill us all very easily. Perhaps Lin Feng has already died in the depths of the mountain. Of course, even if he is dead, I also want to kill all those who are close to him. His friends and family can accompany him to the afterlife, said Tang Wuyao in a piercingly cold voice. In fact, he was sure that his son Wu Jin had died. Many people were well aware that Wu Jin was dead, but nobody dared to mention it. It was too painful for the patriarch. Nobody knew how Wu Jin had died. They didn't believe that Lin Feng could kill Wu Jin. The circumstances of his death were still a mystery. Let's go back, shouted Tang Wuyao in a deep voice. He turned around and informed all the members of the Wanshou sect that they were leaving the Nine-Dragon mountain chain. They sighed and started to leave. The extremely strong cultivators of the Wanshou sect were all moving together with their beasts. If a strong wild beast attacked them, they would be able to cope using their numbers. The events hit Shuiyu like a storm. The Yu clan obtained a vein of the earth. The Yu clan obtained nothing at all but also lost nothing. The Wanshou sect was the one who had suffered the most. It had lost a number of core disciples and the patriarch's son was killed. The person who was at the center of all of this was Lin Feng. He was the one who had actually obtained the greatest of treasures. He had obtained a fortune of purity stone, multiple 9 sun grass, the evil swords and even an ancient ferocious beast. Maybe that storm was simply the calm before an even larger storm, which would leave the entire country of Shuiyu breathless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, Wind. In the depths of the mountain chain, there was a person stood midair. The water from the waterfall was violently rushing down onto them, but that person was still standing straight. A fiery pure chi was glistening under the waterfall and on a huge stone not far from the waterfall. There was a beast which was watching the person inside the waterfall. "Rise!" shouted the person in a deep voice. Then his silhouette rose higher into the air and arrived at the highest part of the waterfall. When he arrived at the top, his body rushed down to the bottom of the waterfall, then he moved against the current of the waterfall until he once again arrived at the top, and he continued to do this for a while. After some time, he stopped. He then closed his eyes and started to sense the water of the waterfall flowing over his body. That person was precisely Lin Feng, and the beast on the huge stone was obviously the winged tiger. Roar! The winged tiger roared and rose to its feet. It then turned and its wings started moving as it flew into the distance. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the winged tiger. He was still standing midair inside the waterfall. After the cat ran away, Lin Feng took the time to recover. He didn't immediately leave. He had decided to stay and train in the mountain chain for a while. He needed to find a method to improve his speed. Lin Feng had been in many battles recently and he had found that his speed wasn't sufficient. He was slower but stronger than many people. But if he wasn't fast enough to attack them, being strong was useless. The opposite was true as well. Being quick but not strong enough to injure your opponent was useless. The water of the waterfall was violently crashing into Lin Feng's body. This method was simple but its results were undeniable. Lin Feng came out of the waterfall and started to walk through the air. No water was restricting Lin Feng's body anymore. He felt extremely comfortable. He had the feeling that all his movements were weightless. The winged tiger is so unruly. Lin Feng glanced around looking for the winged tiger and then smiled. His silhouette flickered and he flew into the distance. After a while, Lin Feng arrived in a dense and thick forest. The myriad of tall trees prevented the sunlight from penetrating into the forest. Some extremely loud explosive sounds were filling the air. They came from a place nearby. Some extremely brutal bestial chi was also filling the atmosphere of the forest. The winged tiger is fighting against another ferocious beast. Lin Feng was stupefied. He then flew towards the place where the chi was emerging from. Very quickly, he arrived in a location which was covered with destruction. Broken trees were sent flying through the air in a whirlpool of chi. These two ferocious beasts were facing each other in midair. Lin Feng immediately moved onto a treetop and looked at the two silhouettes. One of them was the winged tiger and the beast which it was fighting against was a black bat with cyan wings. The cyan winged bat was extremely quick. It was one of its main strengths. Ferocious beasts of the same level could rarely compete with it in terms of speed. Lin Feng was watching the bat. It looked extremely cruel and ruthless. It had two extremely sharp teeth protruding from its mouth. These long and sharp teeth looked horrifying. Apart from its speed, its sharp teeth were its main strength. They were extremely powerful. With its teeth, it could bite into beasts and suck them dry of blood. The winged tiger really likes to provoke others, whispered Lin Feng while sighing. Even though the cyan winged bat wasn't an ancient ferocious beast, with its speed, it didn't fear any beast of the same level. After all, if other beasts weren't as quick as it was, how could they fight it? E-e-a-a-a-a. Sharp sounds spread through the air. The body of the bat flashed, its wings flickered and it disappeared. How quick! It was much too quick. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't even follow the movement spat. Generally speaking, the faster a beast or a human cultivator was, the better they could dodge incoming attacks. For example, when Lin Feng was walking through the air, he could always sense the wind blowing against his body, but at that moment, the cyan winged bat was moving extremely quickly but Lin Feng couldn't sense any strong wind at all. The bat was extremely agile and light and was creating no resistance in the wind. Lin Feng was surprised. Roar! The winged tiger moved as well, its fiery wings flickered. It was also extremely quick. It immediately moved towards the bat, its sharp claws glistened in the air. The cyan-winged bat didn't try to confront the winged tiger, it twisted through the air and then at the moment when it was about to collide with the winged tiger, it abruptly moved higher in the air. The winged tiger raised its head and opened its mouth, it started to breathe flames which rushed straight towards the cyan-winged bat. At the same time, its fiery wings moved again and it rose higher into the air while following the bat. Even though the winged tiger is very quick, speed is not his greatest strength. When it flies, there is resistance in the air. But thanks to its monstrous strength, it can ignore the wind resistance and reach such a terrifying speed. Lin Feng wasn't really interested in the fight, he was just interested in watching the beast's movements, speed and agility. The winged tiger could rely on the explosive power in its body to ignore the wind resistance, that was why it could move so quickly. On the other hand, the cyan-winged bat was an expert in terms of speed. When it was flying, it seemed like there was absolutely no wind resistance at all. Speed also depends on the cultivation. As my cultivation rises, my speed will increase, but it seems like I can't reach my maximum speed. When my speed increases, it seems like it's actually not my maximum speed. What prevents me from reaching my maximum speed is wind resistance. If there was nothing to create resistance, I would be able to reach my maximum speed. Thought Lin Feng as if he had suddenly understood something. It was a simple principle. Lin Feng had broken through to the second Qian-Shi layer and that provided him with an increase in speed, however he needed to work if he wanted to achieve his maximum speed. Lin Feng had understood something new, he had the feeling that certain things suddenly became clearer to him. Lin Feng's strength wasn't speed, it was his power of comprehension. Because he had an extremely strong soul which was aided by his celestial spirit, he had a much better comprehension speed compared to other people. There were many outstanding cultivators who were quicker or had a higher cultivation than Lin Feng, however, if they fought against Lin Feng, they wouldn't necessarily win. Power of comprehension was an extremely important aspect of cultivation. If two sword cultivators of the same cultivation fought, the one who could comprehend their sword path the most would easily defeat the other. I'm wrong, Lin Feng was stupefied. His eyes were twinkling as if he had suddenly had a flash of enlightenment. Everything that he had thought a moment before was correct, but it was a shallow understanding. No matter who it was, a beast or a human cultivator, none of them had limits to what they could achieve. When cultivators and ferocious beasts move, wind resistance is a hindrance, it slows them down. But that's like going against the current. If I could move with the wind, I would be able to move much faster, and then achieve even greater speed than my maximum. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that when he was practicing under the waterfall, he was very slow when moving against the current, but when he moved with the current, he was much faster because he was aided by the current. When cultivators and beasts moved, wind had the same effect as the water of the waterfall. It greatly affected their movements. However, unless there was a strong wind from behind, movements were always against the current which created resistance. Unless one could control the wind and take advantage of it. Wind. It's crucial to move with the wind. The lights in Lin Feng's eyes were becoming brighter and brighter. Swords had force, wind obviously also had force. When Lin Feng had learned how to carry out energy attacks, he had learned how to temporarily borrow all of the force around him. He had almost forgotten about it. Lin Feng needed to understand wind force and then his speed would definitely increase. When Lin Feng thought about his realization, he slowly closed his eyes. He could still distinctly sense everything around him, but it was almost as if Lin Feng wasn't paying attention to it at all. Lin Feng didn't focus on the mountain chain, or on the battle between the winged tiger and the cyan-winged bat. He was only focusing on the wind gently blowing on his body. In Lin Feng's world, there was only one thing, wind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, Wind Movement. A sword had sword force, wind also had wind force. Sword force was sharp and brutal, Lin Feng could kill someone every time he used his sword. Wind force was invisible, and seemed non-existent, but in fact it was everywhere. At that moment, Lin Feng was using his full power of comprehension, he was calmly sensing the energy in the wind. It was enveloping his entire body. He could also sense the movements of the wind. Lin Feng had the sensation that he had been there for a long time, but almost no time had passed. Lin Feng slightly moved, very lightly. He made a very small movement which had a very subtle effect on the wind. Lin Feng entered in his earth fusion and could sense all the small subtleties in each of his movements. That small move seemingly changed the particular movement pattern of the wind, and it was as if the wind had disappeared. That small move seemed like it was made with greatly reduced wind resistance. If my movements are in harmony with the movement patterns of the wind, if I manage to move along with it, then I will be able to benefit from its power. Thought Lin Feng. He then stopped making small movements. He calmly sensed the wind around him. He concentrated on the movements and patterns of the wind. After a while, Lin Feng moved again and slowly moved forwards. There was still resistance against his movements, the wind was still preventing him from moving forwards. But while Lin Feng was moving, the resistance was becoming less and less. Lin Feng was growing more familiar with the wind and its movements. Finally, when Lin Feng moved, he began to move with the wind and the wind resistance disappeared and instead increased his speed. Wind force. That's wind force, whispered Lin Feng. He then stopped moving and opened his eyes. The winged tiger and the cyan-winged bat were still fighting, but at that moment, the cyan-winged bat looked much weaker and it had wounds covering its body which were dripping with blood. Even though it was extremely quick, each time it attacked the winged tiger, it couldn't injure it. Instead, the bat was being injured by the winged tiger. The cyan-winged bat was much weaker than an ancient ferocious beast. If the bat hadn't been an extremely quick beast, it would have been killed by the winged tiger already. The cyan-winged bat started to shriek, its silhouette flickered and it moved straight towards the winged tiger. The bat was not planning on retreating and felt humiliated. It was much quicker than the winged tiger, but it failed to injure it and it even got injured by the winged tiger after every exchange. Roar! That time, the winged tiger roared in a terrifying way and released an incredibly monstrous bestial chi. The winged tiger spread its fiery red wings which amazed Lin Feng. When the winged tiger had its wings spread, it seemed like the wings could cover the sky. Roar! The winged tiger roared furiously. Its gigantic wings started to move. That time, it wouldn't let the bat escape. It was sick and tired of the bat's attempts of sneak attacking the winged tiger. The bat didn't dare face the winged tiger in head-on combat, which made the winged tiger angry. When the cyan-winged bat saw the huge wings of the winged tiger, it started to look scared. It shrieked again and stopped moving towards it. Instead, it turned around to try to escape. Boom! Boom! The winged tiger tried to capture the bat with its gigantic fiery wings, but the bat managed to dodge the attacks and continued to fly away. The winged tiger spread its gigantic fiery red wings again. Its eyes were filled with an ominous glint. The bat had managed to escape again. The winged tiger had almost managed to capture it. The bat glanced at the winged tiger in an ice-cold way and then immediately glanced towards Lin Feng. It spread its cyan wings, its silhouette flickered as it tried to escape. If the winged tiger hadn't provoked it, the bat would have never wanted to fight against the winged tiger. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between them. However, it had never been afraid of a ferocious beast of the same level before. The cyan-winged bat flew so close to Lin Feng that it made his clothes flutter. Lin Feng was surprised. That bat seemingly didn't care about Lin Feng at all. It seemed like it was ignoring Lin Feng's existence. Lin Feng then started to move. Wind movement. Lin Feng moved with absolute silence, as if he had lost all power to rush against the resistance. His body was one with the power of the wind. Lin Feng was moving so quick that it was impossible to see his movements. When the winged tiger saw that, it was astonished. How was Lin Feng suddenly so quick? It seemed like he was much faster than the winged tiger. The winged tiger had fought against Lin Feng and had also watched him fight against the cat. Lin Feng was extremely strong, but speed was his weakness. Against all expectations, Lin Feng's speed had surprisingly increased. As if the cyan-winged bat had sensed it too, it slightly turned around and looked at Lin Feng while narrowing its eyes. Its eyes were filled with a dangerous look. Its wings flickered again and it continued accelerating. Under such circumstances, it couldn't fight against Lin Feng. The winged tiger behind would have time to catch up. Trying to fight under such circumstances would be the same as committing suicide. You want to escape? Said Lin Feng with a cold and detached smile. The bat would have to pay the price for ignoring Lin Feng's existence. Lin Feng started to smile, the wind force grew stronger and Lin Feng shot forward like an arrow from a bow. He was so quick that it was unimaginable. Lin Feng was quickly approaching the bat with incredible speed and the bat didn't seem like it could increase its speed anymore. Lin Feng's fingertips were filled with an incredibly sharp sword energy and which lacerated the atmosphere as he moved. When the bat sensed the terrifying sword energy, the expression in its eyes drastically changed. It then started to insanely flap its wings in an attempt to increase its speed, but it was already too late. PSSSSH. The bat started to shake, a monstrous sword energy had just pierced into its body. An extremely high-pitched shriek spread through the air, the bat was in agony. Its wings were flapping but it didn't have the strength to move anywhere, then its body slowly plummeted down to the ground. The bat landed with a thump onto the ground. It had landed on its stomach, it was still trying to flap its wings but it didn't have the strength to fly anymore. Lin Feng had broken through to the second Shin Chi layer and the bat was a beast at the first Shin level. How could it defend against Lin Feng's attack that was filled with such powerful sword energy? The winged tiger arrived next to the bat and looked at it with a ferocious and cruel glare. It then raised its head and looked at Lin Feng. "Do you want it?" asked Lin Feng to the winged tiger indifferently. The winged tiger nodded its head without hesitation. "All right, it's yours," replied Lin Feng. The winged tiger roared deeply and immediately opened its mouth. Its monstrous teeth bit into the bat's body. The cyan-winged bat shrieked. It was in agony, but the winged tiger, an ancient ferocious beast, didn't care about the bat's pain. The winged tiger was biting chunks from the bat's body. It slowly ate the bat while it was still alive. In the end, it swallowed the bat's heart whole. Lin Feng was calmly watching the scene. The mouth of the winged tiger was covered with blood. He was a bit surprised to see the winged tiger eat the bat's heart. For a beast of the same level, eating its heart was probably very beneficial. The winged tiger swallowed the heart and a strange sensation invaded its body. It then roared and raised its head. It was looking at Lin Feng with a strange look. It had already understood that Lin Feng's speed had increased. Lin Feng had been concentrating on trying to improve his speed inside the waterfall. The winged tiger respected Lin Feng's strength. Besides, it had the feeling that Lin Feng had made huge advancements. In fact, Lin Feng was still focused on improving his speed. Human cultivators really had a terrifying potential. No wonder the cat had been willing to take the risk of undergoing a dangerous transformation process in order to become human. "Xiongqi, are you attached to that place?" asked Lin Feng while looking at the winged tiger. They had been staying there for a long time. Lin Feng wanted to leave. Xiongqi shook its head. It only felt hatred for that place. The cat had been treating it as a pet for so many years, and this place reminded him of it. "All right, let's go," said Lin Feng while smiling. His silhouette flashed and he immediately landed on Xiongqi's back, between its two gigantic wings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 399, Coming to Kill. At the site where people used to observe the Nine Sword Mountains, there was nothing left anymore. There was only a vein of the earth filled with rich and thick pure qi. However, since the Nine Sword Mountains had disappeared, more people were coming to that place, but not to practice sword cultivation though. The Yu clan had started to unceasingly extract the natural resources from the vein of the earth. They had even found out that the vein of the earth was gigantic and covered an area of dozens of kilometers. Besides, the ground was filled to the brim with purity stones. The mountain from which people used to observe the Nine Sword Mountains was also filled with pure qi, but before, the vein of the earth was too deep, so people couldn't sense the qi hidden beneath the earth. At that moment, the vein of the earth was opened and the entire area was filled with the qi of heaven and earth. It was so thick that it was floating in the air. For that reason, the Yu clan had decided to fortify the area and surrounded the vein with protection. After all, that place was in the center of the Nine Dragon Mountain chain, which was a place filled with ferocious beasts. The pure qi attracted ferocious beasts, therefore the Yu clan had no choice but to defend that location against them. However, even though the Yu clan didn't let ferocious beasts into the area, they allowed people from Shuiyu to come as long as they followed some rules. They were only allowed to practice cultivation there, they were not allowed to pick up any purity stones. If someone dared to pick up a single purity stone, even one of lower quality, the Yu clan would kill them. Anyone who dared violate the rules would be killed. People were also well aware that if the Yu clan allowed other people to practice cultivation there, it was only because they were afraid of infuriating them. If they had forbidden people from coming, then people would have gathered and captured the vein of the earth. However, one of the conditions was not to take any purity stones. Therefore, cultivators who came didn't foolishly try to steal the purity stones. If they tried and were caught, they would die. It wasn't worth it. At that moment, outside of that protected area, in the middle of a thick and dense forest filled with ferocious beasts, there were some people fighting against ferocious beasts. That group of people was composed of 2 girls, 1 old man and a young man. Those 4 people were surrounding a ferocious beast. It was a 9th Ling level snake. It was almost 40 meters long. It could spit poisonous qi from its mouth. When that snake opened its mouth, it was so large that it could swallow someone whole. Those 4 people were being extremely vigilant. A 9th Ling level beast wasn't easy to handle. The strongest of the 4 people was the young man. He had broken through to the 9th Ling qi layer. He had extremely high natural abilities. "Fengting, Jingyun, you girls move back. I will handle that snake," said the young man while taking a step forwards. He wanted to kill a 9th Ling level beast by himself. "Duan Feng, let's do it together. You just broke through to the 9th Ling qi layer. Your cultivation is not stable yet. And that snake is extremely powerful. It will not be easy to defeat," said Jingyun while frowning. That young man was precisely Duan Feng, but 2 years had passed and he looked much more mature. Besides, his eyes looked more profound and mystical. Jingyun, sister, no need, since our big brother is not here, I am in charge of protecting you, don't forget about that. I have never been forced to use my spirit either, said Duan Feng while smiling. He was wondering how Lin Feng was getting on these days. If Lin Feng saw how strong he had become, he would certainly be very happy. When Jingyun heard Duan Feng talk about Lin Feng, she was surprised, and immediately after, her beautiful eyes were filled with radiant splendor. In the carriage, when they left the small village, she hadn't realized how high Duan Feng's natural abilities were. Duan Feng had the blood spirit of the imperial clan, he could already use 4 sealed doors, he had a strong spirit and was extremely talented. In 2 years, he had broken through to the 9th Ling Qi layer, that was extremely quick. Jingyun had a realization, she realized that if someone was both talented and young, their cultivation could increase extremely quickly. It was amazing. Of course, Jingyun also knew that not everything could be attributed to Duan Feng's talent, he was also a hardworking cultivator. No matter how much he was suffering, he kept practicing cultivation every day and night. Lin Feng had become his idol, so Duan Feng was determined to walk on the same path. He didn't want Lin Feng to leave him behind. Actually, he had been able to improve his cultivation so quickly by relying on his natural abilities and by fighting slaves. Alright, Duan Feng, please be careful, warned Jingyun. Then, she slightly moved back, letting Duan Feng fight alone. The blood spirit of the Duan clan was inside Duan Feng, he had inherited it. It was an extremely powerful spirit, but Duan Feng had never been forced to use it. If he released it, defeating the 9th Ling level beast would be easy. Feng Ting, said Duan Feng to the other girl in black clothes. Feng Ting and the old man then moved away, letting Duan Feng fight alone. SSSS. SSSSS. The Ling-level snake seemed to know that Duan Feng wanted to fight it alone. It was confident that it could swallow him easily. Suddenly, it released its black venomous qi, which floated through the air. Animal, said Duan Feng while staring at the snake. He then moved in a flash, for sealed doors appeared behind him. In the past, he only had 3, at that moment he had 4. Feng Ting and the old man looked surprised. Those sealed doors belonged to the blood spirit of the imperial clan. Surprisingly, Duan Feng had 4 sealed doors. Seal! Shouted Duan Feng in a deep voice. In a flash, the door rose into the air, it shook while emitting some rhythmic and melodious sounds. Then, the doors immediately sealed the body of the gigantic snake, which started shaking to shake. The sealed doors seemed like they had taken control of the snake's mind. Hiss! The snake hissed furiously, it was unceasingly shaking. However, it didn't struggle for a long time, it then gradually calmed down. After the sealed doors penetrated into its mind, the 9th Ling level snake wasn't able to move its body anymore, it was very easy. Duan Feng, I'll go and kill it, said Feng Ting. Duan Feng didn't have the time to reply before Feng Ting's silhouette was flickering away already. She immediately arrived next to the snake. After killing the snake, she immediately picked up the precious items it contained and took them for herself. When Jingyun saw that move, she frowned. Duan Feng was the one who stopped the snake thanks to his spirit. Feng Ting didn't even ask him if he had any objection, she immediately killed it and took the items for herself. But Duan Feng didn't say anything, he just looked at Feng Ting with a warm smile on his face. After that, he recalled his spirit into his body. Duan Feng, let's go and kill some other ferocious beasts, said Feng Ting in a detached way. Duan Feng nodded, but Jingyun frowned even more. What did that girl think? Was Duan Feng her slave? Duan Feng had saved her life, if Duan Feng hadn't appeared, Feng Ting would have been raped and killed by the guards of her own clan. All right, said Duan Feng while nodding as if he didn't mind, which made Jingyun grow speechless. Because Duan Feng had feelings for Feng Ting, he had transformed into an idiot. Jingyun knew that Duan Feng liked Feng Ting, even Feng Ting herself knew about it, therefore, she was just using him to obtain some precious items. Let's go, said Feng Ting while starting to walk, getting ready to move to another place. Go? Where do you think you are going? At that moment, a cold and detached voice spread through the air, it came from inside the dense forest. The group of people were surprised, and immediately after, they saw silhouettes coming from all directions. Those people looked bestial and ice cold. Who are you? Asked Duan Feng while staring at the people surrounding them. You don't need to know, said one of the group in an ice-cold way while releasing some deadly energy. I don't think that you and I are enemies, said Duan Feng. Just consider that you have a bad karma because you are related to Lin Feng. said one of the group in an ice-cold way which made Jing Yun and Duan Feng frown. Those people were Lin Feng's enemies. Why do you hate him? Hate him? The interlocutor smiled in an ice-cold way and said, I will tell you something, all of Lin Feng's friends will die, not a single person will be left alive. Not only will you all die but also the people in the Celestial Academy will be killed. Our strongest cultivators must already be at the Celestial Academy killing the students of the Academy by now. Those who were friends with Lin Feng were all going to die. What about Meng Qing? Would she be killed? Duan Feng and Jing Yun suddenly released an ice-cold energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400, Cold Indifferent Heart. Duan Feng and Jing Yun didn't know the events that occurred. Those people surprisingly wanted to kill everyone who was close with Lin Feng. How cruel. Lin Feng. Feng Ting and the old man's heart started pounding. The big brother that Duan Feng was talking about in such a respectful way was surprisingly Lin Feng, the young man at the center of all those events. Those people must be from the Wanshou sect. The old man and Feng Ting immediately guessed who those people were. The old man moved next to Feng Ting and said, Miss. Feng Ting was stupefied. She looked at the old man while looking irresolute. But immediately after, she looked resolute and said, Gentlemen, the both of us are not friends with Lin Feng, we just accidentally encountered these people, that's all. We're leaving now, all of this has nothing to do with us. Ha! When Duan Feng heard Feng Ting, he was astonished, and acute pain pierced into his heart. In the past few days, Feng Ting was training in the mountain chain when she was attacked by the guards of her own clan. Then Duan Feng appeared and saved her. He also started to have feelings for her. He had started to trust her, but now that they were in a critical situation, Feng Ting unscrupulously abandoned him. Feng Ting had been using him the entire time, she just wanted him to help her obtain some precious items. Jing Yun was looking at Duan Feng while slightly shaking her head. Duan Feng was too young and naive. He only knew about cultivation. However, others could see that she was only using him. Indeed, we only encountered those two and started traveling together recently, this has nothing to do with them, said Duan Feng while smiling after having remained silent for a while, which made Feng Ting look at him strangely. Duan Feng had extremely high natural abilities, he also possessed the blood spirit of the Imperial clan. If that event did not happen, she probably would have stayed with him, of course, it wouldn't have been out of love. Since you are here, you will die too. We don't care about killing two more people, said one of the Wanshou sect's members, which made Feng Ting's heart start pounding and her facial expression changed drastically. They still wanted to kill them, even if they didn't know Lin Feng, they would still die. Sir, not only are we not friends with Lin Feng but we also have grudges against him. We also wish for his death. What's the point in killing a young girl and an old man like me? Said the old man who was standing next to Feng Ting. Indeed, we hate Lin Feng, we are enemies, said Feng Ting, echoing the old man's view. How shameless, swore Jing Yun in a low voice, but Feng Ting and the old man didn't care about her opinion, they were only looking at the members of the Wanshou sect. The members of the Wanshou sect groaned coldly, then smiled in an ice-cold way and said, Kill them all. That cold and detached voice made Feng Ting start shaking unceasingly. She didn't even dare to think about those people trying to kill her. Jing Yun, sister, come behind me, shouted Duan Feng, but when he finished talking, the one who was leading the group immediately started walking towards him. Duan Feng had broken through to the 9th Ling Qi layer and had the blood spirit of the Duan clan. Only a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer could deal with him, otherwise Duan Feng would kill them easily. Come behind you? That's useless, said the cultivator of the Xian Qi layer, looking bestial and cruel while making some pure qi rotate around his body. The disciples of the Wanshou sect all had beast spirits and all learned beast skills and techniques. Useless? Then they can come behind me, said a voice which was hidden in the forest. That voice stupefied everybody. They turned around and immediately frowned. They only saw a human riding on the back of a gigantic beast. They were calmly walking towards the group, they were neither quick nor slow. The beast looked incredibly majestic, its face looked hideously cruel, and it also had 2 fiery red wings. The cultivator on its back was a young man, he looked handsome and intelligent, his qi was extremely sharp. He was sitting on the back of the beast between its 2 wings. They were fixedly staring at the crowd of people. Your Excellency, this issue is the business of the Wanshou sect, we hope that you will not intervene, said the one who was acting as the current leader of the Wanshou sect members. He still looked vigilant though. That young man looked extraordinary, and his beast surprisingly looked like an ancient ferocious beast, more precisely a winged tiger. Duan Feng and Jing Yun, when they saw Lin Feng, sighed with relief. Since Lin Feng was there, nothing would happen to them. Feng Ting and the old man's facial expressions were complex. Lin Feng, big brother. Duan Feng smiled while calling Lin Feng, which made the Wanshou sect's members frown. Lin Feng, that young man was surprisingly Lin Feng. You want to kill me and my friends, but you can't even recognize me when I am right in front of you. You're ridiculous. The winged tiger's body slowly moved forwards. Lin Feng jumped off its back and then stared at the members of the Wanshou sect in a cold and detached way. Those people were not there to seize the vein of the earth, they were all weak, therefore they didn't know him. The faces of the Wanshou sect's members drastically changed. They were trapped. They had all heard how powerful Lin Feng was. Duyan wasn't even able to compete with him and was killed by his hands? These people were nobodies in comparison with Lin Feng. What is the cultivation of the members of your sect who went to the Celestial Academy? Asked Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone while staring at the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. That person pulled a long face and remained silent. Roar! A low roar spread in the air, and immediately after, the crowd saw the beast which was next to Lin Feng disappear from its initial position in the blink of an eye. Ah! Two horrible shrieks spread through the air and the winged tiger appeared at its initial position again. Its mouth was covered with blood and its eyes looked extremely ferocious, which made people start shaking. Two of the Wanshou sect's members were killed in the blink of an eye. The winged tiger bit off their heads and they were now lying down on the ground, dead. The crowd was astonished and fixedly staring at the winged tiger. Its eyes looked extremely cruel and ferocious. Is that an ancient ferocious beast? Thought the crowd. The winged tiger was an ancient ferocious beast and it was extremely rare. Those people had never seen such a creature, none of them had witnessed the power of an ancient ferocious beast. Only the leader of that small group of people had knowledge of ancient beasts. He had actually seen a picture of it in an ancient book describing ancient ferocious beasts. He had the feeling that Lin Feng's ferocious beast could carry the blood of a winged tiger or a brutal lion. It also looked somewhat similar to a demonic fire lion. Tell me, said Lin Feng coldly while staring at the cultivator of the Xianxi layer. He looked incredibly cold, which made the hearts of the Wanshou sect's members start to pound even faster. If they didn't tell Lin Feng, that ancient ferocious beast would kill them. If we tell you, will you let us go? Said that person after having remaining silent for a few seconds. Roar! Another roar spread in the air, the beast's figure disappeared again. The face of the cultivator of the Xianxi layer drastically changed. He released some pure qi, but in a flash, the winged tiger had already landed in front of him. Splash! Blood gushed into the air. The Wanshou sect's members' hearts were violently pounding. He had died. In a flash, a cultivator of the Xianxi layer had been killed by the winged tiger. It bit through his throat, separating the head from its body. How shocking! The winged tiger then slowly walked around looking intimidating and bloodthirsty. When the winged tiger glanced at people, they just lowered their heads, they didn't dare look at the beast. That beast was terrifying. If it was able to kill a cultivator of the Xianxi layer in the blink of an eye, what about them? You speak, said Lin Feng coldly while looking at someone else, which made that person abruptly shake from head to toe. Multiple cultivators of the Xianxi layer. The strongest ones are at the third Xianxi layer, then there were also some of the second Xianxi layer. In total, there are about 10 people, said the person with a trembling voice. He was also shaking while glancing at the winged tiger. 10 cultivators of the Xianxi layer, including a few who reached the third Xianxi layer. Lin Feng's facial expression looked colder and colder. They wanted to kill Meng Cheng, they wanted to kill Lin Feng's other friends as well. Wanshou sect, shouted Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone, I will kill you all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.